backside flank, so it's not really a great position for CryoGen. He's gonna, the ulti still goes through, but Spica steals the dragon. They'll absorb the engage super well. Here goes the NACL. Hail Mary. Bullet Time is actually doing a lot of damage into the backline. They find double lift, but Pole Belter is still alive. The rest of the airport are now on the run. These divers from Dark Zero Light, it's just not enough. One more rocket from Spawn could do it, but they have the reinforcements. Pole Belter arrives in time. Toasty, looking for the re-engage, had just teleported off of the grave, and now they're able to make the collapse in.
Just walked into no man's land there. Will flash out, gets the Fate's Call back in. He goes back for the engage, and they take down Rovex of all people. Now another minion is still there. They can try to get the turret, but now they don't have any more minions coming, and Hoarder getting a little bit lower. Gonna go down here. He's gonna go zombie mode, but maybe it's just enough for conviction to take down the whole of Blue Water. The Elder Dragon starts singing, and the wings start flapping. That'll be a conviction win of 2-1 as they put down Blue Otter's hopes of finding an equalization, and they will continue to be in the playoff conversation. Caught slacking. CCG just gonna get whipped up into a maelstrom. Maybe big play from Crimson and Array.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts.
All right, Weaver's Wall. Bio is stuck in this pit with him, but Outdude is here as well. Bio trying to get his way out, healed up nicely, but that's the Meganar from Crimson, his body here, but it's still been a 4v5. Now it's turning into an even fight. Stray's already gone. Music gets the reset there as well. An engage hits onto the backline, and Rhino is gone. Supernova are falling apart once again, and Blue Otter.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final day of week number 6
I got
NACL,
you. Let's
baby.
go. Yeah.
Let's go, baby. Oh my goodness, we're coming down to the wire, Matt. We're nearly 1 week away from finishing out our regular season of the spring split for NACL. If this is your first time tuning in, well, first of all, welcome. I'm Rafa. I'm joined once again by Cubby in the booth. This is always a fun time because usually we shoot the shiz back and forth. Sometimes you'll hear me roast Cubby about flex picks, and then he doesn't do anything back, and it's a good time, at least on my side.
Yeah, of course, fun conversations we have here. If you want to join us for the conversation everywhere, NACL is where you can find us on Twitch, YouTube, and watch NACL on Twitter as well. And Rafa, you said it to kick off. We're in week 6, back half of the regular season. We have a couple matches today that could be exciting for potential playoff pictures and avoiding that dreaded relegation ramification that waits for the bottom 2 teams at the end of a split. I know that our second series today is a must-win for Supernova, really if they want to avoid ending up in that relegation spot.
Same thing for Winthrop. I mean, that has high-stakes scenarios for both teams, and it's when you look ahead at the strength of schedule for both of those teams, it's like, hey, we would really, really, really love to win this series and make our, not only playoff dreams alive and well, but also a chance to escape going into relegation. But I'm going to look back at our recap for yesterday's series of games. Conviction being able to take it over Pulse in a very convincing fashion. For me, Matt, nothing really new to talk about here. I think there's just a couple, times where Pulse can still show some, moments like, oh, hey, you know what? Okay, this will help them, get better and better within their overall prospective careers in Tier 2 League of Legends. But I will say, Hoarder pulled out an Italy top. Big fan. Very big fan.
Yeah, I mean, this series didn't really feel super close, even though Game 2 looks kind of close on the scoreboard. His Conviction was just the one that had better setups and better control for the fights. And then this one honestly got a little bit interesting with Blue Otter continuing to look a little bit feistier in the back half of our split here, Rafa. And of course, near Airport rocking a couple subs. Shout out to both Sushi and Kelpo who stepped in and definitely got featured by Near Airport on socials, made some new fans with their performance, especially Sushi, who had a really big game 3 on his Tristana that we know is pretty good behind the scenes here, watching him in Tier 3, but I think a lot of fans got exposed to for the first time, and definitely Sushi made some fans of himself with his play yesterday.
Yeah, shout out to Near Airport for really giving Sushi and Kelpo a chance to make a name for themselves here. I think Sushi has definitely made the impression that you definitely want to have your first time playing in Tier 2 and NACL. And hopefully we get a chance to see more of him. Obviously, I know NA fans would love to see Doublelift and Biofrost back in the lineup, and that roster as originally played to the very end of the spring split. But if Doublelift for some reason can't make it again, I think fans can rest assured that Sushi will be able to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's a really nice opportunity for Sushi, who made the most of it. And that's really all you can ask from these guys is, got to say, the consistent factors in the airport, too. Still think Poe Belcher has been fantastic this split. It's been really fun to watch him perform with the team, as well as Spica, who still continues to remain pretty solid, especially in the back half of things. So near airport, again, one of those top 3, one of the Hydra teams that we talk about and tease here in NACL, Rafa. So we'll see if anyone can challenge them or take them down, or whether that's in regular season or playoffs.
Well, a little bit of spoilers. Remaining schedule for near airport are Winthrop and Pulse. So if neither of these, most likely the challenge is going to come in playoffs, But if, for some reason, either of those teams are able to find wins over them, that's awesome, and we'll definitely be there celebrating it. But here are the standings for our spring split so far as we come to a close on week 6. Don't be fooled by the colors. It is not set in stone for, most teams' fates here. There's still a chance for things to be, swapped around here, especially Supernova. Obviously, if we were to end everything right here, right now, this is where everything would line up. Top 6 would go to playoffs, 7th, 8th don't go to playoffs, but they're not in danger of being relegated and having to play through the promotion relegation tournament. Whereas if you end up 9th, 10th, you are having to play through the relegation promotion tournament if you want to return for the second split of NACL.
And right now, I mean, 3 is that magic number. Not just to put you in that playoff picture, but pretty much do not guarantee, but pretty much guarantee that you're going to avoid relegation, right?
Yep.
So any team that can get to that 3 series win marker, I will say while you're looking at the standings, of course, Ralph is correct. The colors doesn't mean it's set in stone, just where things are going to look like is top 6 make it to playoffs, bottom 2 get relegated, and middling 2 we see next split. The tiebreaker is games won. So it is going to be that games won markers. So the map wins matter a lot in this chart as well. So we'll talk more about that, especially in the second series, which again, we've already teased between Winthrop and Supernova. We'll have a lot of relegation ramifications later on today, Rafa. But for sure, we'll hit on that then, because the map wins could matter a lot in that race.
Yeah. Well, why don't we inform everyone today what our series are. We got CCG taking on Apex Mission Impossible first up to bat. And then afterwards, it will be Winthrop taking on Supernova. Now, both of these series, as Cubby has already mentioned, do have strong implications in terms of whether any of the teams on that bottom half can make a run into either at least getting into playoffs or just ensuring that they are not in danger of having to play in the promotion relegation tournament. Not going to, spoil our predictions here, but first series, there's definitely, stronger expectations of where that matchup will go. Whereas, we'll have more time once we get into the second series later today to really dive into Winthrop and Supernova. But these two teams have had a lot of history together already in 2025, competing in a lot of series over in the NECC. Currently, Ole Miss are up in series score, but it's still a fairly competitive landscape between them. And, I just got finished watching through a majority of those games, and I think we're just in for a super collegiate banger between those two. But, of course, our first series, Matt, is AMI CCG. Let's dive right in.
Yeah, and again, we have higher expectations for CCG to take this one. It really feels like they've cemented themselves as that 4th place team, or the 4th best team that we have in the league. And definitely something that I'm looking forward to is that series next week that CCG has between Conviction. Because I think that really will decide the team that is the strongest outside of the top 3 in our last week of the regular season. And see if CCG can continue to build up for that match with what we expect to be a win here against the AMI that has been struggling a bit as individuals. It still feels like a team that is greater than their pieces that they have, but a team that has been blown out of the water in their last few matches against top teams.
That's right. Well, A reminder for anyone, this is your first time tuning in or just wanting to put names to faces. We got Decoy in the top lane, Low Jazz in the jungle, Find Mini in the mid lane, Baz and Pocus at AD carry and support. This is Apex Mission Impossible.
And it was kind of funny. I was actually I try and follow and hop around some of the player streams we have here in NACL, and the hopped in Pocus stream briefly the other week after one of their losses, and it was against the Dark Zero. After the Dark Zero lost, you know, on Wednesday, and it's like, man, like, are we playing the right meta? Do we have the right picks? He was just kind of looking at champs and what they're playing and what people are playing in other leagues, just to see if they could, you know, have it right or figure it out. And it does feel like AMI, again, early on in the season, they picked up 2 quick wins going up against Pulse and Winthrop in those 2 series. And this was a team that, I mean, no one expected to qualify for NACL through the OQs, but they did. They found 2 wins, and it feels like now they've hit the meat of the schedule and some of the harder teams that we have in the league. They've struggled to find their footing against those squads.
Yeah, it's been a tough road trying to compete against the top half of the ladder here for NACL. And when we look at the rest of their schedule beyond CCG today, it is Blue Water. So even though Apex Mission Impossible are not necessarily the favorites in this series, it does not mean, you know, if you're an AMI fan, that all is lost if they are not able to clinch this series today. They still have a chance to make it through, or at least give themselves the best footing for playoff standings, if not ensuring that they don't have to play through promotion relegation by having a more competitive series against Blue Water next week.
I gotta say too, AMI, they haven't won any games outside of the series that they've won as well. So that only 4 map wins. They are currently sitting at a mark that is safe from relegation, but any map or series wins would be really critical in helping them avoid that mark, because again, 3 is the magic number. If you hit 3, likely aren't getting relegated here in this league. So a win here, like, are favoring CCG and frankly expect them to win this series. It would be a really meaningful win for AMI if they want to keep their spots in the league and lock themselves in for NACL next year.
That's right. And I would continue adding on to a very cool story for this roster. The fact that, like you mentioned before, wasn't a team that we weren't expecting to get into NACL or get out of OQs, but, you know, they were able to play and earn their way into the league. And now it just comes down to how long they can hold on to that spot, right? And if they're able to evolve and learn as much as they can while they're playing against the best teams that you have available or in access to you in tier 2, then more power to you. A little bit of some stats for our top laner Decoy. Definitely going to be, you know, one of the players that, at least in this matchup, could maybe have some striking distance when you look at the star power that is on the CCG roster from top to bottom.
Yeah, Decoy for me has been, like, someone that has been pretty solid for his team. So we'll see if he can do that up against Crimson, who in his second year, Rafa, has actually started to really impress us as a player in the top lane, as he did talk about some of the experience that this team has that would fall in the jungle and the bot lane for Dardoch, Ray, and Breezy. But the rookie solo laners for CCG, it's been a highlight for them, and the success that they've had in the league this year, as Aojun has been, for me, hands down the strongest out of the 4 rookie mids that we have in the league. And also Crimson feels like he's really gotten more opportunities to show his stuff on a stronger team with CCG this year, and has taken full advantage of that.
Yeah, ever since we got a chance to talk to Aojun earlier on in the split, and how much he's been super grateful for having someone like Dardoch as a mentor, not just in game, but also, you know, outside of game. You can tell that it is really rubbed off in a really strong way for this relatively exciting rookie in NACL. And I've just been a big fan of how Aojun is able to find advantages by playing to the side lanes, and whether it's, you know, helping Ray and Breezy snowball even more effectively, playing on things like the Talia and the Rise, or if he's given even, you know, harder carry role for himself, and Dardoch is the one that is, you know, enabling him. I think this team overall is just very flexible. And even though they're not necessarily our top 3 in Dark Zero, Luminosity, and near Airport, this is still a team I consider to be a dark horse for the league. And the fact that they cemented themselves as a, you know, the 4th place team in the league, it's not necessarily, you know, a bad thing for them. It's like, it's still respectful that you still have the means to potentially make a sleeper run in playoffs.
Yeah, again, CCG, like they're a strong team, right? The top 3 teams we have, it really feels like they're on a level of their own. And I believe CCG still has 1 stab at that top 3. Oh, no, they don't. They've dropped all of them. So, again, outside of that, those are the only 3 losses for CCG. Everything else they've been able to beat and take down. And we'll see if that can continue today. As going to take a look at Crimson here in that top lane matchup. Again, Crimson, yes, that is the twin brother of Sniper. I'm sure a lot of people always ask that in the chat. And a player that has really quickly leveled up with his time in Tier 2.
Yeah, I think his debut split last year, obviously there is a lot that could have, you know, been
the team grow. Wasn't great. I thought that his performance was noble. He had some good moments and some rookie moments for sure on a losing team.
But you know what? The past is the past, and, you know, Crimson making the best of the opportunity he has now, where the team is overall much more competitive for himself this year than it was last year. But I believe it is time to get into, okay, not quite into draft. Just showing more stats for y'all. The most banned champions against Apex Mission Impossible. I think the big one to note is this Maokai, because everything else is kind of standard. Gwen is getting banned pretty much a majority of the time when it's her in the Rumble and the trade. And Bessa, obviously a big top laner ban as well. And Vera is probably the go-to AD carry. But, you know, not many teams, at least in, you know, pro play and highest levels of play, are still prioritizing Maokai a lot. You know, it's mostly a lot of the skirmishers that are coming up first, and Sejuani as the go-to tank jungler or Skarner before that happens. So you can tell how much AMI really loves to get Maokai on their hands.
I think it's based, you know, Maokai scales really well, though Jazz still plays it. Respects the pick for sure. The unique ban, though, it's kind of emerging in CCG. Aojun, again, props to him and his play. That Rise has really started to emerge as a takeaway pick, going up against CCG, just with how well he plays that as an individual and his ability to impact the map on the pick.
We talked about it before, right? You know, his ability to either snowball the rest of the map or be able to play for himself. Obviously, Rise still, even in our first draft of this series with AMI, is going to be respected at this level. Just trying to take away means of facilitation across the map here, since, you know, you have great shove and you have great ways to quickly collapse. Now, so far, other than the Rise, I think all the other bans are pretty standard across most teams. Even Lilia is one that where if your jungler is very capable of playing like a strong, you know, self-resource investment game, you got to take away the Lilia. It can be one of those champions that just gets out of control really fast.
Also open up for a Maokai pick too, but we know that Dardoch has a deep pool that includes a Dr. Mundo. Where if a Maokai makes an appearance, I gotta believe that the counter pick would be Mundo for Dardoch, given that he's already played the matchup in the league, and Mundo is a specialty pick of his. But with all the power picks being taken off the board, that first pick Vera is going to be on the table for Baz and AMI as that gets locked in.
Right. CCG see the Sejuani Yone combo open, and they immediately snag it away.
Yeah. I think Maokai comes out here for Jazz and AMI. Again, this is a pick that's been really big for him. One of AMI's wins out of the 4. They've played Maokai twice. He's one of the champion. As it was, could even open up for a 5-mini Tristana here. Is that something that, you know, you already have some magic damage showing for the Maokai, and is a matchup that's playable into the Yone. I feel like it's a decent start for AMI in the draft. As actually, okay, going to be the Jace instead of the Tristana. So keeping that flexibility between top and mid available for AMI. We have yet to see the Jace mid from 5-mini, but if they slam Jace here, I expect both able to play it.
I'm curious if AMI were trying to not only guarantee the Jace for themselves, but also just take it away from Crimson.
Yeah.
Misfortune on the other side, that just means that's kind of like the best laning AD carry you can lock in for yourself if you want to be able to fight for push and make sure that you're not, falling too far behind when it comes to rotating on the map. Power of the strut allows you to make, good tempo plays. But now I'm looking at, supports from the side of AMI trying to ban them away to deny, Misfortune bullet time combos here. So Alistar could be a contention if you want to keep the Rel for yourself. If you don't care about the Alistar, you can just, ban the Rel, I guess. But actually, we're going to focus more on some solo lane options by sniping out Crimson's Olaf.
It's a bit of a Crimson special. We'll say there's no magic damage showing for CCG at the moment. So, I mean, you could even think about like throwing a Cannon ban out there. I'm not sure what other magic damage top laners are available for Crimson outside of maybe a Gragas, which has started to rise in popularity when it comes to being played in the Jace. I think that Renata and the Poppy, two very team fight focused support bans being thrown out at AMI. So a little bit more worried about the 5v5 than that 2v2 in the bot lane, given that they do have that MF. Assuming that A, it will win, but also B, maybe setting up for that Alistar blind on 4. As it's a great champ for Breezy and does feel like a blindable support. And then they could actually see where that Jace goes before they assign the solo laners themselves. So yeah. I think there is a real option here to just slam the Alistar if they want.
Yeah, just taking a quick look through Crimson's champion stats from all time. Magic damage champions are Rumble, which has been banned, Rise, which has been banned, and Gragas is yeah. I don't even see a Kennen game blocked in here. So if that were the option, it would be first time. Not saying that it's necessarily a hard champion to pilot, but would assume that they had at least run it in some scrims here. But that is assuming you need magic damage if AMI don't necessarily have like a strong tank front line that can itemize for it.
I really want to see them be careful about this pick, because I don't think you want to open up something like a Silas top. I think they're just going to give him the Gragas angle, as it will be a Talia mid for Flymini. So we'll use that Jace, which again, we haven't seen Flymini play it, but assume that there could be some flexibility there. It's going to be Jace top, Talia mid. And now we'll see if it ends up being that Gragas for Crimson, which could still give them a little bit of magic damage. But no, it's going to be the super tank in the Scion, and I gotta say, that's really nice into the Jace. Being able to find that, the fact that it wasn't banned is a little bit of a surprise, but with the Braum showing, and you have a Maokai Talia, I think this might be an on-hit Varus, and on-hit Varus is one of the picks that actually can shred through that tank Scion top, so I don't mind the setup that we have here for AMI. I think that they can take advantage of just itemizing for the AD, and maybe lean on the scaling and that poke Varus that they have to actually take this game.
Backline for the side of AMI has got to be careful, though, because there is a lot of deceptive crowd control here from the side of CCG. But if they're able to dodge this edge ulti, space the Yone ultimate, and then just ensure that they are not getting caught in the bounce house of knockups that are available from this team, there's a world that on-hit Varus can thrive, because it definitely has to be the answer for AMI, because if you go poke Varus into tank Scion, then I don't know who else is going to be helping you kill this super tank. But we're on to the rift for game 1 between AMI and CCG, and I gotta say, I don't want to say AMI are on a timer, because like you said, with at least going on hit Varus, you'll have a way to deal with the massive tank front line that CCG has on their side. That being said, I don't know if
on a timer.
Yeah,
I mean they run out of damage. It's a tank Scion. They have no magic damage. It's going to be a full AD or armor setup here for AMI. So I really think the onus is on CCG to make plays and try to take advantage of the strength of Scion early. And there is a world where you can get to like where Scion doesn't die, but even in that world, I don't think their carries take the best advantage of that in the Yone and the MF. So I really feel like CCG, important to get out to an early lead and make some early plays in this draft.
Okay. Well, you know what? I don't feel bad about taking the timer stance. I was trying to be a little bit more neutral, just because at least you have an on-hit Varus, but I still think it's such a difficult setup to ideally have, The only world where on-hit Varus is just going to be able to have a field day is if AMI insanely snowball with their composition. And based on the pedigree of the results of their series, both on AMI side as well as CCG side, I imagine that more than likely, AMI are hoping to just go even in laning phase, as already we got to see the tri-lane setup. FiMini trying to aggressively shove that lane in and gets a poke down on Aljun, but Aljun is able to find a really nice trade back, and now both of these mid laners are chunked below 50%.
Yeah, again, for AMI, the last few series that we have seen them play, we have seen AMI really run the gauntlet of the big boy teams. As their last 3 series, they got 0-2'd by Dark Zero, 0-2'd by Luminosity Gaming, and 0-2'd by Near Airport. And in those games, I think that we did see AMI just straight up get outclassed in the laning phase. Again, this is a team that we were kind of surprised to see get through OQs in the first place. And it does feel like a team that has been greater than their individual parts, as AMI has played pretty decently as a team, but as individuals, you know, aren't the strongest in the league. So opportunity against CCG, you know, kind of talking about the pedigree of these teams, right? CCG, it is a stronger team that we have in the league, but at least there's an opportunity here for AMI to, and I don't expect them to get smoked in the early stages of the game the way they did against Luminosity Gaming and Dark Zero. So I think that there is opportunity for AMI to maybe show some more of that team strength that we've been used to seeing from them in the early parts of the season.
So far, 4 minutes of gameplay have transpired, and no real volatile actions have taken place. Crimson is slightly overextended. However, he is Scion, and there is a massive wave push into Decoy's turret. And with the space from Low Jazz, even if he were to stop that base, it would really mess with his tempo. He would prefer to get that face off, get the Fate as Ashes, and continue power farming. And as we talked about before, Maokai still feels like a very base champion to take in the jungle quadrant, since you go for that Leandri's Rush. Gives you a lot of objective control with those saplings. Don't sleep on it. It gives you so much power and being able to set up for early dragons as well as grubs, or I guess not grubs, but probably second rotation of grubs by the time you finish the Leandri's Torment, as well as Rift Herald, and then any other objectives on the top side of the map. I don't see a world where AMI are able to strongly contest for the first round of grubs, especially since Array has already rotated to the top side.
Yeah, again, I feel like the onus is on CCG to make these plays early. So using the MF, the push, and the rotate to get Array up top first. Not surprised by CCG, especially with the Scion. Always feels good to leave Scion to his own devices in a side lane. Allow him to just kind of manage himself and scale up in the way that he does too, with stacking up that health on the W. So I think so far kind of what we expected, Rafa. And I don't expect a contest to come out from AMI. Probably just going to be a grub for Dragon Trade if AMI has things the way they want it.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine to take on AMI's side. You don't necessarily need to fight right now. Obviously, you don't want to stall the game for too long, but meanwhile, Dardoch has been spotted trying to look at FiMini with a massive collapse from the top side. That is a flash burned off of Talia, and that's an easier target to set up for a repeat gank.
It is. I will say that Array was coming down, so he actually is going to drop that wave in the top lane, and there won't be a grub start on spawn for Dardoch. It's going to take away the fix, and it pretty much will be on spawn. So Dragon taken. Dardoch with the grubs now up, able to take these himself. I don't expect a contest to come out here from Low Jazz. I think I don't
know. We got Pocus fishing around here. I think Low Jazz might be able to at least look for one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now too. But with Array and Breezy being able to successfully push in their wave, that guarantees that Low Jazz stepping up would at least come at the cost of a flash or maybe his own life, and that's not a trade that they are willing to play for. Poke is just going to make it a little annoying for Breezy and Array to walk back to lane, but everything resumes back normal here.
Yeah, and again, for AMI, they really don't want to fight on this timer. I think that AMI, like, they're really happy if they fight, 2+ items, and that might be a world where Yone benefits, but it does get you out of some of those pretty scary early windows where the MF can be really deadly in the fights. If I'm AMI, I think that's a concern. Also, just with the builds we have between the Sejuani and the Maokai, a lot more ability for the Sejuani Scion to throw their weight around early. Definitely think it's important that we get the Black Cleaver, the Miramana on the Jace, and then a couple items on Varus if we're going to at least think about dealing with his front line for CCG.
Yeah. Even though we talked about AMI being like on a timer, super late game, right?
But
it's not like
I favor them super late game. I think super late the poke Varus is fine, but at the moment mid.
Hey Matt, you remember when we talked about Fine Mini not having a flash and making a repeat gank visit super easy to do? Well, there you go. That's first blood for CCG.
Yeah, good find by CCG as again kills early going into the One. That's about the best case scenario you can ask for CCG. As it does feel like, I mean, again, with this game about where we expect it to be, I think that CCG, again, really looking towards them to try and speed things up. I want to see if we can focus on this Jace. I think that with Dardoch, having Flash up and having Crimson on the Scion, who did blow ultimate off screen, that's where I'd look. But meanwhile, top side, they get the ult out of Breezy.
It was a trade from Baz's Varus ultimate here. Meanwhile, Lojaz trying to protect Decoy, throws out his own ultimate as well. But Decoy could still be in trouble here. Dardoch has Flash, but because he already expended Glacial Prison, setting up the kill onto Fine Mini in the mid lane just what seemed like 30-40 seconds ago, there's no real threat onto Decoy, and both top laners are able to preserve their lives as well as their summoner spells.
Yeah, I just, obviously, Fine Mini still doesn't have Flash mid, so a revisit there would be huge, but I also see this Conqueror Jace going into a Scion Sejuani, and really feel like there's an opportunity to overwhelm, as meanwhile, Talia.
Oh, man.
Take the freebies mid, man.
Yep. I mean, that control ward is the MVP right there, because that is what lured Fine Mini into thinking, you know what, I have time, I don't have a minion wave to play for, and Breezy's just like, please, you know you want to kill this control ward, walks up for it and says, say less. Flash, headbutt pulverized, as we get a cinematic view of the first death for Fine Mini's Talia.
Last series for AMI on Wednesday, I know game 2 was a bit of a toughie for Fine Mini, who managed to go 0-5-0-6 to start off on Tristana in that game too. Obviously this game, some good focus by AMI to take that flash away and punish twice in the mid lane to take down that Talia, but that's an important pick to get behind and the right pick to get added for CCG again. Worried about their damage profile and lack of damage later on overall. If anyone's going to try and compensate for that, it's going to be a fed Yone. So 2 kills in the pockets of AO June early and a TP back mid. We'll see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, we like to joke about how once a Yone is able to get tier 2 boots and at least Vamp Scepter, he's at full build. If you are able to try and punish him or decelerate him beforehand, it gets very uncomfortable for Yone. But now that we've eclipsed this point, it's all uphill for the Yone as we get another look back at the
Evil Thoughts one,
Yeah.
It was one hit away from going down.
Unfortunately, not worth in the end. Meanwhile, AMI, though, can take comfort in at least being able to secure one grub away from CCG. Lojaz still has a smite if he wants to try and yoink another one over and make it...
Might be it.
2-4, but yeah. Everyone else from CCG stepping on up. Aljune's ultimate is coming back up off cooldown here, so they don't want to tango with a Yone that is starting to become snowballed. It is not completely... super fed at this point, but if they were to drop any more kills, they would probably just completely lose control of the game at that point.
Yeah, definitely feels like AMI, again, just not confident enough to take the fight early, and I can't blame them. We've seen the beefiness of the Sejuani already, and Dardoch really hasn't even made his presence fully felt in this game yet, too, so I think fighting Sej at that timer was... Avoiding that was the right call for AMI, and we'll see really when they want to start to pick their way into fights. Again, I think that 2 items plus is kind of the magic number for them. I know that's where Yone can be quite scary, but I just don't see a way where a Talia with no Leandries or Varus with just Bork can actually get through a Scion Sejuani or think about it. And that's not even factoring in some of the strength of the MF too at this point of the game. So
I think AMI really need to, before they start really fighting in these major skirmishes, hang on, Breezy could be in trouble here. Pops the ultimate, and
the pop.
Really nicely done by Baz,
Double
and
pop.
Pocus just playing off of the repeated pressure into this Misfortune Alistar. They had burned the flash earlier from Array in lane. There was no flash from Breezy since he used it for the setup on the 5 Mini, and all the continuous poke and the damage down, AMI starting to leverage a potentially sizable advantage in the bot lane.
That's a really nice 2v2 kill. Again, strong lane here for the Varus Braum going into MF Alistar. For me, that's kind of a double counter in the bot lane if you're going to think about it. And cashed in there by Pocus and Baz, who Breezy walked up to a brush, didn't have any wards, and just melts. So AMI matching the kills on the board and matching the objectives too by taking a second Drake. In fact, one ahead if we're going to track some feats here, Rafa. This is about the best case scenario maybe for AMI. I mean, they really needed something to happen on the map, and that 2v2 kill that gets a lot of gold in a good place in that Varus.
I mean, they're now one objective away from being able to get one of the feats secured for themselves. CCG could also look to take...
Yeah, all the feats are still on the board. They're one ahead in terms of the objective feat.
Yeah.
But at the moment, first tower going to be the one that's scary, as it is a 5 grub CCG team that is posturing pretty heavily towards this top lane.
Yeah, thankfully for AMI, they've got some pretty decent vision on where all of CCG members are. 5 Mini has Flash back up and available. Pocus also has Flash, and his ultimate is coming off cooldown in the next few seconds. So CCG probably not going to push their luck. They got as much pressure as they could within this timer. It was able to at least get them a few plates, but now turret plating has completely fallen off. Breezy is on top of a ward, and we're going to see how well AMI can punish that. Dardoch immediately jumping on to Pocus here through Fog. As they put a control ward down, here comes the ultimate from Low Jazz. That should root up a lot of people, but Bullet Time is going to do a number, as Low Jazz is now the wrong side of the field here, but Breezy could be going down to Ignite, and that's the first feat secured for AMI, and CCG just overestimating how long they could take that fight.
And the bullet time didn't really get value in that one, as Low Jazz was able to flash out and get around it, continued the fight, was, I thought, really well managed by Low Jazz, and again, we're overextending into a Varus Braum. Really tough to get through these picks. The Braum, the winner's bite, I mean, that CC always going to connect, the autos are there to back it up. AMI had the power they needed there, and CCG falls.
I think for AMI, even though we talked about really this team would benefit a lot more from having, 2 item spikes before they take the full-on 5-on-5s, Aljun trying to at least make the most of his current accelerated state on the Yone on this side lane. But overall, back to the conversation at hand, Liandry's Maokai cannot be disregarded. It cannot be disrespected. And that was an example right there where the only real damage was Array on the Misfortune, and the fact that you called it out that the bullet time was not getting that much value. Low Jazz normally might have been completely shredded and turned into paper mache. He avoids a majority of the damage. He's able to still continue pressuring forward. This Maokai hurts at this stage of the game with the Liandry's Rush. Bramble Smashes do a lot of damage, a lot of max HP burned on top of it. And you're setting up for the rest of your damage dealers to be able to just walk on down thanks to the power of Talia Weaverwall.
It's a great peel this game, too, between... I mean, you have to get through Talia, a Maokai, a Braum to reach this Varus. Again, I think that this Varus is decently well protected. There are a lot of threats on the side of CCG, but the fact that we're 15 minutes into this game, Rafa, and this game's on even footing, that's CCG being behind schedule. So I know they were the favorite team coming in, the team that we had to probably take this series in the end. And but we like the scaling of AMI, and we like the position they're in for this game. So CCG, I think for me, real prio on making sure that they're just continuing to play through this Yone, because wherever Aojun's at, they're going to be strong. So they can do that, take some of these side lane objectives in the next couple of minutes, could try and get the gold back in their favor. But at the moment, AMI is feeling frisky enough to even start to tickle this Rift Herald on a timer where, again, they haven't really hit that 2-item spike yet. So still feel like CCG is a stronger team comp.
As long as Aojun is involved in the fight, I think CCG will have a better chance of being able to match AMI.
God,
but
yeah.
You can really tell that when Aojun was not involved, you know, AMI definitely felt a lot more comfortable taking that fight overall. Aojun just trying to play off of the wave priority first before making any moves into the river. But the fact that the Scuttle Crab was taken means that AMI have constant vision in that one central spot. Array, big chunk on his health bar right now, down to about 60% of his HP.
Has the BT to try and heal that one back up, but still, the fact that it's an even map right now, not exactly where CCG wants to be. They want to be using their grubs to try and pressure some of these towers. And use the strength of Yone to actually open up a side lane and try and pressure down some of these objectives. But Aojun's been unable to break one of these side lane turrets. As he's spent the last few minutes top lane, and he's been whittling that one down, but it's yet to crack. And AMI, what's been going on? Looks like they're just going to crack this Rift Herald, maybe trade it out for a Dragon, which frankly isn't bad for AMI, because at least they go even with the objectives and buy another 5 minutes until a Dragon spawns, and Otacon likely not going to be sniffed within the first couple minutes it spawns. So AMI should be able to keep things casual on the map here for another few minutes and lean into their scaling.
Yeah, the fact that the threat of AMI being on Soul Point, if they were to contest for the Dragon, is enough to drive CCG to set up a lot of their priority on the bottom side of the map so that they don't have to face that scenario, right? And CCG have at least bought themselves, you know, another 5 minutes into facing a potential AMI Mountain Soul scenario. But Rift Herald being unlocked for this squad here is going to give them extra turret pushing power and abilities to inject more gold for themselves off of the back of a very successful play. There are now dominoes set in motion here, Matt, where AMI, if they find in a successful fight where either Aojun is not able to really get any value off of his pressure as the Yone being, you know, relatively accelerated in this game, or they just find a fight where Aojun is not there, you can get a lot back on your side as AMI and really set yourself up in a state where your Varus is already 2 items. You could get into 3 items where CCG's front line is still relatively trying to scale on up. I mean, this is a front line that will get completely obliterated by an untouched Baz.
I mean, frankly, again, AMI had a schedule. I like the fact you hit on the 2 items already in for the Varus. Feynman's close. It's been hit for Decoy, too. Not as big of a deal on the Jace. Of course, he went for Eclipse and not the Black Cleaver either. So it's going to be a lot harder to get through that Scion, but should be able to deal with any squishies for CCG. I got to say, I'm a little bit surprised it wasn't a Black Cleaver on the Jace. I feel like that's a little bit of a missed opportunity, but it's okay. As AMI, again, their goal here is to keep things calm and keep things consistent. Because as these items come in, I really favor AMI and think that CCG just kind of runs out of damage. So only 2 AD damage dealers they really have to deal with or focus on. Of course, Yone brings a little bit of split damage. Not enough, though, to fund enough magic damage for team comp. And you should start to see that armor really rolling in. I think the double-plated steel caps on Maokai and Braum is telling for what AMI is seeing. What we're talking about here, Rafa, which, again, pretty singular damage profile they have to worry about this game.
Correct. Rift Herald does find its charge into the tier 1, brings it to about 33% HP left. So a successful fight from AMI would allow themselves to, you know, chain that fight result into unlocking the mid-tier 1, whereas Feynman does have the return to the top side lane to catch the wave pouring on in. Aojun just continuing to pressure that side of the map. Our next objective spawning is going to be Baron at 25 minutes. Otacon has already spawned on the top side of the map for the past minute and some change. And wait a minute, I didn't even see this. Wow, that's just an Otacon burned by CCG and no answer from the side of AMI.
I talked about wherever the Yone is, there's strength. Again, thought that AMI would be able to keep things quiet because there wouldn't be an early Otacon start. Those can be scary, but was enough control down for CCG. It feels like that they started it up, kind of saw what AMI would do. AMI hit reset, that ended up just being a freebie with the Bork on the Yone being there to DPS full time. So that's nice for CCG. They have a couple minutes of real power here with those withdrawals being available instead of just hitting the gray screen. CCG want to get frisky. They have a little bit extra motivation to do so around this Dragon.
feel like CCG, as soon as you see Baz, you just gotta send it. Why not? You have these revivals. You might as well try to at least burn summoner spells, if not get a kill outright and then get a massive shutdown. So Baz is gonna have to take extra careful and really pray that his teammates like him. You know,
props to Baz.
I imagine is the case. You know,
props to Baz. He's held onto that flash button, I think, for the entire game, which is really important when you're playing an immobile carry that does as much DPS as Varus does in this backline. So, if anything, we'd love to see CCG just attack the Varus, at least threaten a flash being taken away, because Baz is really yet to be threatened in this game, Rafa.
Correct. All right, AMI. Mentality of Juggermaw. Just think back to Protect the Puppy days on RNG and LPL, but just imagine instead of a
channel that onto the enemy AD, you know?
Correct. You have that in a Varus. You must protect the Varus at all costs. This guy will bring you to the promised land of upsetting a team higher in the standings than you and, you know, giving yourselves a really nice, you know, at least game 1 win over this squad. And they are being very cognizant of CCG's current power with the Otacon revivals.
Let's be real, Rafa. Win here for AMI. If they get a series win, that might be the golden ticket out of relegation standings, depending what else happens later on today, right? So we're going from talking about AMI as a team that, again, we're underdogs coming into this matchup, into a team that could really find themselves a giant win, not just over CCG, but a win to really do a lot of work in terms of securing that NACL spot for the summer, where you do have that opportunity to play for the LTA North slot as well. So see if our Canadians can continue to hold strong, but at the moment they still feel like they don't have the items they're required to fight, because they will give up another dragon, and CCG don't get anything out of the withdraws earned from the Otacon. So that buff is now gone waywards.
I think that's the biggest win for AMI. Yeah, they don't get a chance to put themselves at Mountain Soul Point, but they avoid the window where CCG would have had reckless abandon blitzing into the backline and either forcing Baz to be uncomfortable and burn summoner spells, or potentially drop a shutdown bounty. Now, over here, Array has both summoner spells, but he still has to be careful. Baz has a pretty nice position over the wall. Good ulti by Low Jazz, roots them all up. Array forced to use the cleanse. Now, bullet time, this time does hit Hocus in the backline. He tries to flash away. Massive fade steal from Aljun trying to look in the backline, but Baz still has not popped his summoner spells once this game, Matt, and he is just able to tear through Dardoch and Aljun.
That front to back fight, Baz went unthreatened and everyone was able to protect him. So Aljun, even though he goes in, he did a lot of work diving in, does go down to the DPS of this Varus. As Baz stands strong, they win the 2-for-1, and now Beams coming in to protect this mid-outer turret, which will not be picked up by CCG, as AMI have their sights on the Baron, and CCG, they're down a mid-laner and a jungler, so no smite on the map as Decoy falls, but I think that's enough to make sure the Baron goes down to AMI for free.
Yeah, there's no smite on CCG's side, so even if they walk up, there's no way that they're going to be able to yoink that away.
I'm down for that. I'm down for that trade, AMI. You sack mid-outer and a top laner just to take pretty much a free Baron? That's not bad at all.
Yeah, really just finding small windows to just push the tempo and play to their own game and play to their own strengths. This is what we call a worthy sacrifice in the mid lane. Yes, CCG get a little bit more access to, you know, the map, being able to play into their top and bottom jungle, but CCG are not necessarily in a position where they have control of the map like that yet, Matt. The gold lead is relatively even. Baz still has not burned Flash, by the way. The fact that he was able to hold on to that spell and AMI were able to protect their Varus to the very end, and it didn't even seem like it was a difficult spot for Baz to be in at all. Really good stuff. Really promising stuff for this AMI squad.
I mean, I'm with you. Again, the game's even on the scoreboard, but AMI with the Baron and just with where their comp is at now, Rafa. Terminus, that third item secured for Baz to continue to be really strong on the Rift. As Low Jazz is going to be under threat here. As
they got to be careful. Baz is not really here for the fight quite yet. Now throws out the Chain of Corruptions, but that's where Aljun was waiting. Bullet time is keeping Baz out of the fight. Between Aljun and Array, they ensured that Baz is not able to bail out his front line as they were just too far up in that river.
Decoy melted in the back line to Aljun in that fight, as you called it out. between that and Baz being zoned out by the bullet time. Poor footing on that fight for AMI as this front to back goes the way of CCG, and with 5 grubs, you got to believe this turret's just going to fall.
Yeah, and that was just really smart team fighting from CCG. They saw where the position of everyone was relative.
Yeah.
That big lip around the river in bot lane, it takes a while to walk around that, especially if you're something like a Varus. You're not able to immediately dash into the fight, and LoJazz just does not have enough time to survive CCG jumping on him.
Honestly, be curious to get a second look at that one, just because I didn't see how close like the rest of AMI was to trying to help out with that fight, because I actually thought the escape from LoJazz was okay, right? Like, yes, he burned the flash out, but that Maokai ult angle looked kind of promising. It's just that Decoy got caught and died before the rest of AMI could really sync up to be a part of that fight. And then, of course, Baz was zoned out, so there was no more fight available for AMI after that. But a lot of tools were burned.
Uh-oh. Focus doesn't have flash.
He can't W out. No, they're leaving him. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
I think that's just a free Braum.
That hurts. Be up before the dragon, but we'll be late to the fight itself. As, yeah, that's a free Braum.
Okay,
and one
not the worst
ultimate.
thing for AMI. They at least, you know, trade Pocus's life for tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Fireman is already pushing on the tier 2 in the top side, so a lot of turret pressure done. So, you know what? Not the worst thing in the world.
Base.
Unless they just want to force a fight here. They know that Baz is not here once again, but it's just an exchange of ultimates here. A Weaver's Wall just to ensure that the Scion cannot get his way in there, but he curves right into the jungle. Baz now ready to escort the rest of his teammates out of the jungle, throws out the Chain of Corruptions. But this is a lot of spells being used right before the dragon spawn. CCG might be favored enough to just yoink this away from AMI.
I think it's a give from AMI. Once they started to go for that top inner turret, I think they were trying to give that dragon, and yeah, you called it out, Rafa. And no Nature's Grasp, no Weaver's Wall, no Chain of Corruption, and no support. His Pocus still coming out of the Death Chamber, just got back out of the map. That's going to be enough to lead to that Mountain Soul point for CCG. So, yeah, a lot of gold security here for AMI, taking down a couple of inners. But this is Mountain Soul point for CCG. I know that there could be a Serpent's Fang to come through on the Jace here, which I think would make a lot of sense. Just to take away some of the shields that we're going to be seeing from CCG. But, man, I don't know if, like... I think AMI can get through a Mountain Soul, but that makes the very tanky team of CCG a whole lot tankier if they were to pick up one more Dragon.
Talk about a high roll in terms of Dragon Souls again, and the fact that CCG didn't get the first 2 dragons of the game meant that they could
might not die.
just perma-stack Mountain Dragons. That's
Imagine if they
insane.
had the other Otacon with the plus 25%.
Oh.
That could be really dangerous, actually, at this point.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, AMI, time to see what you're made of. Array forced to burn both of his summoner spells, Cleanse and Flash, immediately gone. Just off of the strength of Pocus with the engage of a Glacial Fissure. That's really good.
Princeton showed on bot wave and Aeojin was top, so AMI having the stack just look to take a little something to get that for themselves. Like that a lot from Pocus on the Braum. So AMI, 1 minute before this Baron, Rafa, I have a couple of resets coming in for that. I gotta say, as this game's continued, we're getting to a point where I know that we did like the scaling a lot for AMI. Just because they have more damage dealers, right? It kind of felt like CCG might run out of damage in this draft. Do we have enough damage to actually get through a Scion? Because the way this Jace built, can't do a Scion, for sure. It has to be Varus. And I'm kind of curious to see what happens in a fight if Varus is zoned out again like the last one. So I think a lot of focus from CCG has to go down on taking away Baz and this Varus. I mean, even if he's just not able to auto attack, right? As a sidestep, you know, the Fate Sealed or these bullet times coming out. That could be enough for CCG to maybe win a fight.
AMI poking their faces into the red buff. It looks like CCG were able to secure it for themselves. Trying to look for a quick pick onto Dardoch. Bullet time right in the middle of multiple members here. Fate Sealed only clips his Pocus, but now that's a guaranteed 5-on-4. However, he's locked in, and now Aljun is gone for the rest of the fight. At least for the next 50 seconds here. CCG is trying to continue, but you have no bullet time, so your damage is pretty low compared to what AMI could pump out here. LoJazz still keeping that flash summoner spell on cooldown. And Decoy at least is able to keep his distance from the remaining members of CCG.
Have to continue to praise Baz too, who I think just doing his job in terms of where he's positioning. That flash, again, not being threatened, as that is the most important summoner spell in the game, Rafa. That flash on Baz. So I will say that fight for AMI, the fact they locked up Aojun was the big deal, right? Because Aojun does have access to QSS now. Did pop it in that last fight, but it wasn't enough to get out of the CC chain from AMI. So Aojun, goes in, only gets focused, and then gets taken out before he can get that back line. Going to be really important to find more valuable members of AMI if CCG want to have a chance to win these fights.
Jack Show has been completed for Baz, so he is a lot harder to kill now.
That's a big deal. Still think Yone combo can do it, but for sure nerfs MF a lot.
Definitely hurts CCG when it comes to just having only Array deal the damage. So very, very imperative for Aojun to find that combo on Baz, who has still yet to burn his flash summoner spell this game. He has been fearless in all of these fights and ever so trusting in his teammates, and his faith has not been punished.
All right, just have a good old ARAM here. As AMI, I know they really need to fight this dragon, so again, cannot give away this Mountain Soul for free. Dropping what they can in order to secure control is Breezy. They tried to get him on the other side of the wall, but unfortunately for Breezy, was able to make it to the right side of the train tracks.
Yep.
He manages to stick around with his team.
Dragon spawning in 35 seconds. AMI trying to set up a trap here. Breezy is the target, immediately pops. The unbreakable bullet time is countered by Pocus's shield, and now the damage really comes down to Aojun, but he is really struggling to find an angle. Fate sealed right onto the back, does find Baz. That's the flash spell gone. Now Baz is on the back foot, and the rest of CCG have done enough to force AMI to retreat. They find Decoy, don't drop a single man, and that will guarantee Mountain Soul for them. But AMI are just going to try to flip Baron instead.
That is the only way they can drag CCG here, but Lojaz is so low. Yeah, they're just going to have the Yone Soul out the Dragon. What a tragic fight, too, as Lojaz, he went in, lost all of his health, and was a great combo coming out from CCG. As, oh no, Lojaz is dead.
Oh no, CCG are just going to get everything here, Matt. AMI so hopeful off of the advantages that Baz was able to find for himself, but now CCG able to decisively win a fight, force Baz on the back foot, now down both of his summoner spells. Lojaz gone, and they get both Mountain Soul and the Baron on top of it.
I would love a look at that mid lane fight if we could have it, because Lojaz went in. He wasn't able to cancel the bullet time. He was CC chained to where the bullet time went off to a pretty long duration, and Lojaz got so low they just couldn't have the rest of the fight. Honestly, well played by CCG, but just a wee bit unlucky for Lojaz that he wasn't able to find that one window to get a Bramble Smash off to cancel that bullet time. And it might have really changed the fight, because instead Lojaz gets locked up, loses all of his health, and they can't contest the monster objectives. And now CCG, I mean, we talk so much about the scaling of AMI, but we're able to execute it in the back half of this game, Rafa.
CCG really thankful for the Dragon RNG this game. The fact that they get 4 Mountain Dragons back-to-back with Soul on top of it.
Okay. Well, it's the sad fight as the shout connects from Crimson and the Maokai falls, and that's about it. And then, yeah, a bit of a bummer here. As we go back to live, going to be an inner turret siege as CCG doing their best with the Baron.
Baz is still down a flash for the next 2.5 minutes here. Really ample time for CCG to force another fight if they ever see Varus overstepping his welcome. And I think for AMI's case, they're just going to have to graciously give up every single turret that CCG want. And as long as they don't drop any team members and take a fight to, at the very least, their Nexus turrets, or under their Nexus turrets, I should say, that is their best case scenario for a fight. But so far, they're doing a decent job of being able to safely walk up and clear a majority of the minion waves. However, cannot step past this point for the super minions or the cannons. Weaver's Wall already used. I mean, we have Focus in the backline trying to buy as much time as he can. Lojez is also there, and now they just turn right into the Maokai. The fact that Baz can only hit one target onto Crimson looking for the Scion, but he's just too tanky. The bullet time is going to shred Baz right until the very end. AMI have lost their damage dealer. 5-Mania and Decoy, the only ones left, but they can't get through this front line, and CCG are just going to walk it in for the Game 1 win.
Baz does such a nice job of holding on to his flash this game, and the one fight he doesn't have, it just melts in the end. So the Array's bullet time as CCG, they managed to hold on, made it look like they were the ones that had the scaling in this draft as they find the win.
Oh, 7s in the chat for Baz and AMI, but CCG are victorious and being able to at least, you know, live up to the expectations that we had set for the beginning of the series as they find the first win of the overall match.
Yeah, I thought that AMI actually played out a good game. Man, that 3rd and 4th dragon that was taken by CCG, ability to maybe rewatch those sequences or what happened there for AMI is they need to be able to put those objectives together in the back half in order to really stop CCG from overwhelming them. Again, I think the scaling is really good for AMI. Just overplayed their hand in a few fights where, again, Varus, he does so much damage within his range when he is on hit. I felt like there were a couple fights where Baz wasn't quite able to get the damage off. Maybe our front line was a little bit too far ahead as AMI. And, man, it just felt like that was a game where they had it, they were building up to it, and it really slipped away from them at the end. So, again, a team that we feel like sometimes play greater than the sum of their parts, but really a bummer to see them kind of fall apart after they did so much good work in trying to get that game in their favor early on.
It is what it is. Credit where credit is due. CCG just being able to identify that Baz was the big threat, and I think they took the fights necessary to zone him away, or just recognizing that, hey, Varus is not going to necessarily be here to fight while his front line is getting shredded. So just that's why CCG was our favorites for the match, and they were able to prevail despite, you know, giving a massive advantage over to Baz in the early game. When we come back after this break, it'll be game 2 of the series between CCG and AMI.
How did I start playing League? My brother introduced me to the game first, my older brother, and he pretty much like got me inspired, like when he first started being a pro player. And then my twin brother started playing, and that motivated me to start playing as well and get good, just like them. First esports player that I followed? Probably Verickson, honestly, for pro players. A team, I think 100 Thieves. That was my first team that I followed. I'd probably say getting my first pentakill. That was probably my favorite moment. I think it was when I first started playing, so Season 7 on Master Yi, when I first got it. That was my last memory. I feel like my team is a lot stronger this time around compared to my last team. Not saying my last team was necessarily bad, but I think this time I've also improved a lot myself. So I think with this team I can carry them like a lot easier, and we'll see how things end up. I think we'll easily get top 5 or top 3. I think that the competition this year is slightly worse on the bottom, but slightly better on the top. So we'll see what happens.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Apex Mission Impossible and CCG Esports. If you're just tuning in, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm Rafa. I'm back. Still here in the caster booth with my main man, Matthew Cubby David Samuelson. That's right. We're at that point, docking the full name.
Maybe one game,
Yeah, off of one game, Yep.
We're just boys like that, I guess.
Yep. We are just built different that way. And if you're just tuning in and just seeing the results now, want to continue giving credit where credit was due. Apex Mission Impossible, Baz and Pocus played a really nice laning phase, at least, kind of post first grub fight, and were able to find a decent advantage. And that is where AMI were trying to leverage a majority of their strength and win conditions for the first half of the game.
This, to me, felt like AMI's game to lose. And I feel like AMI lost it, which is too bad. Waiting for the one close fight before the Mountain Soul was picked up that ended the game for CCG. See how close that one was. I mean, again, this one, I think Low Jazz is starting with a W in. Just keep on queuing people backwards here. Because what ends up happening is that Baz can only hit Crimson. And that queue backwards from Crimson didn't help either. So I feel like our front line is just too far forward here as AMI, even in the 2-for-1 win. And then this upcoming fight for AMI. Oh yeah, this was fine because they're taking Baron while this was going on. But the fight afterwards, Rafa, is where CCG just ended up winning.
Yeah. So watch the positioning of AMI's front line to where Baz is, and watch how Aljun and Array zone him out of the fight.
Yeah, again, I thought this escape was nice from Low Jazz. It's just that we were late to get in here as AMI with 5 mini, and good tools used by Aljun and Array to keep the carries out. The next fight's the one that I'm looking for. I kind of forgot about this one. Nope, not this. Nope, not that one either. We're getting close. It's the one in mid. This was close. This was a nice little 1-for-1.
Yeah.
This one. What? Oh no!
Oh man. I wonder that's why we didn't see it originally in the game 1 replay. Maybe was not able to get saved in the. It is what it is. Yeah. We'll do our best to count it for you or describe it for you, and that'll be a
Low Jazz couldn't stop bullet time. It was fight changing. I thought that was very close to.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Matt, is that when we were first watching that fight, it looked like Pocus had absorbed a majority of the bullet time, but that was because he was behind Low Jazz and at least shielding everything from going through Pocus. I did not realize that Low Jazz was caught up in basically the front part of that fight and not able to interrupt it there. So it almost seemed like AMI was in a good spot for winning that fight, but because Baz did not have his summoner spells available, he's not able to reliably pump nearly as much damage as he had been able to in prior fights. And now we're back to kind of where expectations were for the beginning of the series, despite AMI, actually being in a position in that game 1 where it was their game to win.
Yeah, I feel like with AMI, we're seeing some positives from them at times as a team, but just like other scenarios where it's like they just kind of roll over, which has been a bummer because, again, they started off their series with here we go. Yeah, watch Low Jazz. It's just the chain CC was never able to stop bullet time. And then, of course, as this fight plays out, I think Aljun had a really nice entrance. They managed to find Baz this time around. Did have cleanse, did rock the barrier. So that got the flash out and again bought enough space where they won the front line. Shout out to League Ace for making sure we got that one. I felt like that was the most important replay in the game. Just because, we have a jungler with no HP, with Mountain Soul on the table. Baz had the flash that ended up, leading to a pretty fast game end for CCG. But it was a close game up until that moment, Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine that if Low Jazz was not caught up in the bullet time, because Pocus did have a really nice Braum shield to absorb the ultimate. If he's standing behind it, then Low Jazz has enough HP to take an extended fight with Baz continuously hitting even after he gets jumped on by Aljun with the Fate Sealed, right? And yeah, potentially a different timeline, for AMI. Bummer for them, but obviously for CCG, kind of business as usual, being able to find the windows and the win conditions despite, not necessarily being a game that we typically expect from their early game. But now we're getting ready for our second draft of this series. As you know, with Fearless, all the 10 champions you saw in game 1, gone. No mas for the rest of the series. And I know low-hanging fruit, Matt, but you gotta tell it to the people.
It's the fearless one yet. And of course, for fans at home, we are not playing on the live patch today. That will start on Saturday. As I know, the Rift is going to look a little bit different on our screen than it does on your screen if you queue up for a game today. What do you got, Rafa?
Got to make sure everyone is continuing the conversation, by the way. All the socials you see here at NACL on every single platform. And then, of course, on Twitter, it's at Watch NACL.
Yeah.
If you want to chirp
if
on
you
in.
want to add us, like, why aren't you playing on the Spirit Blossom Rift? And the Demacia Rift is still there. You know,
I mean, you can add us. Unfortunately, we won't be able to change it for you until next week when all the players have had some ample time to adjust, because it is a very big patch change.
It is a big patch, but they brought back all the old timers that we used to know and love in League, so it's fine. It's going to be a familiar game.
I'm not going to lie, Matt. It doesn't really feel like the old timers that I used to know and love, because I've just been so whatchamacallit, Noxus map pilled. I like playing on live a couple nights ago. I was like, all right, guys, I want to move over to Grubs right now. It's 5:30. And then Alk just goes,
yeah,
dog, it's 8 minutes now.
It's
I'm
8 minutes now. Yeah. Well, at least that's what teammates are for, Rafa, making sure that, someone on the team reads the patch notes. That's always nice. That said, diving into this game on this patch, we do have the Corki being first picked here by AMI. Was a pick that Baz was playing a lot earlier in the split. So it looks like that's going to be snatched up, but does give over some priority picks for CCG as they use it on the Azir and the Poppy, which is flexible now for the rest of the draft. But frankly, with that Azir showing pretty high odds, it ends up being Dardoch grabbing that one for himself in the jungle.
Yeah, and Poppy has really just kind of reemerged as a really strong answer into a majority of things that you just see on Summoner's Rift these days as well. A lot of the bans did not get changed up going into the second draft, so AMI going to be even more limited in terms of priority picks. The fact that they are able to still get Corki for themselves at least guarantees that their bot lane should have strong push capabilities, and just going with a priority support in Nautilus, maybe not necessarily always winning in majority matchups, but you will always have reliable engage with that point and click depth charge.
And they're really daring that Poppy to go jungle. And I will say, two of the better responses to Nautilus and the Alistar and the Braum are now both off the table. So curious to see where CCG goes from here, as it really feels like the game plan for AMI is like, let's not let Dardoch carry with what we've seen in the draft. I mean, the Rise takeaway into the Fury and Lilia, I feel like that's taking away like one of, if not the best enabling mid laner, with two of Dardoch's best carry jungle picks. Yeah. Definitely games where we have seen other members need to step up for CCG with just the setups that we have here. But diving into this one, looks like they still think that Poppy is going to be at support, as that Ivern takeaway is a bit of a surprise.
I would not imagine Dardoch being a Ivern player, but then again,
it is good here.
It works for the composition, and I think the cool thing about Dardoch's evolution in tier 2 and tier 3 respectively over the past few years has been he's become much more flexible. I think the Dr. Mundo jungle pick kind of speaks to Dardoch saying, guys, I'm willing to pick anything, and anything that is super niche, and I'll be able to play it at the highest level possible. So AMI just trying to limit their options here in terms of flexibility. All right, well, we now know that the Poppy is guaranteed to go into the jungle with the Rel lock-in at support.
Yeah, saving that AD pick for last, as they don't know if it's going to be Corki mid or bot. Of course, it's set up that it could be Baz. And I will say that Ziggs pick, I think it might be a Ziggs mid. This is a 5-mini special. So I'm still calling this is going to be Corki bot and Ziggs mid, but we will see. As frankly, this could be decided by the AD pick for CCG. As they're going to likely, Aatrox coming in, a lot of melees. So now, Jhin goes up in value a lot. It gives you a way to interact with the Ziggs and maybe stay far away enough from the Aatrox where he's not a problem.
I was about to say, you definitely want range here for the side of CCG.
Ezreal works, okay.
You know what? And even though it's not the Jhin with the curtain call, Ezreal will be just a little bit more slippery. And I think that will be something that CCG will value in this game, because even if you go something for like the Jhin and you stay a full screen away, if you pop the curtain call, 5 mini on the Ziggs can chunk you out with a Mega Inferno Bomb and just right on top of your head. So I think with the Ezreal, you have a lot more capabilities of being able to slink your way through the poke, try to E over the minefield that Ziggs can offer, and just dodge any of the bouncing bombs or the rockets coming out from Corki. Of course, also trying to dodge any of the ranged skill shot CC coming out from the side of Skarner and Aatrox as we get ready to load up into Summoner's Rift for Game 2 between AMI and CCG.
Yeah, it will be an interesting one here. Rafa again, AMI showed some competitiveness with how they played the map early in that game one. Just weren't able to find the fights, find the setups necessary to really take a victory. And a game where we really felt like AMI was at advantage. But we'll see if this game can change, as we do see a return to that fine mini Ziggs that, frankly, we've only seen him play once so far this split. It was a win for AMI. But I do like the pick this game. I think it's going to be tricky to deal with that Ezreal. But it's a really good matchup into Azir. And if you have to jump into a Ziggs, which CCG has to do, the perks of mid Ziggs are, well, you get a few more levels just with that solo gold and experience. So opportunity to have more points and skills. And as a caster, always good. So if Mini can get a lead and build up his economy, Ziggs can be quite scary in the mid lane. I feel like I used to have to explain this pick a lot more, but now that APA plays in NA, I really don't. A lot of people are kind of used to seeing how this one works.
Thank you, Ian. He's really brought the truth of Ziggs mid to not just NA, but also the entire world. I still feel very...
this game.
Yeah. I mean, it just side tangent. It was so cool just going through like LCK content one night and then seeing the boardroom. What is it? The boardroom secret agent showroom. And then when they go to NA, they're like, guys, I think Ziggs is legit. Even Showmaker's now playing Ziggs mid too. It's just all because of APA and being able to bring it to the forefront of the global meta.
And your wave clear is killing. And unlike Xerath, you know, you have that satchel charge, which can not only be used on your opponents, but importantly can be used on yourself. So if Mini is really going to play this Ziggs to the elite level, opportunity to cancel any E-dash from Azir with that satchel charge, or a potential Poppy dash in with a satchel charge at your feet, try and get you out of there. It will be brought down by the steadfast presence, though. So I think that we're going to have to see Mini use that one a little bit defensively.
Yeah, I imagine that Mini is way safer in this 1v1 matchup than he was on the Taliyah versus the Yone, because yeah, I mean, gank setup for Poppy is very, very hard to do unless you're able to just find a flash wall slam. But if Mini is just navigating around the mid lane strategically enough, that should not happen. And this time around, a lot of the focus from Dardoch is probably not going to be towards the mid lane this time around. I imagine after taking a couple notes from how well Baz and Pocus did in the previous game, Dardoch is probably going to focus a lot of his efforts in hovering towards the bottom side of the map.
We'll see. That steadfast presence going to get a little bit more value on this top side, as maybe a potential to set up on the Aatrox, set Aatrox behind early. That could be big. So this is a matchup that we kind of have seen reemerge with lanes being locked in. So we do have AMI and the Decoy willing to pull this one out, and do appreciate that. I know that the Aatrox into Mbessa is one that we have seen get a lot more popular, especially in the LPL, Rafa, where we've been.
And in this game, you will have some decent value playing into at least a relatively not that tanky front line here. Meanwhile, Dardoch just being able to outplay Lojaz in the wall slam. However, Mini gets the first roam, so Dardoch has got to be careful, trying to battle Lojaz to the very end, gets plundered away by the satchel charge. And now Lojaz might be under fire here. Aljun doesn't have enough mana to really flash over the wall. And now Aljun might have just lost his life, or at least his flash summoner spell. Gonna have to flash the Ishtal impact, but Mini flashing over the wall. Lojaz puts himself in range, but Mini guarantees that his jungler will not die in this river.
Lojaz able to drop the shield live with about 20 HP there from production, as Aljun and Dardoch take a 2v2 that goes sideways. AMI strike first in that mid-jungle 2v2. They get a 2 for nothing.
You know, 5 Mini was heard all of the talk about, yeah, Aljun has definitely been out of the 4 rookie mids the most impressive one, and said, yeah, let me
Not done yet.
I'm not done yet. You know, let me cook, bro. And 5 Mini making a really strong name for himself already on this Ziggs in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I like the initial trade from Dardoch. Obviously, he was up heavy, but didn't flash out of that satchel charge as he took a lot of damage in the back half. And yeah, can get another look. We got some HP bars on this one, too. So we can see, A, how hard Dardoch won the initial trade. Played this one out pretty damn well. But B, I think the big thing, not flashing out of the satchel charge here. As 5 Mini, his abilities, they strike, they land true. Good setup there. Was able to rotate out the passive well, too, as he got an auto attack off early on. And, oh, that's a sad Poppy.
Damn.
Not even going to get to see the follow-up there. Just going to make sure that Dardoch feels the pain sitting in the river. And now, CCG feeling a little bit of that pain on the map. Not going to be a Mountain Soul again, because that's the first dragon that we have spawn. And then this one going over to AMI.
Yeah. Low Jazz doing a solid job of just trying to burn down the first dragon of the game relatively early before the first Grubs rotation has even come on to the Rift, so that it at least gives AMI some options to think about, like, hey, do we want to compete for at least one of the Grubs on the first rotation and yoink it away, or even just like have some tempo to play on the side of the map where Dardoch will guarantee to not be.
Well, at the moment, it does look like Low Jazz might want to get frisky here, Rafa. So we'll see if any of these smites can come down and maybe just be a trade for these last 2. Is Smite War goes over to Dardoch, but of course now Smite, that's on cooldown, so if Low Jazz bursts this down,
yeah,
will be all AMI. And
the fact that 5 Mini has guaranteed push access into Aljun's Zir allows him to make that play in general. So now 1 to 2 Grubs and the first dragon. AMI gonna be happy about that one.
And I mean, frankly, Rafa, this feels like 2 games in a row where, you know, early game, it's like, hey, AMI, like, we like their draft. Like, we feel like their draft can win. We like some of the plays that we've seen early on from AMI. It feels like they found winning plays, but just haven't been able to put things together against the better teams we have had in the league. And again, it feels like another game for AMI where they're on quite the slide, right? As I believe they've dropped their last 4 to maybe 5 series now if they drop this one. And have not won a game outside of the series they've won 2, right? It really feels like, you know, there have been some games where individually they've been getting blown out of the water early and they couldn't play the game later. That hasn't been what this series has felt like so far, but we do need to see AMI, compared to what we saw in game 1, step up how they execute the later portions of the game, because it hasn't been good enough to beat the better teams in the league. And AMI, I mean, they deserve to be talked about this way, because this isn't the team that just wasn't expected to get out of OQs anymore. They've actually shown us some good stuff in this league by winning a couple series early on. We just haven't seen that of late. So if we're going to raise that bar, raise that expectation for them, it doesn't really feel like their setups need to be better as a team, and these fights need to be executed cleaner.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you know, the execution falter has been coming towards the second half of the game. And unfortunately, sometimes those are the ones that just matter more, where death timers are longer, more objectives are up for grabs that can pretty much guarantee you winning the game, if not getting a lot of damage down onto the base, right? You know, welcome to League of Legends. As AMI, I have faith that with the evolution that they have shown already, just being able to step up the CCG in game 1 and already an early game, even if CCG somehow bring this back, that AMI Blue Otter series becomes even more exciting to watch next week, as Low Jazz, that's a whiff on the Skarner ulti, and CCG don't have to burn anything for that.
There's a thin pony there. Not really, just an oopsie.
This is a lot of damage, Pocus. Did you really want to take that? I guess trying to entertain the fact of a 1-for-1 and guarantees the feat of warfare secured for the side of AMI. And 1 kill. Oh, this is a really nice setup on the 5 Mini, knowing that his flash is still off. Cooldown is just about to come up, but it will not come up soon enough. CCG, they definitely took that timer to the very tick dot of the second.
Yeah. Gets it up in the gray screen, but wasn't up soon enough to escape the gank as the displacement rings true for Dardoch and Aojun on this Poppy Azir. Ziggs, I mean, 5 Mini did his best to ult the wave there and hold on, but just No flash on Ziggs, no way to get out of that play. As it connects for CCG. Good punish there on the Ziggs.
Crimson has a decent health advantage over Decoy right now. World Ender is forced out of Decoy just to survive, but Dardoch has arrived to the party, steps in front, and the public execution is now just so much easier to land. Lojaz arrives, but remember, he already expended the Skarner ulti on the bottom side of the map. Crimson's just gonna flash away outside of the range of Skarner, and now, Matt, all hell has broken loose, and CCG have regained control of the game.
Great walk and roam from Breezy as Dardoch manages to connect 2 plays in a row as they entirely went out on that top side, Rafa. All 3 members of the AMI top side fall at the hands of Dardoch's Poppy.
You know, the first river fight didn't go so well for CCG, and Dardoch says, that's fine. You know what? I'll let them have that one. Is able to bring it back in back-to-back jungle surfing plays mid to top, and even CCG being able to at least get a decent 1-for-1 for themselves on the bottom side of the map without Dardoch's intervention. At the very least, AMI have a kill on Baz, making the trade happen in that 2v3 that we saw. Breezy. All right. I thought he would end up taking more damage there, but you know what? Breezy knew what he was doing.
Well, with that attempt on the bot side, I guess it is Grubs being done in vision on the CCG top side. So likely to be Dardoch playing towards the priority that he has in his bot lane now, which is quite nice. I will say we haven't really hit on the scaling, but Ezreal Corki. If Ezreal gets ahead in this matchup, always nice. You're building the same items, so you just hit the spike sooner, and then you have more range. So can use that, try and push around this bot lane. Whereas important that AMI's comp, they're able to be bursty with that Ziggs and the Corki is, of course, Corki, a little bit less range compared to the Ezreal, but sure as hell packs a punch when he does manage to rip off, chain those CCs. Speaking of chains, Crimson, can he get out?
Good repeat visit on the top side, knowing that Crimson does not have flash. Public execution just coming off cooldown. Aojun tried to find the Emperor's Divide, but it was a great flash by Lojaz to dodge it. However, Aojun should be able to trade at least one back.
Okay.
Shut down, goes over to Lojaz.
I like the idea from Aojun, like that ult to try and buy time for Crimson to get the public execution, then the follow-up on the decoy. I think it was well executed by CCG, but it's not enough to get more than a 1-for-1 up there. As a well-found play here by Lojaz did manage to punish the flashless Crimson in the end. Decoy being traded out, I think, was decently well managed by CCG. And we'll get Aojun's a couple of plates here on the top side, so not all bad.
When item spikes are now coming in for pretty much everyone on the Rift. I would love to
talk about items, Rafa. I really like the shift from CCG, though, as I feel like this shift, getting them more plates to, you know, find some more items in the back half. They put Array mid after Aojun went top, and they're going to send Crimson bot in order to soak up all 3 waves. Managed to get a couple plates throughout that rotation, too. Feel like in the quiet time there on the map, CCG, and they have a 2K gold lead now, definitely grew in the last minute or two, just given how they reassigned those lanes after that top lane play. I know it's small, but really well played by CCG.
I mean, this is what happens when, you know, the top teams are able to find, you know, small gold advantage just based off of strong rotations, right?
Yeah.
This is how you maximize getting gold for yourself on the map, and CCG just demonstrating why they have been able to cement themselves on the top half of the standings. Now, Crimson could be under fire here. There's 3 members from Pocus, Lojaz, and 5mini all starting to corral this turret, but at the very least, 5mini is just going to go for turret plates, and that's exactly what CCG are also doing in mid lane. Baz is forced to respond to it, as well as Decoy. Dardoch should not be in trouble. Would be able to punt away Decoy if things get a little too hairy here, but Aojun should be able to look for first brick.
Just deal with the next wave. This is going to make sure that one falls. Gets all 5 plates up there. As... okay. Yordle not able to squeeze through that window, but still finds Pocus.
Yeah, you know what? All's well that ends well, and Lojaz is going to be the recipient of the CCG pain train once again. I guess we didn't get a chance to see what happened, but Baz must have expended his Valkyrie, and then CCG's bot lane jumping on it, forcing him to flash over the wall. And as you called, even though Dardoch doesn't make it over the wall himself with the flash, at least he is slightly closer to the collapsing front line from AMI, who are now suddenly out of range of Corki just being able to fight.
Instead of the AD, you know? It's just the commiseration prize, you know?
Yep.
Commiserations over
working.
Dardoch. The failed flash into the devalued target, you know?
Yeah.
Can't reward bad play, sadly, Dardoch. That's all right, though. It's been mostly good play from Dardoch still in this game. Again, really helped his top side get a lead and help build up what is now a 3.5K gold lead that's amassed here for CCG. In a game where when it comes to scaling, we don't really have like one team that like heavily outscales the other. I think scaling in this one is pretty well managed or well matched. It just comes down to who can execute the better team fight. I do think that AMI has a slight edge if we really want to get down to the nitty-gritty of scaling, but opportunity still for AMI to find a fight, Rafa, and I'm kind of curious like what you're looking at. I see Dardoch flashless, you know, if he overextends at any point, could be victim for a Poppy, but AMI, they have to set up the map to try and get CCG funneled into these corridors where Ziggs can get a little bit more value and be that burst they're looking for as Array.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm looking at,
Jesus.
Cubby. I'm just looking at Array just soloing Baz in the mid lane.
What was that, Array? He looked angry at that one. I had said that the Ezreal, if you get ahead, you can actually, you know, outscale this matchup, or you can start to play up or have an advantage, but wasn't expecting that, man, as Array just, with the PTA, straight up deletes the Corki.
Yeah, Jackson is not happy about how game one started out, with Baz and Pocus getting the jump on them early on. And I think Jackson just basically saying, all right, guys, let's remember who's the better AD carry here. Or at least that is, you know, the statement that Array would like to leave us all with at the end of this game, too.
It has been a good split so far for Array. Again, we looked at this bot lane of Array and Breezy, Rafa. I remember talking about him in the first meeting, like, hey, you know, this really feels like two players that have always been solid, but have always just kind of been outshined by some of the competition.
Yeah.
And had a real opportunity with this team, this roster to, you know, prove that they are now the competition and players that could be next up. I think that both Breezy and Array have had a really solid split with this squad and have continued to give us more and more reason to be excited about their games leading into the playoffs.
Yeah. And this is one of the first few splits where Array and Breezy could make a reasonable argument to be considered top 3 in their roles by the end of the regular season, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the other bot lanes that you're facing, hang on. Fight in the mid lane, but
Breezy
good ultimate by Dardoch, using the hammer to punt low Jazz away before he was able to find a Impale. The rest of CCG have been chunked on their health bars. Array is going to try to sneak in a quick recall before the dragon fight, and I think he'll have enough time to do so.
I mean, able to get that, not the fully evolved Miramana yet, but able to get that second item in the inventory. Importantly, Eojun, who also has really started to crack open a nice lead with that Nasher's Azir, managed to get a lot of plates, has that early Leandre's done. So I think that with the items I'm looking at in the inventory, Rafa, wouldn't be surprised if AMI just drops this one. I don't think a fight's there for them, and I think AMI agrees.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is on 1 items, but then Aljun and Array are both on 2 items. So
yeah,
if you take that fight, you would be potentially risking the rest of the control of the game going completely over to CCG. So, yep.
I think it's a good give. Again, Dragons are split at the moment, so no real pressure on AMI to try and contest these, but be a nice little boost in power going over to CCG, and this Infernal Dragon will be secured. And CCG continue to take the right steps. Also, shout out to our team behind the scenes to add a nice little dragon card there. So now I get reminded at home the exact numbers that Infernal Dragon does indeed give you, as it is 3%, which could be increased if you do get the one Otacon that I forget what the name is, and I don't need to remember anymore because the patch changed, but it gives you the plus 25%, but I got to pause.
Meanwhile, mid lane.
Fight. Array.
Oh, Array could not sidestep the Impale. He already burned both Flash, and now the barrier is expended, and he is still caught in the crossfire. Really great persistence from AMI to find the kill on Array.
Shut down on the Baz. Meanwhile, Eojun and Breezy were able to find a dive on the 5 minis, so leads to a kill and a turret going over to CCG, so they still win out on the play overall, but a shutdown over to Baz, not all bad.
Well, AMI are able to stem the bleeding a little bit by getting some gold back into their pockets. But meanwhile, we're going to take a look back at what was the dive on the bottom side of the map.
Not very competitive there. 5 mini, looks like he ulted the last wave, as that ult was on cooldown. So wasn't able to survive the collapse that time around. Did save the flash, so we'll have that available next time he needs to get out of a situation. I will say, I think he was going down either way there, so might have been the right call. But good find by Breezy and Eojun, who Again, continue to pressure the Ziggs, and that is what you have to do into the Ziggs. You have to make plays into it. If not, that thing can get really big. They've done a good job of keeping Flyminty down so far. As Pocus, he's in trouble.
Dredge line over to the left side. He's got 5 mini if he can drop a explosive minefield here, but Pocus is going to get killed before a majority of 5 mini spells come out to try and dissuade CCG from continuing the fight. So now 5-on-4 for CCG for the next 15 seconds here. Are they going to continue for 5 mini?
Yeah,
He's got a flash. He should be fine, but Keeper's Verdict punts him up. Can Alju get in there alongside Breezy? Good use of the satchel charge, keeps himself safe, but doesn't have much more spells to really contribute and stop the siege of that tier 2 tower on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I guess no Ziggs ult, no opportunity for wave clear, and yeah, they don't find the Ziggs. They lose Breezy's flash, but they do find that inner turret and grow that gold lead to now a whopping 6.5K here at 20 minutes. So CCG continuing to really take the right steps necessary to put AMI away. And keep in mind that this is a pretty important series for AMI. They do need to find... Oh, hold on, Pocus.
Pocus was trying to walk up and see if they could get a jump onto Aljun, but the fact that Breezy stayed ensured that they were able to get the first poke at to Pocus. And even with the flash over the wall, still going to fall to Aljun as he was able to clip him with one more use of the Sand Soldiers there and the burn of the Lianji's Torment. CCG, once again, 5-4 on the map for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, Lojaz snagged the Dragon, but that blue buff, unfortunately, didn't go over to the Ziggs. Did go over to the Corki. That does matter a little bit on the Ziggs. As,
oh my goodness!
Azir combo. Oh, man. It's gotten a little out of control in the last few minutes, Rafa.
In that scenario, I didn't see where 5 mini was positioned, but I am assuming that 5 mini had the false sense of security, thinking that Lojaz was in the area.
We got the insta replay. Yeah, I mean, again, Lojaz is above, and they see Dardoch. So maybe the call was we're going to look on the Dardoch, and then Aojun was not spotted. Finds the scoop and score.
Yeah, they lost track of the Azir.
Yeah, Aojun and Dardoch syncing up quite nicely.
Which is crazy, because there was like 2 control wards from both sides in the blue buff bush, but Aljun, I guess, never got spotted in that rotation. Lojaz might look for an angle here, but it's just on to Breezy, so not going to throw out the Impale, especially with Dragon coming up in the next 50 seconds. It would be a shame to waste that ultimate here and now, so AMI just keep their cool.
And we continue to keep our cool up here as well, Rafa. Feels like things have just been slipping away a little bit slowly and a little bit more further away from AMI. I just tried to invent a word. I'm not even casting with Mazel.
I do that all the time, Matt. I mean, if there's any state that we can look at and glean from this game, and just to even further cement the fact of how ahead CCG are at, we got the pity prizes up on the board in top left.
Oh. You can always distract me with pity prizes, just as a phrase. As we're trading the Dragon for an inner or outer turret, and maybe more, as Crimson. Good buffer.
Wow.
Okay, he made that look easy.
Yeah, throw up the thumbs up emote. I definitely would have done the same. Didn't even have to use his flash.
That's that was smooth, man. I don't know what I'll say about that. That was the most casual 4v1 escape I think I've seen.
Yeah. I mean, Crimson not only left you stun locked, he left AMI stun locked as well.
Yeah, inner turret on the flip side was secured in that bot lane for CCG. Aojin picked that up, and now we'll continue to pick up that Dragon that was originally going to be dropped by AMI, who just haven't found the right times to pull the trigger, Rafa, and frankly, we've seen them opt out of pulling the trigger a few other times just because of how far behind they've been. Feels like this focus on 5 mini in the side lane has really been the gloom and doom of AMI in this game.
CCG overall have played a much cleaner game 2 than compared to what had happened in game 1. Also, granted, I think AMI had a very, very strong early game advantage that they didn't drop the ball on, whereas game 2, they had the makings for it again, but CCG were able to answer back in tenfold. Oh, good interrupt by Decoy,
engage.
no Keeper's Verdict available now for Dardoch, or at least it's been reset, but Lojaz getting chunked out low. Good Impale right onto the engaging front line, but Array just does too much damage on this Ezreal, and the rest of AMI cannot stand up to him. Both Decoy and Lojaz are gone. Baron is not up for another 35 seconds, so at the very least, CCG will get an Otacon for themselves.
Oh, Pocus has ult available. Actually, didn't use it on Array there, as Array still has Flash. AMI, knowing that they can't really contest that Dragon, will be looking. Array could be under threat here. Yeah, gonna have to burn
goodness!
Flash.
I mean, Array playing with fire, but the public execution forces 5Mini's Flash after so that he doesn't fall. Teleport coming in from Aljun. He wants to sweep right onto 5Mini. The flashless Ziggs gonna brute force his way through Pocus. Does not get a chance to. Pocus giving his life so that his mid laner can see the light of another day. Baz still on the run. Has Flash and Cleanse available. And Dardoch is just content finishing off this Otacon.
Feels like it's kind of been the story of the series, Rafa. Is or at least this game, with AMI trying to do stuff, and then quietly CCG is just taking the objectives under their noses. It's another Otacon and back-to-back games snuck away by CCG against AMI, who we saw a couple ideas in terms of their draft there. I think that the ability for Skarner to sync up, you know, pop the R and actually drag people across a minefield set up for Ziggs is not bad. But
might have worked out with better results if the gold lead was not nearly
too far
as steep.
behind. Yeah. Array's got that Spear Shojin, and he's doing a little bit of pumping. Crimson's almost at 16. There's going to be more pumping coming out of the Ambessa. And AMI. I don't know how to get back in this one, Rafa. I feel like this one's very CCG favorite at this point.
Yeah. A lot of pumping on the side of CCG, just like prom night, as CCG continue this gold advantage here. And the Emperor's Divide running to Lojaz. He's going to try to flash away, but the Keeper's Verdict is going to keep him in place. And Mega Inferno Bomb is just not going to do enough to really force CCG out of the jungle here.
Well, no smite equals Baron down. As Rafa, you know, I'm expecting more fireworks out of the second series. I'm going to be frank.
You know what? Remember at the start of this series, Matt, that we said that we had expected CCG to be the dominant ones in this series. And the fact that we got a game one, you know, a little bit of surprise from AMI, you know, I'm very happy, you know? And I think AMI can at least look back at that game one and be like, okay, guys, let's see what, you know, went well for us here. And we'll take the learning lessons from that game and try to apply it as we get ready for our Blue Otter series next week, which should be much more competitive for them than what we had expected going into this series against CCG, right? And it's still a winnable scenario for them to, if they are able to overcome Blue Otter, then that's good for their overall, I'm not exactly sure on the numbers of playoff standings, but at least should save them from being in danger of promotion relegation tournament scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what everything is here for, like, the scenarios. Again, the series for AMI, important is the 3-win is kind of the magic number to avoid that relegation standing. And, of course, the series that we have later on could be AMI is going to be watching, because we're starting to get to the point where, again, AMI started off 2-1, but they're kind of at risk for relegation here. Really depending on what happens in our second series today. Of course, putting the finishing touches on the first one, going to be CCG, is Dardoch. Does fires off the Keeper's Verdict, and that does ensure the inhibitor turret goes down in favor of CCG.
4 item Azir plus 10 seals on the, or 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, I should say. Compared to a 2.5 item Ziggs. Lojaz goes in, finds a suppression onto 1 with Breezy, but now he's gone. And public execution right into the backline. Baz forced to flash away. Still has the cleanse, but his front line is gone. Decoy trying to do everything he can with the World Ender to keep his world alive. But Array in the front line, you know, having a little fun with that AMI. Being able to punish an overextended Ezreal in the fight. And CCG, as a result, will not get a chance to end the series now.
All right. Oopsie there from CCG. Array, 1 arcane shift too many forward. A mistake that we've all made when ahead like this, but it should just be a reset into what could be an infertile soul for CCG. They want it. Yeah, they will take it. And honestly, the bummer of a split continues a little bit for AMI here, Rafa, as we were at a point where we didn't really have expectations for this team, but frankly, with some of the early play, like, they earned some, and since they've earned some, it doesn't feel like they've been able to match it or reach any sort of like landing spot where we were really hoping to see this team be, right? Because we saw some early like decent looks and improvement, but I know that this team has a lot of experience playing together as 5, more so compared to some of the other teams we have in the league. And it feels like other teams are more so caught up to the team play rather than AMI being able to overtake them with some of the good team play they experienced very early on in the split this year.
Yeah. I think if AMI had not won any of the series earlier in this split, we would still be talking about them as a team that, oh, they're just happen to be here.
Yeah, we'd be talking about them like how we talk about Pulse, you know?
For AMI, the fact that they have won a couple series, you know, put a little bit more respect to their name, and therefore we raise the expectations a little bit. It's the same kind of conversation that we would have in LCS back in the day, or LTA, where, you know, Jan and APA first came into the league. We were just like, at first, okay, these guys are just happy to be here. But then they started winning. So when you start winning, you have to raise the expectations. You have to keep us honest here and making sure that you are pushing the limits and the expectations of where you guys can continue to grow. And so for AMI, yeah, this was a tough matchup, but the fact that we saw game 1, we know that this team is capable of being able to deliver more. It just comes down to execution and consistency.
Sure. And I mean, we'll see if AMI can continue to improve on that. Frankly, they only have 1 series left this split against Blue Water, which again can be very important for the promotion relegation standing. But after return of this game is Ray. It's out of the depth charge.
Time to find out if CCG are able to finish the game here and now. Right now, AMI trying to hold as strong as they can, but Baz is under fire. Crimson trying to flash on forward. Dardoff with the wall slam right into the turret. Yeah, that's the Corki gone, and Fine Mini is out of mana. Gonna have to take a quick trip back to the fountain, while the rest of CCG are just laying waste to the base and yet to have dropped a single member here. Crimson gonna finish off the recall as Array forced to flash away as the satchel charge was about to send him into Kingdom Come, but AMI holding their ground respectively. However, Teleport's going to come back in for Crimson and Aljun, and this should be it for CCG. Respectable performance from AMI in game 1, and business as usual in game 2. CCG will sweep the series.
All right, managed to pick up 5 Mini one more time, and CCG made that series look... Man, again, they look like a team outside of the top 3. Where like they are the strongest team. I'm really excited for their match against Conviction next week. Again, Thursday of next week, guys. We got AMI versus Blue Water into Conviction versus CCG. A match that could be very important for relegation standing, into a match that could really decide who that 4th strongest team is that we have in NACL. As Conviction's been on a heater of late too. But CCG, again, we expected the 2-0 from them today. Continue to look solid and continue to see some bright moments out of these younger players in Crimson and Aojun, as it's been real solid, consistent gameplay from players like Dardoch, like Array, like Breezy for the majority of the split. And nice to see some flashes there from the solo laners. I thought that Aojun had a really nice series.
All right. We're going to take a short break so that we can get our interview and post-game discussion ready for this series before moving on to our second series of the day. So make sure you don't tune away. We'll be right back. And welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our end of game discussion or end of series discussion from Apex Mission Impossible and CCG Esports, as well as our interview, which I believe is going to be Dardoc. So that is going to be a fun conversation we'll have. But until then, we have some time to look at the highlights from this past series overall, mostly game 2 focused. And like we said at the beginning of the day, Matt, this was the expected result that we had for CCG Esports going into AMI. Still want to give credit from that game 1 performance, but overall, this is kind of where we expected everything to land.
Yeah, I think game 2 was a little bit more one-sided than what I thought. And frankly, game 1 should have been better for AMI than what it was. Overall, CCG just continued to really take the right steps, being like, hey, this is a competitive team. The questions that we have is how competitive can they be with the top 3, and then can they take care of business against Conviction next week, who I think has been making a really respectable run in NACL. Definitely the 2 teams outside of that top 3 that we're looking at as being the next 2 strongest, and so it would be fun to have that last week of the regular season matchup, potential playoff preview matchup, to see what kind of form our 2 teams are in as they battle out to at least prove who is stronger going into playoffs.
Yeah, overall, CCG has been a very exciting team. Definitely one of been my sleeper favorites for playoffs contention. Obviously, we know that Luminosity, Near Airport, and Dark Zero are the heavy favorites of the tournament. And while CCG was not able to be able to challenge them as strongly during the regular season, I think there's a lot of things that CCG are able to take away, learning from overall 6-7 weeks of play here, and everything can change when we get to playoffs. And considering the fact that, you know, Dark Zero may not necessarily be at full strength now that Yuji is going to the LTA. Congratulations to him, by the way.
Reportedly still, but yeah, we did see Shimmer play for them this past week. So in the words of Shogo, you know, Thanos is gone. I know when Supernova was going up against Dark Zero, he was like pinging Quirky, like, please start Shimmer over Yuji, you know, which could lead to some fun playoff content as Supernova is able to make it in there. But yeah,
there you go. But for overall for CCG, I mean, you've got a lot of just fun talking points with this roster, as you've already talked about.
Yeah.
Veteran experienced members here in Dardoc, Array, and Breezy, all who are trying to, you know, cement themselves and push into that top 3, you know, talking discussion point for their individual roles, as well as, you know, cool developmental pieces in Crimson, second overall year in the NACL, making a strong impression in his, you know, second year versus the first year. And Aljun has definitely stepped up to be our most exciting rookie mid laner so far in NACL.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things are looking up for CCG as this team's been solid so far this split, and just curious to see if they can make any dents in the teams when it comes to playoffs, because being at that 4 seed, likely to have to find some upsets against the 3-headed Hydra that we have in the league, and Near Airport, Luminosity Gaming, and Dark Zero. Still feels like this is a team that can really threaten them as we move forward into the playoffs, and so we'll see what happens.
That's right. Well, in conclusion of the highlights roll, I do believe we should be getting our interview with Mr. Dardoc himself ready, and I'm getting the green light from production, so roll on the camera feed. Let's see the main man himself. Come on. Welcome, Dardoc. Yeah. And Dragon Ball t-shirt. All right. Base. Classic taste, man. Congratulations on the 2-0. Nice to talk to you. Also, I just want to get it out of the way. Sorry for entering you in arena. I tried my best. I did not know Cho'Gath matchup king.
That's all right. We did our best out there. We were working.
Dude, I mean, but how cringe was it for Breezy to go on hit tank Callista, man?
Yeah, like, yeah. No, we've been talking about that for weeks. We play arena every day before we have official matches, and we always bring up that Callista at high roll. He'll never live it down.
My goodness, dude.
That's fun. Dardoc, the play on the Rift been pretty solid as you guys are starting to get closer to playoffs. You know, what's it been like for you as someone that's been competing in the space for such a long time to kind of re-enter the promotion relegation era and do it with some guys that you've been familiar with in the past, looking at players like Array and then some new faces in Aojin and Crimson?
It's been honestly a lot of fun. I can't lie. I think specifically for me, a lot of people underrated me, I think, coming into this NACL split. So it's been a really fun time just proving myself all over again, even at the ripe age of 27. So I'm really happy. I enjoy all the time I spend with my teammates. I think they're a bunch of good kids who are really trying their best to compete at the highest level, and that's all I can really ask for.
It's just so awesome to hear how much your perspective has changed over the course of the years. I know we've been able to interact with you even during your time at CLOL and being able to win a championship with University St. Thomas as well. Do you feel like this team in particular has given you any new perspectives or insights on just how the overall competitive league landscape has changed?
I would say this is probably the best thing about this team is it's a very good opportunity for me to showcase my leadership qualities at a higher level, because I feel like I've already done that in the OQs level several times and kind of showed myself that I'm going to be the best jungle in the OQs, and whether we win or not is going to come up to game day. So that was what it was, and now I'm happy that I'm able to showcase that I'm a high level player in a higher level league.
I mean, not only like have you proven that, and obviously tier 3 and now tier 2, but also CLOL, where you managed to hoist a trophy. I know that you recently posted that also looking for opportunities as a jungle and support, as you've competed at both positions in the past. What kind of keeps you going at this point, and what excites you about more collegiate opportunities, and using the league to also continue your education as you move forward?
Yeah, I mean, going to school at a discount is just a great opportunity, whether you're doing it for traditional sports, good grades, League of Legends, whatever it may be. So for me to be able to further myself as a man and an individual outside of League of Legends, it's very important to me. So honestly speaking, the only thing that really keeps me going is just a love for the game. I'm really just a diehard League of Legends fan, and nothing makes me happier than playing this game.
And you know what, Dardoch, nothing makes me happier than seeing you bonk some kids with the Dr. Mundo-based dish pick. That seems like only you are really bringing out.
Shout out to Natty Nat.
Yeah, true.
Shout out to Natty Nat. That's the father of Mundo right there.
Oh my goodness, shout out Matty Nat. Before we let you go, Dardoch, is there any other last shout-outs you would like to give?
Shout out my team, shout out my staff. Everybody's working really hard and working well together, and let's just keep it up. We got some momentum to go into Conviction with, and hopefully we can keep that running for playoffs.
Looking forward to that matchup. I am. It's going to be fun one next week.
Yeah.
Again, Dardoch, thank you for your time, and good luck in the rest of the series, in playoffs, and your arena ventures. And make sure Breezy knows that he is still cringe for the collision pick.
Keep up the good play, man. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
I mean, pretty wild to have Dardoch on a player that was actually competing when there was originally promotion relegation, right? And now competing on the back half of it, and to still see him playing at a really high level. I know that he says the love for the games keep him going, as well as a discounted education is always nice. He's looking for best of luck on his hunt for that, and whatever team he lands in, definitely going to land a good player and a good person to have behind the scenes. But in terms of the play that we're seeing on the Rift, it really has been a good split for Dardoch. It feels like, as always, has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder trying to prove himself, but he has been really solid in the jungle.
That's right. And as we get ready for not necessarily just the conclusion of this split, but obviously CCG are going to be again here in NACL for our second split coming up afterwards. Just gonna get a chance to look forward to more gameplay as we get a chance to show off our MVP for the series. Drum roll once again. It is Crimson in the top lane.
All right. I mean, overall, a couple of solid games for Crimson. I think the Ambessa was definitely a standout game for him. As Crimson continues to prove that his second split, the sophomore split's been a little bit better than the rookie split, as taking advantage of having a stronger team in the standings, and Crimson's been a very positive part of the good amount of winning the CCG has been able to do so far.
True. Crimson just being able to show how much he has learned and already grown within a first split to second split time, and always exciting to see not only our younger players being able to flourish and thrive from split to split, but also hopefully maybe we get to see a world where we get to see two Shura brothers in the LTA one day and competing against each other. That would be a fun timeline to see. It's going to be on Crimson to continue leveling up his skills and trying to push himself to eventually, if he can, best top laner in the league, and being able to finally have a conversation where, hey, I'm worth a chance to be tried out on the main stage here. But, ready to go.
Yeah, still be able to see some of those positives definitely very fun as Crimson, can sometimes be tough when you have a twin brother, right? Of course, Sniper is a ton of talent, and trying to follow up in what he's doing, behind him, right? On trying to go about that at your own rate. I think that's a really difficult challenge that people overlook sometimes. Just the pressure of having a twin brother that is successful and trying to pursue that same thing as him. But to be fair to Crimson, I think that he's really shown a lot of improvement and continues to give us good looks, and is someone that we're still excited to see compete in Tier 2. So whatever journey his ends up being at the end, that's one that you got to take. And to be fair to Crimson, he's taking all the right steps you need to be taking to try and move up to the next level and prove that, just like your twin brother, you got a lot of game too. So it's definitely been fun to see. But Rafa, time to get into, go a little bit deeper down the standings and maybe get into a little bit of a banger matchup, because this one means a lot between Supernova and Winthrop University.
And the fun thing about this particular matchup is it's not the first time that we have seen, multiple best of series between these two teams, at least, in the entire Tier 2, Tier 3 space. Because if you're a collegiate fan, then you know that in the NECC, these two teams clashed 3 total times. The first best of 3 did end up going over to Winthrop University 2-1, but then afterwards, once they got into playoffs, Ole Miss, aka Supernova, was able to overcome them in a 3-2 and a 3-1 fashion. But time to meet them. Supernova, aka the majority of the roster is pretty much also Ole Miss University competing in the collegiate space. It's Thray in the top lane, Keel in the jungle, Silent in the mid lane, Shogo and Rhino at that bot lane duo.
And despite all the success that this squad has seen in that C-Law bracket, we have not seen that same gameplay or success really come over to NACL, where at times it really feels like Supernova as a squad, they play too fast. It feels like a lot of the mistakes that we see are on the enemy side of the map from this team, which means that, hey, you are playing with pressure priority at one point, right? It's not like it's all gloom and doom, but B, it also means you're making bad decisions, and that has to stop at some point. And that hasn't been the case for this Supernova squad.
Well, time to meet their opponents here. On the red side, it is Winthrop University. Denethor in the top lane, Wilson in the jungle, Sword in the mid lane, Mobility, and only 35 at the bottom lane duo.
For Winthrop University, again, they've had... It's been a tested team of late. There has been no team right now in League of Legends, in NA, that has been playing more games than Winthrop University on stage. Between an early lower bracket entrance for C-Ball, getting upset in their first round, they've had to play their way out of that. Have some big games this weekend coming up too. So that's an aspect. They've managed to be runners up to Maryville at NACE. They made the finals there. They managed to take a game off of that UG squad, by the way, something that no other team has done in NACL. But kind of like Supernova in NACL, we haven't seen the same consistency from Winthrop. It feels like some games this team really shows up and looks good from start to finish, and other games, a lot of the times they're playing early game compositions, something goes wrong early on, they aren't able to get the game back in control in the window where their team can really win. So just looking for more consistency out of Winthrop, really.
Yeah, and I, as you said about Supernova, I think, the same thing can be said. I did get a chance to talk with Colmer before the series today, and I know he's definitely expressed his frustrations about, man, if you look at the amount of times we've been able to play across the collegiate space, I swear Supernova, aka my Ole Miss roster, should be way better in the standings. But when it comes to stage time, execution really matters, and unfortunately for them, the story has not been on the positive side. However, a majority of us here on the broadcast desk do have Supernova taking it over Winthrop. I've just put it over in the stocks, the fact that in the past best of fives, those two, Supernova, aka Ole Miss, has gotten the better of Winthrop, but both Cubby and I agree this can go the distance. This can be a full-on 3-game banger.
Yeah, shout out to Grapes. I got a tweet pulled up that they've played a lot this year. Ole Miss is up 8-7 in game score. So really close matchup between these two teams throughout the year. Of course, since Keel has entered, it has been only this Ole Miss Nova squad that has been winning. Right. But definitely something to look out for is there's a lot of familiarity between these teams. And I got to say, most of collegiate, it's not fearless draft. So a different format, different texture to this matchup that we have. And again, a lot of the line, Rob, I know that we're into picks and bans, but let's kind of walk through the standings that we have so far right now, because this is arguably a must-win match for Supernova, and a win here for Winthrop would pretty much put them out of that scare of relegation.
Yeah, because Supernova right now are only one series win overall in the standings. Winthrop are in that soup of teams between Blue Otter and AMI that all have 2 series wins. As you said, a series win for Winthrop ensures that they don't have to face the pressure of being 9th or 10th. Whereas Supernova, if they win, it's at least the road to getting out of the promotion relegation scare.
I mean, it would be big for them, though, because it would, a win here would tie them in game wins with Apex Mission Impossible, and they would have the tiebreaker over them. But again, Supernova, their only 2 wins so far this year have come in that series against Apex Mission Impossible. Besides that, they've not won a single game. So gonna have to change the tides here. Of course, their strength of schedule in the last couple of weeks, a little bit easier, as they do face Pulse and Luminosity Gaming. So Pulse, I mean, a matchup that we expect to see Supernova win, but again, this is a pretty much a must-win matchup for them if they want to ensure that they will not find themselves in that relegation spot and control their own fate.
Yeah. Catching up on the picks and bans here, just a couple things out of the table. Rise selected for Scylla. Already have talked about the strengths of Rise in general. Obviously, Aojun and Asila being very similar in using the same strengths of just roaming to the side lane and trying to enable their very strong bot lanes. In this case, Shogo going for the Lucian Melio setup, so very aggressive. And Winthrop University have not even shown what their bot lane counterpick is going to be because they focus on their top side 3-man core.
That is a Denethor Camille being locked in. So a big one for Denethor historically, going to take away the 2 counters that you traditionally see against that Camille. This is a matchup that I really feel like Denethor can do some damage in, going up against Stray. Stray feels like the top laner that this is Shogo's team. He is someone that is going to sack for Shogo when necessary. And Denethor on this Camille pick does, I think, really have the opportunity potential to do some damage on the Rift this game. A specialty pick for him against a top laner that I feel like if Winthrop are going to win this series, it is going to require a good performance from Denethor into Stray, who again is someone that is going to play for his team, and really real opportunity for Denethor to try and build up some solo advantages there.
Well, Winthrop, after banning away some Camille answers in the Renekton and the Jax, lock in their support of choice for only 35. It is Rakan. There is a real world, depending on how much engage Supernova picks here, that they could feel comfortable about just locking in the Xayah and just play a front-to-back composition. But that is only if Supernova are really trying to go forward with this composition. But the fact that they have Poppy gives them a little more disengaged incentives rather than full-on diving forward into the team.
I would not like... I think Xayah and the Lucian Melio is very difficult.
Sure.
So I would not love that as we see the picks wrap up. Looks like it is going to be the Poppy jungle. Was curious if it was going to be Poppy jungle or top. Of course, you have some options there. Sion going to be a real beefcake. I am curious to see what ends up being locked in here for mobility, as, okay, he's going to go for that Xayah. I will say that, like, when Lucian has coming up, real opportunity for Shogo on the Lucian to try and outrange what Winthrop will throw at him. Whereas I think that the pinch, the execute from Winthrop, the Rakan combos with the Xin Camille need to be big this game. And there are a lot of ways that Supernova can defend against this. So I don't mind the Supernova draft. I do feel like if Lucian gets behind, they will be in trouble. Because again, this is a pretty short-range team outside of the culling. So if they can navigate outside of that, we'll be big.
All right. Picks are loaded in. It's time to hit the Rift for Game 1 between Supernova and Winthrop University.
Folks, we got something special. Something I've never seen before, honestly, in League. It's going to be a privilege to cover it. As you can see, all 5 members are grouping mid. Folks, this is a tribute. Unfortunately, very recently, one of the Winthrop esports content team's members passed away, Millie Nenmi Ho. So teams lining up to honor Millie, and we're going to take a brief moment of silence to do so ourselves. Thank you, folks at home. Again, Millie was a member of the Winthrop content team, a student, got permission from the family to do a tribute on the Rift, and coordinated with Supernova as well. We talk about how many times these teams meet on the Rift, also at events as well. So hearts go out to Millie, her family, and her Winthrop family as well. as that tribute was for her.
Thank you to both Supernova and Winthrop for coordinating this as we now resume play. I hope that's not a spectator's bug. I was about to ask. I was
back into serious time. You know, unfortunately, Sword, no items. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's just gonna be a fast Roa, Rafa. Could be
potentially
some new Azir tech. You know.
Yeah. Well, thankfully he does have TP. So, Asila. I know that stakes are on the line here, but given the circumstances, I don't know, maybe Asila will let Sword have a freebie and get a base so that he can, try to play the game optimally here. But checking out other lanes on the map here, I think one of the big talking points, as you're already highlighting, is this bot lane matchup, Shogo versus Mobility. Across all of the best of series that we have seen between basically this roster, Supernova, against Winthrop University in the collegiate space, it really does feel like Shogo versus Mobility when it comes into these big team fight moments. Just super strong AD carry, very vocal in the space versus Mobility, who, over the past couple of years has really leveled up his play. I still remember him as the player that subbed in for EG Academy and was just, kind of trying to make the best of the opportunity that he was given with. But now Mobility is no longer just that. He is a legitimate carry threat for Winthrop and has been the main star for this team that has, really helped bail them out of a lot of situations here, if it's not Denethor getting massive advantages on the top side.
Definitely a big C-ball AD matchup between Shogo and Mobility, as both these teams again have been very competitive in that space. Good enough to join Maryville here as the college teams that are repping NACL squads. And yeah, I mean, if you ask Shogo, he'll tell you that he's Mobility's father. I think it's a little bit closer than that. We'll say the game score 8-7 between these two teams, but Mobility currently locked up by Keel. Flash is traded.
Yep. Flash for Flash. Wilson is going to arrive and ensure that no further action will occur between both sides. Now then, being able to match 3v3, but that is a flash gone from Zaya.
A little bit surprised here to see, of course, Wilson had Smite up. They didn't know that Keel's Smite was down. Keel would have been down Flash for this, and this did create a nice play pattern here for Supernova, because that bot lane, it is frozen. And of course, their jungler was down here. And you can see Keel's wrapping around. This will be spotted by only 35.
Mobility should have enough warning to be able to get out of this one. But pops the steadfast presence, gets some decent damage down on the Mobility, and now, even though Supernova don't find the kill, it's enough that Mobility is going to be forced out of lane, and with the minion wave currently kind of frozen on Supernova's side, this is a really nice setup for Shogo on the Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, good start. I like the pressure from Keel, again, with the strength of the Lucian Milio. I like this lane a lot. They were able to get the first 3 waves in, so that wave bounced and pretty much just trapped Mobility and only 35 to not just have that wave frozen upon them, and also take an early recall that's pretty grim. So big experience advantage going over to Shogo on the Lucian. Again, very important that this pick gets ahead, because outside of the culling, range is going to be an issue for the Supernova comp. And will be something that they're going to have to be very wary of as they go into this Winthrop draft.
Shogo taking a lot of damage in this big trade. Already the heal is used by Rhino just to keep his AD carry somewhat healthy, but at 50% HP, starting to chug a pot now, trying to maintain the wave positioned right outside of the turrets so that they can continue at least putting the pressure down in terms of Mobility not having a flash. But the fact that they saw Keel on the top side gave the Lovers duo the confidence to go for a trade in the first place.
I will say it was a really big clear for Wilson, as he took away Keel's Gromp and then also managed to clear his respawn, Krugs, and Raptors. So yeah, you see that first base, that Caulfield's pretty large for the Xin. As he will make his way towards the bot camps, not towards the Grubs, which we'll say a little bit surprised about that, with the Camille, of course, having a little bit of an edge into that Scion. Denethor has yet to base, but figured this would be a pretty strong Grub fight if they wanted it. So a little bit surprised to see them not play for that.
Probably just wanted to maintain the advantage here in lane and see if they can leverage that off of something while Mobility slash Timer is down.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, again, Shogo's yet to base. I did like that trade early from Shogo when Mobility came back into the lane, because there's just more sustain on the Lucian Milio lane. We are kind of seeing that now as Shogo's winning out on that elongated HP war. But yeah, Wilson, I don't know what happened with Winthrop here, because looks like he's not even going to look for that dragon. But the grubs are just going to be gone. So Winthrop kind of losing track of Keel on the map, and Keel snags those first 3 grubs for free on his own. Should be answered here easily by Winthrop, just given the bot lane priority they have, but a little bit late.
Yeah, Wilson will at least look for the crab, and then maybe look into the dragon afterwards, since Vulnerability and only 35 have the push. Sword was forced to use the Emperor's Divide since Keel came around the upper
Sideways
river.
did flash, though. I think that's worth, as Rise is punishable. We missed that skirmish, but no gank connected for Supernova. Will be the trade of objectives. Again, game state, I will say we talked a lot about the lack of range here for Supernova's comp, but I will also say real potential for Camille to take over in the sides later on. I think Azir and Camille's ability to play these side lanes is pretty good for Winthrop. Of course, with the Rise and the Realm Warps, always have that opportunity to try and tail a solo laner and find a pick, find a catch. So we'll see if they can answer with a play like that. But I do think the setup for Winthrop, a real opportunity for Denethor's Camille to take over this game.
Yeah, and considering that Mobility has been down a flash for the past few minutes here, he and only 35 have been able to navigate through that time period, and now being able to repeat the visit onto Asylum. No flash on the Rise unless he can make it out alive. Sword, does he have enough damage?
Oh, no!
He's gonna die to the turret! Oh, baby! Phase Rush, 6 HP, and a dream. Silas gets first blood.
I like the play. I like the idea from Winthrop, but it doesn't connect. Critical that Sword loses the flash and goes down. And that's big for the Rise, able to, speed his way along to the Roa. Has taken a few pit stops, has picked up, of course, the tier, but also the Dark Seal. And this first blood, I mean, Pot's working overtime here for Asila, Rafa, as, let's see if they missed out on any damage. As, again, the EQ connects. It looks like that E damage didn't exactly go through. The combo came in. The pots were ticking by Asila, and now that auto. There was no soldier spawned with that auto. Not sure if he could have gotten one up. That might have been enough HP to get through before the pot started ticking to get the rest of that damage down. Well, regardless of how it worked out, though, Asila, he lives, he walks out, and that's a big failed play on Winthrop.
I think the best part about that cinematic replay was just as soon as the death comes out, you hear the distinct sound of a missing ping on top of the body. Oh no. And whether it's Winthrop going, what the heck, how did he not die? Or Supernova going, what the heck, my mid laner's goated with the sauce, happens. And now Asila able to navigate his way out of what could have been a very, very sticky situation, and a decent snowball setup for Winthrop in the mid lane. Not going to happen now. Rod of Ages ever that closer on the build as you already called out, as that is Asila just trying to ramp up as fast as possible between the Roa as well as the Seraphs.
You can see Denethor, now that he has a base on this Camille, doing his best to deal with the Scion. As Stray is going to go for the Sunfire, so we'll have a little bit more control over the wave in this game. But again, Camille into Scion, you own the side lane later on. This matchup goes on. Does not matter how much health you're able to stack up on the Scion. Camille will get through you with those Qs. And Camille, I think, really has an opportunity to be big this game. As not just that, but trapping the Lucian, being one of the tools that can really force out that early Milio ultimate. It could be something that Supernova has to be very wary of as this game continues.
Yeah, I mean, just champion dynamics aside, if you know anything about Collegiate, you know how signature this Camille is for someone like Denethor. This has probably been his most notable pick that he has become really infamous for over the past.
I mean, early on, like Denethor's Camille, he was what I like to call a tier list top laner, where like if Camille was up, that was his pick in solo queue. It was nothing else, right? He was the Camille player. As Sword gets a ult for Keel's flash, that's not exactly what you want to do on that trade. But like again, it was Camille, Gnar, Sejuani.
Got more action, Cubby. Wilson was trying to take the second rotation of Grubs, but Asila, knowing that Sword cannot join, just is able to Realm Warp in, and now Wilson is down a flash, and maybe the dive wasn't necessarily the best trade in the world in terms of resources, but you know
6
what?
Grubs.
it does lead into 6 grubs for Supernova.
I would actually love to see if Wilson could sneak in and take one away, but looks like he burned his smite on the Krug. We'll have it respawning. I think only 35 scouting to see if they can at least deny the 6 and snag 1. As Keel has only 1 smite that's coming off cooldown, whereas Wilson has 1 available to himself. So I think this would be... Yep, there's 1.
Okay, well, they yoinked 1 away. With the wind becomes lightning, and the fight has extended long enough for Winthrop to garner numbers advantage here in the river. But Wilson does not have a flash, and I think he is giving his life up for the greater cause.
All right, fed over to Shogo. Right call there for Supernova to make sure that gold goes to their marksman. But 2 grubs denied in the back half, so preventing not only the 6, but the 5. And that will be nice for Denethor. Every grub matters on this Camille, because again, these side lane matchups could be really good for Winthrop. I think whoever goes in the Scion, which they would much prefer is the Camille, will have a winning matchup. And Azir into Rise is not that bad, and credit to Sword as he's been managing that, plus the extra pressure from Keel rather nicely, as it's been a few miscues from Supernova and trying to focus that mid lane.
Yeah. And while we don't necessarily see, split push strategies be always the strongest to talk about in NACL, I think this is legitimately one where Winthrop will try and make that advantage as impactful as possible. Because if you can keep this Scion away from team fighting, or you force him to TP, and then you give Denethor pretty much the entire world to just start taking turrets one after another, it's always a pressure point that Supernova will have to just start considering as the game continues into the mid and late game. But we're about 12.5 minutes here, Matt. Second dragon in the game has already spawned. Winthrop trying to set up for it as Sword gets jumped on by Keel, but remember, there's no flash on this Poppy, so he's got to be careful. Winding up the Keeper's Verdict as he walks away, and he should hold it off and get the reduced cooldown now.
5 grouped up here for both teams. I will say if a fight breaks out now, I wouldn't mind where Supernova's at. Their champions are stronger at the moment on paper, whereas Denethor is the one champ that's ahead with that Trinity Force, and he found Shogo, who's split.
Keeper's Verdict punted 1 away, and Wilson is in trouble, locked in by all of Supernova, but here comes the rest of the damage, and Sword and Mobility are able to bail out their jungler. Supernova just overestimating their welcome.
It wasn't that, it's just their formation's bad. Like, you can't have Shogo split up with the Milio, and when you have Rise and Scion, like, why is Lucian the one trying to play through bot? He's the one that has to be mid to play with the Milio there. The fact that he was so split off, and just picked off like that by Denethor, that's a really bad formation by Supernova and a bad call to contest. Again, I don't know why Shogo is bot without Milio. The team's not linked with him. He needs to be mid with Asila or Stray in that bot side being the ones to try and find your posture for the angles, not the Lucian being taken away. That's the most important member of the comp, the one that needs to be supported the most. Instantly deleted because of a bad position from Shogo and a bad call from Supernova. Just an unforced error there as they try and get it back on the top side. Denethor
flashing away from Keel's engage range, since he did not have the hookshot quite up and available. Is then now able to make his escape. Winthrop being able to get so much off of that sequence. They win the dragon fight. They get the second dragon for themselves. Denethor immediately TPing to the top side, getting first brick on the back of it as well. I think that's all feats secured as well for Winthrop, since it's 3 kills. Meanwhile, Sword under fire, but he's got a shield thanks to the shifting sands, and he's able to escape.
Again, I mean, Supernova, like, down 2 dragons and down 2k gold, Rafa. And with Denethor being at the item breakpoint that he's at, I mean, the Vamp is in now. He can't be slowed down to this side lane. And Rise isn't big enough to even, like, try and contest him right now. I think that this is a really good timer for Winthrop. I know that we've talked about both teams do have some scaling, right? We're a little bit concerned about the range for Supernova as this game goes on, but I think that this is a timer, regardless of the scaling, that just with the items showing and the fact that Rise isn't stacked up yet, and Camille's this far ahead, where Winthrop could take some things on the Rift for themselves. So Mobility going to knock down that bot outer as they push that gold lead to almost 3k, and we'll see what else they're able to grab, as again, the side lane should be all theirs with the strength of Camille.
Ooh. And Shogo immediately dashing away from Denethor as he was hook-shotting in, just goes to pick up the wave instead. The rest of Winthrop were at least had first move on the collapse there. Keel nowhere near, so Shogo just making sure to stay far away from the engage range of this Hex Tech ultimatum that is coming out. It's a very sizable gold advantage that Winthrop have in their back pockets right now. 27,000 to 25,000. Rift Herald about to spawn, and because they've already rotated the members necessary to make this play possible, this should be another objective going over to the Eagles.
Yep, Drops continue to, sneak their way on out here, as they have gotten themselves ahead with a 3K gold lead.
Yeah.
Again, the only unique thing about the matchup between these two teams, really just being the fact that, again, in collegiate, the Winthrop versus Ole Miss matchup, of course, Supernova being the Ole Miss roster, 8-7 with Ole Miss being up on paper. But this is the one time where they've played Fearless Draft, Rafa. So I think that kind of adds a fun wrinkle to it, as like really big picks you have to be worried about for the whole series, like Stray's GP, something that could always come out. Only have to face it once in theory. And for sure a series that we thought could go the distance today. But at the moment, we've seen a lot of plays from Supernova that, have been attempted but haven't really been connected, or haven't, like, whether it's where they're at on the map or just how it's being played out. That, for me, is definitely making game one feel a little bit more Winthrop-sided.
Yep. And we already talked about how the range advantage for Winthrop University really starts to come online later the game scales up. Keel is in trouble right now, using the Keeper's Verge to keep them in place. Good calling, but Wilson is able to use the Crescent Guard and block all of the range damage out of Lucian. Shogo not able to find the kill. It did come at the cost of Wilson's flash over the wall, but Winthrop going to be very content that their jungler is still alive.
As long as they're going even, though, they're the ones that are going to be winning out on the map, with Denethor, of course, getting that wave into the bot side. So will still be a prio base, as both teams are going to look for that reset before this upcoming Dragon. Surprised that only 35, sneaking in a couple words before he decides to go back, and wasn't exactly synced up there with Isaiah. So might be a little bit late to this Dragon. We'll see if Supernova is able to clean up mid and maybe make a little bit of progress in terms of sneaking their way in, because denying a soul point would be nice. Again, Cloud Dragon, pretty valuable, as Winthrop actually not exactly looking at the Cloud Dragon. They're looking at a Syla. Yeah,
Syla tries to walk into the bush. Unfortunately, that bush had a ward in it. So Winthrop University immediately able to cancel the Realm Warp with all of the CC in their kits. Sword didn't even need to use the Emperor's Divide. It was just Exec Ultimatum.
I mean, a good pinch there. I think if Syla is going to be in any side lane, it probably should be bot at that point, as he could have dropped that wave easily. That said, Winthrop managed to punish. They drop the Dragon. They get a little bit more gold into their soul laners. Make a good play. Also with Syla, he saw the creeps aggro him in that brush, so should have known that it was warded. As the only way that the creeps do that on spawn is if they, have vision. So should have known that a Realm Warp there would have been tough. But again, hell of a pinch coming in from the Zero Camille. Pretty tough to deal with. Winthrop pick up the kill and continue the siege. No Dragon was started by Supernova, as they were forced to defend the Rift Herald mid. So now it's just going to be objective control over to Winthrop.
Really clean macro play from the Eagles once again. Keel slamming only 35 into the wall. Down to 50% HP, was not able to battle dance his way to safety, but yet he still makes it out thanks to the quickness, movement speed, and a flash over the wall.
TP? I mean, that's the question, right?
Syla flashing forward, looking for Wilson. They know that the Xin Zhao doesn't have flash, but man, Supernova really scrambling for just an answer. At least they forced Winthrop University out of the river and guaranteed this Dragon for themselves.
Almost a turret, though, because Denethor can do this without creeps. Yeah, that's the power of Camille, as mobility takes mid-outer as well. Dragon is being taken as mobility is trying to slink his way on out.
Yeah, Supernova are trying to do a lot, since Winthrop University able to have very, very reasonable map answers on the other side. Actually, they got stopped on the Dragon. Oh no. My goodness, Winthrop University are just outplaying Supernova everywhere.
You got to take that Dragon. You can't drop off that Dragon for anything here, as Keel, now Syla gets caught, now the Dragon goes over. So Winthrop just wins out on everything, Rafa. And this has been a common trend for Supernova, with, being stuck between plays, overextending on plays. And as I would say, we feel like the mistakes from Supernova oftentimes come on the enemy side of the map. That was another example. We're trying to go for two plays at once, right? You're committing to the Dragon, you're dropping top inner, you're dropping mid-outer. You got to take the Dragon. You can't drop off of that to try and find another play, even if it connects. Just not worth killing the tempo, as Winthrop take everything. They get the two towers, the Drake. They don't lose any kills. They don't lose any monster objectives. They just win out.
Yeah. Watching this sequence was almost like watching a chess match where the team that is kind of behind in pieces says, okay, you know what? We're going to force this. play onto the dragon, and then the other member goes, okay, well now I'm gonna threaten these 2 pieces, and then suddenly Supernova's like, I don't like that you threatened my pieces. I want to get something back, and they kind of lose the sauce of the plot of the original play that they were going for. So, pity prizes then now come up here in favor of Supernova. They definitely are going to need it because a lot of these map plays have just been tragic on their side, and it really is a bummer because the way that the early game played out, there was a real reason for Supernova to get excited, being able to get, you know, a flash early off of mobility, a Scylla outplaying the 1v2 dive in the mid lane, but Winthrop have just rebounded beautifully, and now they're the ones fully in control as Keel overextended in this jungle, trying to flash away. The Emperor's Divide is going to keep a Scylla on the other side, but wait a minute, at least they get a trade back onto Swords Azir. It's a big shutdown going into the pockets of Shogo, and those pity prizes, that's going to be even more gold into the Solutions pockets.
Well played by Keel to get out. A good skirmish from Supernova as they went out on the end. However, again, if these plays are even in the groupings, it's Denethor winning on the sides, so Supernova is going to continue to force.
Okay.
No
Shogo standing up to mobility, doesn't have Featherstorm anymore. The barrier was popped, but it's not enough. And you know what? Supernova finally being able to sync up, but now Denethor is on the way. Hextech Ultimatum and Flash are available. You have to imagine that Shogo will be the priority target here, but they cannot close the distance, and Stray is here to be another front line, but he doesn't get a chance to interrupt the hook shot, and Denethor now finds himself in the middle of 4 members, forced to flash away. Wilson was not able to close the distance, and now Scylla is on the chase, looking for the slow with the Rune Prison, cannot find the empowered one.
Okay, still a decent attempt, and the Supernova showing a little bit of fight back here, Rafa, important. As I was about to say, before that last series of events, I mean, this is a Supernova, this is a must-win series for them, really. Again, like, they have Pulse on the schedule, the weakest team that we have, right? They've yet to win a series, but Pulse has actually won more games than Supernova coming into this this series, right? And for Supernova, I mean, this is a matchup where they've got the best out of Winthrop and CCG. They haven't dropped with Keel on the roster to this team, and this was a must-win series. And really, the point where we were expecting Supernova to get in shape, step up, and make sure they get themselves out of that relegation conversation, a spot that no one really had them at coming into the preseason, Rafa. We haven't seen the steps necessary from Supernova to avoid that. As a Scylla, he's got Flash and Realm Warp, but he's under threat. Yep.
Tries to flash away with the movement speed of the Phase Rush, but he just gets scooped up by Sword, and now Winthrop University just able to punish an overextended side laner on Supernova's side once again. This should give them an Otacon for free.
Yeah, that should be taken down here by Winthrop. Shogo, he's pinging that mid turret. I'm with them. Take that. Take the gold that you can on the map, because the fights aren't going your way.
I have to say, watching all of the best of series between Supernova and Winthrop University, this is exactly what I expected.
Really?
No, like in terms of back and forth action. Like, okay. When Supernova are fighting back and being able to close the goal distance, it feels eerily similar to some of the games that I saw in the series in the NECC. Just knowing that, you know, okay, one team had a pretty decent early advantage. Oh, they chucked it. Okay, well, now the other team is fully ahead. But then at some point, you know, there's some chucking back by the team that is massively ahead, and then the other team catches it. And I guarantee you, Matt, I guarantee you, at some point, the gold lead is going to become dead even at one state of the game. We're going to go to a late game Dragon Soul banger fight, Baron fight, maybe an Elder fight, and that's where the game is going to be decided. We are in it for the long haul.
I mean, if Supernova has any hopes of trying to even up that gold lead, it's got to be off the back of the gold lead that Shogo has in his pockets, the only lead that Supernova has on the map. Shogo has done a nice job of making sure that he is fed and farmed in this game. But this deficit's kind of tough, and again, Winthrop able to threaten the Baron and threaten Stray.
Holy moly! Where did Winthrop University come from Stray's perspective? But Keeper's verdict, unfortunately not enough to keep this Scion alive. Winthrop University now guarantee a 5 versus 4 for the next 40 seconds, and they're going to use it to try and bully Supernova out of the mid lane wave, and with a threat of Dragon Soul on the line, they can use that threat and just take the Baron for free.
Stray's up in 25. He does have TP, but Winthrop gonna look to start and pinch. We'll see if Supernova even try to contest, because I think they're okay in the 4v5, just dropping the Baron to deny the Soul. So Winthrop, they don't threaten the Soul for themselves, but they still find a big win on the map. They pick up the Scion and the Baron.
everyone on Supernova going to be taking synced bases so that Denethor cannot take out this inhibitor turret for free.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this will be mid-inner falling for Winthrop. Expect resets to come after this. As again, Supernova, I think after losing to Scion, they made the right call, taking that Dragon, trading the Baron, but still Winthrop. Props to them as their Dragon pressure throughout the game led them to find an easy Baron there that was uncontested.
All right, man. I know I was very outspoken that I said, yeah, at some point we're going to see the gold lead even up. It definitely looks very tough from this angle, but I'm telling you, I've seen this in the NECC series. So I would not be surprised if it happens. But for Winthrop, if they can close out the game right here, right now, that would put them in a grand spot. Rhino is locked into the Hextech ultimatum, cannot escape. The breath of life doesn't even give him a chance to live for the second part of the fight, as Supernova now down to 4 members again. And with the Baron buff on their side, Winthrop University can pillage all of the camps in this bot jungle and start pushing out the bot lane wave.
I feel like Keel, like, taking that play going in there is kind of weird, right? Like, I'm okay with a desperation angle, but not onto a recon at this point. We got to try and find a better target than that, especially if we're on the enemy side of the map, as that mistake from Keel was then getting chased down.
We're fighting a 4v5, I guess. Keeper's Verdict did punt away the mobility and just keep them away. I guess they were trying to create a small numbers advantage for a moment, but Winthrop University holding their ground.
I'm glad they didn't pull the trigger on that, but I saw the idea. There was an idea behind that. As Supernova, they do get Shogo back from the base, and are going to be able to try and push them off. But again, the back half of this Baron still have 2 more waves of Baron buffed up creeps here for Winthrop. And they were able to take that first inhibitor and collapse to the second. I do like how Winthrop's playing out this Baron, playing in 2 lanes, keeping it narrow, making sure they can play every wave. And it's going to pay off with a second inhibitor turret. We'll see if it pays off the inhibit as well as Wilson.
Right onto Keel. He's the first target, and no one from Supernova can really make the difference here. Only 35 falls, but it's jungle for support. I think Winthrop University will definitely be content with the trade. It guarantees that 2 inhibitors fall in this sequence. And now Supernova have to deal with super minions pouring in through both mid and bot.
That's really good use of the Baron from Winthrop, because this is why, you know, you trade that singular Dragon and force the enemy team to respond where you take the Baron, because now the map's in a state where that upcoming Dragon spawns, Rafa. You called it out. 2 inhibitors are down. That map's going to be a lot harder for Supernova to play at that state. And Winthrop, okay, giving up the single Cloud Dragon, and then really put the clamps on them when they get this Dragon to spawn solo on the map, and it will be their soul. So all focus now from Winthrop likely to be on this bot side. If anyone's going top, it looks like it's going to be Sword at the moment, but still, I think that there are plays for Winthrop to, you know, to play around their side laners. And for Supernova, it just feels like they never really got into this one. Because the Denethor, again, we said his Camille's damn good. Got a really good matchup into the Scion. Stray's on his best to try and, you know, eat the matchup. He's down, I think, an acceptable amount, but hasn't done enough to really open up space in team fights. It's been Denethor the one that has been a lot more threatening in team fights, and a champ that Supernova has just not found a way to deal with in this game.
Yeah. Weak side Scion Gambit has not paid off into Denethor's Camille, and Winthrop definitely eating good from the investment. And now, staring down an 8,000 gold advantage on the side of the Eagles here. Winthrop University now starting to push into the last inhibitor turret on the top side of the map. Stray, Shogo, and Rhino answering for now into the 3-man, as well as, I should say, 4-man. There was a Realm Warp that was at least used by Asila to bring Keel over to match it temporarily, but Asila going to be forced to answer Denethor, as he is still threatening on this bot side with the open inhibitor and super minions pouring in into the next tower. I will say, I know we've been a little bit critical of the lack of discipline or overextensions coming out from Supernova. Do like some of the discipline we're seeing out of Winthrop here. Again, I don't think that this is the time of the game to do anything fancy. You have 45 seconds till your console. You have 2 inhibitors down. Let's play it chill, play it right. I feel like Winthrop just trapping them in the base is the right play here. As they're going to kill these last set of waves. Looks like some late resets coming in. I will say that's a little bit of a surprise, because this is warded out. An opportunity for Keel to maybe get frisky here, as pushing him out will buy a little bit of time for this Dragon. As, yeah, Keel's going to chase mobility and only 35 out as far as he can. I don't know if that's going to make a difference in the end, but was the right play from Keel. And very surprised to see a reset come out this late for Winthrop. Could be a chance for Supernova to at least be the first ones in the river and try to force a fast play. Maybe not necessarily a kill ends up as a result, but maybe some summoner spells that does make their time in the river a little easier. But hard to imagine when you are 8,000 gold down that you are going to be favored in any reasonable numbers fight here on the side of Supernova, unless you can find a good keeper's verdict. As the windup comes up a little early, going to be reset on the reduced cooldown for now, and I think Winthrop are just going to be able to secure this one. Yeah, that was burned so fast, and now Winthrop, they're fighting a 5-on-5. Well, wait a minute, a slam into the wall, and Denethor gets him chunked out thanks to the culling, but now it's Stray who has to hold the front line, and he is popped by the side of Winthrop University, and they have yet to drop a single man despite the early good look from Supernova making the first pick. And the rest of Winthrop University, they don't even care about fighting in the jungle. They can just escort the minion wave and try to go for a backdoor. Just go for the base end.
Sword can hold that choke too. Shogo going to try and sneak his way through it as Denethor TP's in. Realm Warp going to be used as Shogo flashes out to defend.
Oh, but he flashed it right into the face of Denethor's Camille. The grand entrance doesn't even get a chance to pop. Supernova might have a chance to stall this one out. It's now 3 versus 4.
Scary.
Sword forced to stay. Doesn't get a chance to use the TP, as all of these guys are around 50% HP on the side of Winthrop University. Asyla locking up one on the Denethor, forcing him to flash away. Mobility could be the next target here, but Asyla just does not have enough movement speed to run him down.
Well, he's up against Cloud Soul now, so we're seeing the challenges of that later on. I will say props to Asyla. Played a nice base defense there. As Denethor going to return to the wave and use that Hydra to try and heal back up. Meanwhile, Supernova, desperation Baron time.
Might as well. Or at least force a pick onto Wilson here. Super chunked. Has not popped the correct. He had Zinzel ulti. What? Was it not off cooldown? Maybe.
No, it was off cooldown. You're right, Rafa. Very greedy there from Wilson. Didn't pop the Crescent Guard. And, well, that spear wasn't able to protect him from the culling. And Shogo picks him up in the back half. And it's going to be a Baron that's burning quite quickly. No smite on Winthrop.
Sword looking for the perfect angle with the shuffle. Here comes the quickness. Keel secures the Baron, but now everyone has just got to get out of there. Keel will give himself up as a sacrificial lamb to guarantee the safe passage of the rest of Supernova.
You know what, Rafa? When you said that this was just going to be a back and forth, like gold even up banger, part of me believed you, the other part of me didn't because of the game state. And, well, would you look at that? Looks like we're getting a little bit of back and forth.
I'm telling you, man.
Somehow Supernova picks up a Baron, which I don't think should have happened in this game, but it did. Wilson ended up getting chunked out. Good use of control on the map by Supernova to at least hold the choke. But still, Winthrop, they're the team with the Cloud Soul, and even with Baron, okay, 4v5.
He sends it with the Scion ultimate, big knockup, only 35, almost chunked to, but the locket comes in. He's able to protect him from any stray bouncing damage that might have come in from Supernova's side. Now only 35.
He has heal. He has Recon Shield. I think he's going to try and bait that a little bit as Winthrop.
Denethor. Hook shot. Hex ultimatum right at Shogo, and there's no breath of life to bail him out of that one. And you have to imagine that this should be Winthrop University being able to successfully push it in, unless Asyla can find a miracle here. But another hook shot onto the rise, and he is zoned away from the safety of Rhino. Everyone flashing forward on the side of Winthrop University to guarantee that the last damage dealer is put away into the dirt. Supernova now down to Rhino, one support, and a Dream Mat. And I think that dream is not happening, at least in this game. Winthrop University, all 5 members strong, will take the first game of the series against Supernova.
Yeah, good game from Winthrop. I think that the power picking the solo laners and playing to them pretty well early on definitely opened up a bit of a lead. And then that comp, that lead, they were just able to push that through. And for Supernova, still seeing some moments of disconnect and you know, us scratching our heads up here, Rafa, because it feels like at times, you know, you get moments where out of nowhere they're able to take that Baron in the back half, like make a game that should have been close, look like a game, but then other moments we see, you know, Keel, Rhino, or like on the opposite side of the map where they shouldn't be or too deep in the enemy opponents. I think a big mistake for me was Shogo around that contested dragon, walking in alone, isolated, face-checking Denethor away from the team. That should never be the formation going into a dragon like that. Lucian needs to be with Emilio mid. That's Ryze's job to try and check on that side of the map. So still some of the simple things that Supernova are missing out on, I feel like are really preventing them from reaching the potential we had for this team. And it's push come to shove time, Rafa, because if they lose another game, I mean, they have 2 series left. Yes, one is against Pulse, another one, though, against Luminosity Gaming. And that talk of relegation we've been kind of avoiding for a while is starting to become very real for Supernova.
Yeah, you can't just, rely on the one series that you think should be an expected win. You have to take this series so that you can give yourself the best chances possible going forward for the regular season. Of course, it's time to take a short break. When we come back, it will be Game 2 between Supernova and Winthrop University. Stay tuned.
My brothers and cousins were playing, they like downloaded it in season 3, and I mean, we just all played games. I came from like Xbox, playing Call of Duty. So all the like OG Call of Duties from, like the OG Call of Duties, and then we got on League, and I just had a laptop and would play sitting in my bed, and my bed was my mouse pad, and I would just play like that. And I started as support because that was just like the position that my friend or like my brothers and them like needed to fill. And eventually, like, me moving to AD carry was because my brother that I always laned with, who played AD carry, he just stopped playing a lot. So I was like, oh, I'll just play AD carry then. So that's how it all like kind of started. Definitely Doublelift back on CLG. I really liked. Started watching in season 3, and for NA it was Doublelift, but then around that time it was like SKT1, and so like obviously like people on the SKT, I really liked watching Worlds, and then yeah, it was like Doublelift slash CLG, and then SKT slash Faker obviously, and then Fnatic with Reckless, and then that whole OG team was fun to watch. Yeah, that was definitely that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's like most people's favorite team of all time, that TSM team, 2016, 2017. That was definitely fun to watch.
And welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for game numero dos between Supernova and Winthrop University. This is a pretty classic collegiate battle that we are witnessing on the NACL stage, as both of these teams, Supernova, this roster being essentially the core roster of Ole Miss University, have for the most part gotten the better of Winthrop University across the collegiate space in their series in NECC. But right now, Winthrop University find themselves one up on the Supernova, and because this is a best of 3 and fearless draft, stakes are different and conditions are also different. And it means that Winthrop University taking one more win here ensures that Winthrop are safe from promotion relegation, and Supernova are in danger of the same fate.
Again, really a state that we didn't feel like we'd be in at the start of the year. As I mean, a lot of us, myself included, we thought there would be a top 3 teams, a bottom 3 teams, with Winthrop being in those bottom 3 teams and Supernova being in the middle. It has been, to be fair, a very clear top 3 teams we have in the league, but Winthrop for sure earned very early on in the split that they were not to be lumped in with the bottom 3. Haven't found the same success of late, Rafa, but again, I think that the schedule that Winthrop University has had holistically, not just looking at NACL, but looking at stuff like NAC, like stuff CLOL, where they dropped in a lower bracket. Think of all the really high pressure matchups that these guys have had to play recently, and do or die games. I could argue this one kind of being a do or die game too, because you're playing for your relegation lives. Frankly, I think a must win for both teams here.
Yep.
And Winthrop were really the team that rose to the occasion early on. I talked about recently, I really feel like this team has been tested and they've been facing some adversity, and they've been stepping up to it. So props to Winthrop on that. We'll see if they can step up to a series win, not just a map win here after this game 1.
That's right. I think in this particular game, if you want to look at specifics, Mobility had to deal with a lot of pressure with the early flash traded by Kiel, but not only well played by Winthrop University to hover Mobility around the right timers and ensure that he was still able to play aggressively and contest Shogo in lane, but also the fact that Denethor was pretty much untouched the entire first 15 minutes, first half of the game. It was a Scion Gambit where, weak side King would absorb Denethor's Camille as much as possible, and a lot of, really admirable side lane pressure was put on with the fact that no one can stop Camille the way that Winthrop University were able to accelerate themselves in the mid game. But I think it does also, come at the cost of Supernova kind of, fumbling some of their early dragon setups once they started trying to fight Winthrop University in their lane assignments.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that's something when it comes to these teams, again, looking at Winthrop, I don't think that a lot of people oftentimes talk about this team, the strength being in the solo laners. But with Supernova, I mean, oftentimes it's the strength being in Shogo. That's the Shogo team, right? I think the diagnosis of giving Denethor, a Camille, Sword, and Azir, and playing through those side lanes, a point where I think that Supernova has been a little bit weaker in NACL so far this year, is actually a pretty good scouting report. If I do say so myself, by Artemis and the crew, and they definitely cashed in on that. So good to see on that game 1, but of course, a unique twist to this matchup that is an 8-8 head-to-head score now across the year, with this being the one fearless matchup that we have seen between these two teams. We'll see who can deal with that and come out on top.
Yeah, and want to continue the conversation. Even if we're not on stream here, make sure to check out all the socials for NACL, at NACL on pretty much all social platforms except for Twitter. You go at Watch NACL and they use the hashtag NACL as well. And I think, the biggest conversation is the point that you're bringing up is there's a lot of stakes on the line here, right? Winthrop University, a win here, overall series win, guarantees that they no longer have to be in danger of being promoted or relegated out of the split. Whereas Supernova, this was, one of their must-win series. And because Winthrop University, their schedule is against Dark Zero near Airport next week. Supernova, their schedule is Luminosity Gaming, but there's also Pulse. So, one of those teams is definitely a lot easier than the other one. And Supernova realistically need 2 series wins to put themselves in the best spot possible. 1 series win, maybe, but it leaves a lot up to fate that is no longer in their hands, but to AMI and Blue Otter instead.
Let's put it this way for Supernova. If they don't win this series, in order to avoid relegation, they have to beat Pulse, right? Which is doable, but they need to find the 2-0. And then hope that Apex Mission Impossible doesn't win a single other game. assuming that they're going to drop to near airport, right?
Yeah.
Or sorry, Luminosity Gaming in that last game. So like, in order to keep their fate of relegation in their control, this is a must-win series for them, and therefore a must-win game for them as we dive into this game too.
Sejuani, Silas, banned away from Winthrop University. Definitely not the most traditional bans across the NACL landscape, but just recognizing the power of Sword on Silas and the ability to combine it with something like Wilson Sejuani, whereas Winthrop, they're going for the standard Rumble, Gwen, Varus, but now things like Nefiri are open, things like...
Cool. Nefiri's not the biggest pick for Keel and Supernova. I think that he has preferred some other champs at times, so wouldn't be surprised to see them drop that for something else. I will say notably, Shogo's Corki is up, which could very easily be a first pick here if they want that, but no. Okay, going to be a completely different direction. Going to be first pick Lilia, so Supernova a little bit LPL pilled, if I do say so myself. So we have really seen Lilia emerge as a valid first pick in that region. Oftentimes we do see it paired with a tank top laner, like Lilia Scion, sometimes just enough to slam the Lilia. And into Lilia showing, pick is very valuable now for Winthrop, because if you're able to pick Lilia, remove her from fights before she can really ramp throughout it, that's really valuable. So we'll see what Winthrop can stack up against that. But a unique jungle pick here for Wilson is that's a Kindred. I don't know if we've seen Kindred in the league overall, Rafa. It's been played, it's 1-1 so far. I know one of those games is a Kisno game, but we have not seen a lot of Kindred, and that's going to be picked up very early on for Winthrop as on top of that Ashe. So
oh my goodness,
Lilia already.
This is screaming Cloud9 Summer 2023.
Oh, well, there's no Milio, so.
Oh, true. Okay, well, we don't get that level of Exodia, but yeah, that would have been pretty fun setup there for the core on this opener pick and ban phase from the side of Winthrop University. But I imagine you could do it with another Enchanter support if you really feel beckoned to do so. Meanwhile, Supernova going with a little bit of safety with this Ezreal for Shogo, since there is now the threat of a giant crystal arrow flying at your face at, reasonable speed. You do not want to get stunned up by that.
Fun fact, I think Shogo refused to play Ashe until like 2 years ago. Or not Ashe, Ezreal. It's definitely been a recent pickup for him. He didn't think that Ezreal could be played aggressively. I remember trying to convince him to watch like Prey VODs of Ezreal from way back when. As I'm further revealing myself as an old head for League.
And we're all old, Cubby. It's okay.
Unfortunately,
you're in good company on this broadcast.
Yeah. Well, you know me. I feel a lot safer when I'm old. So, that said, this Akali being picked up, there are some pretty good targets for Akali to attack at the moment for Sword. The only CC that can really deal with Akali early on is going to be that scatter from Asai with Syndra. So we'll have to see if more crowd control is picked up for Supernova in the back half. I think that's definitely a requirement as they round out their draft. Also expecting to see a Nautilus ban here, as I do think that Ashe Nautilus might be a little bit too much to deal with. And also just the pick against Lilia. There's a real lack of frontline right now for Supernova, which makes me a little bit concerned, because you really need that when you're going to play Lilia too. So
and more than anything, I think the frontline you want specifically for Supernova is stuff that can not just engage for you, but also create a lot of displacement, because you want to scoop people out of the Kindred ultimate.
Yeah.
Now that's something you have to be mindful of. I think Supernova actually going for the Gnar ban is really thoughtful, because anytime there is a Kindred ultimate and then they're the ones getting scooped out by a Gnar ultimate, you don't want to be on the receiving end of that. Other than that, I can't think of any other options. Azir was already played, so you don't have any Emperor's Divide combos to push people out. Gragas would be the only other one that comes to mind, but I don't know if that Supernova wants to play that champion for themselves. Otherwise, that's a lot of magic damage on the top side.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Gragas is a good shout for how it interacts with Kindred, but definitely not something I look to have in the top side. I know Rhino does have a few hidden picks that he likes to play at support, Gragas being one of them. We have seen the Maokai from him actually quite a bit, which I wouldn't be surprised that came out in this round of draft. I think Maokai actually looks quite good, but for me, that Nautilus wasn't banned away. It was the two top laners banned. So those are two counters to the Renekton. So it might just be Denethor saying, all right, like those champs are gone. I'm fine playing Renekton in this scenario. And we'll see what the response is for Supernova. That said, oh, okay. Taking away Cassante from Stray. I got to say, I think it's a takeaway pick. I think that this is what Stray was kind of setting up for. And these are two of the top laners that really stuck with Cassante. So For me, this is a little bit of a takeaway pick from what Supernova would have been looking for in that top side. And frankly, expect to see Renekton now as a response, which I don't love this game for Renekton. So I think it might have been a nice read here from Winthrop.
Yeah. Supernova not getting necessarily the ideal pickups here. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Okay.
All right.
A lot of side laning.
Yeah. So you know what? Supernova, now what they have assembled is they've basically abandoned all hope for any meaningful engage other than, you know, quick picks with Syndra or
Like the Lulu.
Braum. And now you're just playing for split side lane push, right? You have ways to disengage fights if you get jumped on by the side of Winthrop University. And there's the enchanter that we were alluding to that could potentially come out. Obviously, not Melio since it was already locked in the first match between these two guys, but Lulu does the same job. You know, it's gonna at least buff up one of these marksmen, allow them to go absolutely wild with a ton of movement speed and increased attack speed, and give them an extra, you know, bit of HP with the wild growth.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really like this Winthrop draft. I do. I think they have a couple ways to deal with Lilia, and this Lulu is gonna not only create a winning bot lane against Supernova, like this Braum going into Lulu, if you don't get a couple kills early on or turn this into a kill lane, can get really hard. But also Lulu being able to buff up someone that like might be a target of a Syndra ultimate too. Like that, the combo from her might be enough. Also that Polymorph uniquely can help deal with the Lilia. There's not a lot of engage here for the Supernova squad, so I think getting Yorick ahead and really committing to that side lane focus is going to be big for them. And on the flip side, just have to be really careful that Winthrop doesn't over-aggress or over-engage into any really big scatters that can come out, as the peel is quite good for Supernova.
Yeah. Time to hit the rift for Game 2 between Winthrop University and Supernova. Want to remind everyone at home, the stakes are legitimately high for this matchup in particular. A win here for Winthrop guarantees that they do not have to worry about potentially going through the relegation tournament. And for Supernova, a win here at least gives them control of their own fate of trying to escape the same scare. As Supernova kind of have a 3-man overload into the bot red jungle just to make sure that Winthrop University are not able to get any free vision, while Keel and Stray invade on the top side.
This is dangerous here. Only 35 is dead.
Yep.
You don't live this.
Power of Braum level 1, baby. I've learned that from the former Grandmaster Braum one trick himself in the caster booth with me.
I was a 2-trick. My Leona win rate was above 65% too. Thank you very much.
You were a Braum one trick. Sit down, old man.
Braum's the one champ I can talk about with a little bit of credibility compared to these guys. Was fun getting baptized by Core JJ and Tactical in the bot lane back in the day, but you know, now I've just retired to the casting booth as is tradition. And Wilson retiring to his top side. As that any scouting words to be dropped on Keel, of course, dissuaded by this Braum, and would just be red side starts, I should say, for each of our junglers, as it looks to be a mirrored clear.
Now, normally when we talk about Supernova, we always kind of allude this as like, this is Shogo's team. You want to see Supernova put a lot of resources and, you know, hovering jungle attention on bot side. This is one game where you really want to flip the script here, making sure that, you know, Ezreal can take faith in the fact that this is a marksman that can fend for himself. You have safety from Braum.
Or was that Shishimi? Well, I don't know what skin this is, but he's throwing out some food.
I'm pretty sure this is the Star Guardian one.
No, it's Pool Party. That's my bad.
Pool Party? Oh,
yeah.
You know what?
He throws out.
I don't know what skins are anymore.
Yeah, I have all my favorite skins. I don't need to.
Are you sure?
Turn on the shop.
No. That the headdress looks very Star Guardian-esque. I don't know. Maybe it is Pool Party.
I thought I saw shades and a nice little tanning hat. You know.
You know what? We can get it.
It's Kitty Cat Yorick, that's for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, as we were saying before, getting sidetracked here on what skin Lulu was using, Supernova.
I was talking Braum.
Oh, well, okay. Well, you were hyping up the Braum. See, this is pretty sure this is Pool Party Braum. Yes. Maybe that's where the confusion is.
That's where we're confused. We're just completely distinct here, Rob.
Nice.
We got a lot of different champions. We got to lock in.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to lock in on this freaking discussion point that you keep sidetracking. Anyway. Oh, all right, chat. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk about the fact that Keel will try to hover a lot of his time on the top side because, you know, Shogo's playing Ezreal. You have a lot of safety in this lane. Yep. You've got Braum to protect a lot of damage coming your way. So normally we talk about Supernova saying, yeah, you want to hover Shogo, you want to play for Shogo. Okay, this is the one game where you want to play for Stray, because if Yorick can get out of control on the side lane, he is legitimately a champion that breaks open the game. Many other split pushing champions just do not have nearly the same amount of bonkers and WTF moments that you get when Yorick is pushing on the side lanes.
Yeah, Yorick is seeing some nerfs after a lot of buffs and the big change that we saw, but as long as he has that percentage armor reduction on the E, it feels like, and the fact they changed the pets to just pick up all the stats, it does feel like Yorick's kind of here to stay as one of the champions that can actually threaten that side lane, Rafa. So I'm with you. I think that the 5v5 is going to be really tough here for Supernova. So if they can funnel Stray, a player that, you know, traditionally is that role player on Supernova, trying to play picks and champs that can open up space for Shogo and the crew. Definitely a different look for Supernova this game, but one that I think can work.
I think it was the right pivot because Supernova started realizing that they were just running out of potential frontline champions for a 5-on-5. And I think it's just the acceptance that unless we are stupidly ahead in gold and money and we can just smack them with thicker wallets, Supernova should never really opt into, you know, equal team fight scenarios. Winthrop University just had them beat in terms of the composition that has been drafted, and now you just have to play for disengage and small picks. And anytime that Winthrop try to overload 5-on-4 versus you on one side of the map, you're praying that you have enough disengage and you play the disengage itself well enough that Winthrop don't get anything off of it, and then the hope is that Stray has just breached the gates at that point.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, I like picks like the Ashe, like the Cassante a lot, because it feels like you can kind of cut through some of that and still pull off engages just like with the range of the arrow or just the ability for Cassante to go unstoppable, right?
Yeah.
Multiple times. So we'll see if that ends up being a big one here for Winthrop, who, again, the onus is going to be on them to try and make the plays. I still like their scaling, though. Like, that's where I like the Lulu pick a lot in the back half. I think it does a great job of neutralizing the Syndra, but also giving some power to the double marksman setup that we have for Winthrop, as Lulu has multiple people that she can buff and feel good about in the game, and also can, you know, try and play for some of those picks and defense against Lilia with tools like the polymorph.
Yeah, I think that's, like, you know, the one thing that I would be super excited to see. If only 35 is able to, you know, react fast enough to Keel going for like a Q flash setup into the ultimate. If you whimsy him in time before the Q finishes buffing, boom. You pick off Keel, and now Lilia's down flash, and you didn't even get a chance to cast Lilting Lullaby. So that would be a highlight moment if we actually witness that in action on this game. Winthrop University trying to run over to the Grubs.
They messed this up. Yeah, the swap was kind of off and weird here from Supernova, as it was Winthrop that sent mobility and only 35 up. This was not matched by Supernova, so they have to drop these first couple of Grubs, which is not exactly what you want to do on this Lilia.
And you really want Grubs, not only because Lilia takes them super easily, but also you're playing for the Yorick split push win condition this game. So you got to get as many Grubs as possible. And now you're just going to have to pray that you can get all three on the second rotation. And now if Yorick is dove here, this is not going to be great for the Yorick split push dream. But doesn't look like they're really initiating it. Remember, there's no tanks in this three-man core. You're just trying to play with range and dodge the turret aggro that way. But Stray, already below 200 HP. Yeah, this turret dive was executed beautifully by the Eagles, and now Stray is feeling very sad.
That is just a much better fundamental play by Winthrop. I mean, the swap into the Grubs, into the dive in the York, that is the last scenario that you want to be in as Supernova, and they just didn't call the swap. Didn't TP the York out, and now when the adjustment comes in with the Ezreal Braum, look at this, York's TPing bot. If I'm Winthrop, I'm sending my Ashe Lulu straight bot to follow that TP. I know that York is stuck in that bot lane now, and there's no objective. So I really would love to see Winthrop walk bottom here and just swap it up again. Yep, look at that. Stray's gonna be in trouble yet again. Golf claps over there, Rafa?
No, I mean, those were not golf claps. It was my tisk
hand tapping on the head. Like, what's going on here, Supernova?
Yeah, I think that's the most polite way.
Yeah.
Supernova, as we said before, you really cannot let this Yorick be weak-sided. This is the one time where you want to give Stray the world. You want to give him, you know. There's a quote that I can't think of at the moment. You know?
I feel like you're like trying to bust out like an Aladdin quote or something.
No. I was thinking of The Big Short when Ryan Gosling goes in and, you know, basically makes the big, proposal to Steve Carey's character and saying, like, I'm giving you the
Steve
ice cream
Carell.
sundae, blah, blah, blah,
Yes.
blah. And that's what Supernova basically needed to do for Stray. They can't just give him the cherry on top. They got to give him everything. And right now, it definitely feels like Stray has been on the short end of the stick so far in the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, they have sorted things back out, but in that time, I mean, look at the CS gap in the top laners. Denethor's been able to catch back up to where Stray was at after the dive and after being better in that 1v2 scenario as the Cassante compared to the Yorick, who was focused. So, again, I like what we see out of Winthrop, and I feel like this is a time or a team that at times does show that they have the right direction, that they can play out early game comps well enough to find wins. It hasn't been consistent enough. And that's really what we're looking for from Winthrop. But to see some of the good fundamental decisions being made by Winthrop, I mean, it has opened up a few more opportunities for them to get good footing in this game. Those small decisions adding up is what you need if you want to win games. This is a very important game for Winthrop to win. We've been playing in a lot of must-win, very important games of late. Again, thinking of their CCG run, dropping a lower bracket in the first round. So, again, a team we keep on saying is battle-tested. Has really been living up to that challenge, and it seems like Winthrop in this series today so far has lived up to the challenge.
Dead center right onto Asila, and he is stunned far too long to even not only just not even think about flashing because he is still dead to rights, but also got me choked up in the middle of the call. So
Nice.
Winthrop University just really stun locking everyone on the Rift, including Caster in the call. Meanwhile, Keel was able to smite away the crab, I believe.
Good secure.
right,
Do you want to say off that arrow? Only 35 managed to sneak an assist in there as Lulu as well with the shield. Speaking of sneaking in there, asleep.
Sleep right on top of only
Good combo.
35. The flash from Rhino guarantees the knockup with the Glacial Fissure, and Supernova all in for this play to see if they can get something back. And nice use of the Swirling Sea to slow down for an easy Mystic Shot follow-up from Shogo.
I thought Mobility could have blocked that one and gotten only 35 out. Instead, he was trying to gun down Rhino on the Braum, but did not have the gas in the tank to get through that Braum. So a lot expended there from Supernova. 3 flashes burned to pick up 1 kill, but they do pick up that kill. And it does continue this bashing in of the Yorick on the top side, who's, of course, the Maiden and all those pets doing some work against this Cassante. But Stray might be worked here himself, does have flash.
Oh no, and Denethor is just going to bring him right into the turret range. Actually doesn't face the turret shot.
Dead.
Oh, good pickup from Asylum, maybe with the Scout of the Week. Wilson forced the pop,
we're getting
the Kindred
funky.
ultimate, and now we're getting really thick into it. But unfortunately, Wilson has friends in only 35, and a numbers advantage forces Asylum away from being able to bail out his Yorick. And the flash with the Scout of the Week stunned, I guess.
It didn't connect, and that's big, because, again, these grubs can be threatened, as it was a 2-for-1 split in favor of Winthrop the first time around. The second time around, looking to be in favor of Winthrop. Maybe again is...
Oh, no.
Keel missed.
Oh, no! The Shuriken backflip connects, and now Keel could be in trouble if Sword wants to pop the perfect execution. Arrow kind of goes wide. Sword not enough damage to take out this deer, but it's enough to force all the grubs into the pockets of Winthrop University, because Keel is not healthy enough to walk back in. And now this composition that has a Yorick doesn't even have the majority of the grubs in the game.
I mean, Shogo was able to pick up some solo XP and gold in the bot side, but I'll take the 5 grubs for Winthrop, as you called it out, Rafa. It really nerfs the power of this Yorick throughout the game, who wants to be able to threaten in the side lane, take down those side lane turrets, but 1 grub makes it a lot harder to do so. As now if Winthrop, they went out on any of these big grouping plays where we favored their comp, going to be able to push a lot faster.
Yeah. I mean, Winthrop have done a really good job of just slowing down the Yorick overall. We're at a point in the game where a majority of Trinity Force power spikes are coming online for any of the carries that use them. Stray is behind the curve. Just point of fact. And that's not a good spot for Supernova to be in, because they really want this Yorick to be spiking hard in the mid game. And he does relatively spike super hard with every incoming item site, just becoming even more unbearable to deal with solo in the side lane. But if Cassante is ahead, has the resources available to at least keep him in check and just deny Supernova any of those cross-map plays.
Swap coming in from Supernova. I don't love putting Syndra on the 1v2. I think she can kind of deal with it. They got Yorick up top in a lane where Yorick's happy, but that swap, again, was late from Supernova, and they have no ability to contest this dragon. If Supernova want to try and contest these dragons moving forward, they're going to have to lean on the York being strong at the side lane. He used that to pressure as the ECA just goes wide of the Braum. But you can feel right now, like on the map, all the pressure is in favor of Winthrop. And Supernova just has... the York's not in position to answer yet, but the rest of Supernova haven't played well to answer any of these plays that have been attempted by Winthrop. And that's where more of the concern's been at.
Yeah, I think Winthrop have just, as you said earlier, fundamentally have played a better sequencing on the map for the first 14 minutes. I think the only solace that Supernova can take in this game is that some of their carries are relatively farmed up or fed. Sword, second cast of perfect execution. Not going to use it. Keel trying to threaten Wilson in his own jungle. Lamb's Respite is available. Tries to pop him. Wilson is going to hold his composure, not burning the Lamb's Respite. Will hold it for now as the rest of Supernova trying to pressure him out of the jungle. Keel comes back in. The fact that Wilson is still alive finally pops the Lamb's Respite when Shogo threatens him with the Arcane Shift. TP comes in from Denethor. Asila has been taken out. Good True Shot Barrage finally snipes the Kinjin on the backside, but now Sword is going to pick up the pieces here. Shogo and Rhino are on the wrong side of the tracks. They have to fight a 2v4 out of this mess, and I don't think it's going to be a safe passage for any remaining members here unless they can play the range advantage. There's a lot of dinked up health bars on the side of Winthrop University, but it's going to have to take a miracle, and with a Wild Growth point blank right on top of two of them, that guarantees the knock-up and a clean execution for the side of Winthrop University.
York picked up the top outer turret, but really not able to make enough progress to make that play worth it as Keel on Supernova again. This is a misplay on the enemy side of the map. It feels like every game we see moments from Supernova like this, Rafa, where he had no business going for that camp, actually. And Supernova had no business trying to follow up on that. So it's just a really rough scenario where they do their best to play out of it. But that scenario should never happen or exist in the first place. And that's happened too many times on this Supernova squad. And it's really the reason why we haven't felt like they've been close to reaching the expectations that we did have for this team.
And for Winthrop University, they continue benefiting off of just being able to react to a lot of the plays Supernova are forcing for themselves that, you know, may not be ideal, but Winthrop University reacting and being able to control the outcomes well and using the proper resources necessary to still feel like they're coming out on top. Will say it was a big sacrifice for Supernova to basically give a shutdown of Shogo's side over to Winthrop University, but it did give Stray a lot of solo time on the top side. He has now taken out 2 turrets on both top and bot. Good scattered leak flash on Wilson. They know that Lamb's Respite is off cooldown, but he's able to flash over the wall, and the Wild Growth keeps him alive, and a clean execution by Sword will pick up the Syndra on his way out.
And I know that we said coming into this that, like, game 1, the Camille Azir side lanes for Winthrop, it felt like there was an opportunity for Winthrop to maybe punish the side lanes of Supernova, something that a lot of teams have done so far in NACL this year. But I'm surprised to see, really, the series that both Sword and Denethor have been having, and especially in this game, Sword, now sitting at 4-0-1, Rafa. Feels like every play has... it's been around only 35 on the Lulu, but a lot of these plays have been dictated and won by Sword on this Akali in the mid-game.
And now Stray finds himself in trouble. He knows that mobility and only 35 are in the area, so now the only way out is forward if he can at least try and bonk Denethor. But unfortunately, he was CC'd, he was knocked up, he was pushed around, and then he was slowed by a million arrows from Mobility's Fletcher. So,
I mean, his jungler was on Rift and his mid laner was coming out of base. Probably can't play a wave like that to get it to +2, so... unfortunately, it goes 0-3, and this Yorick, more time in the gray screen where he's not getting ahead of this game, Rafa, so buys Winthrop more time in the map, and they've done a nice job at carving up a 1.5k gold lead with no structures taken yet, so some standing gold in the map for them to knock down as well.
Yeah.
I mean, goodbye, Silo. Your flashes, you can't play this lane. He missed the
Sword.
E and the Q.
Okay, is he just playing with his food at this point? He's just showing, yeah, I can miss this Q, and it does not matter. You're still dead on my screen.
I mean, again, like, your jungler and your top laners in base, you have to give that wave. You like, for Supernova, I mean, they aren't making these, like, really complicated mistakes. It feels like there are a lot of times where it's just like, why are we in this position? We've seen that multiple times in this game again. Like, why as a team are we putting ourselves in these positions? As it feels like, you know, and backs up against the wall, Supernova in this game, it feels like they've more so leaned towards trying too hard to make plays really something that's been their Achilles heel all year, instead of this Winthrop team that has been really tested of late, leaning on fundamentals to win out a high-pressure series in a must-win game. And it's been Winthrop just coming out on top all day today.
Yeah. And the cool thing about both of these teams is that both of them had not been able to win a series since week 2. So there was a drought of series wins for both Supernova and Winthrop University. And the benefit was going into this matchup, the drought was going to end for one of them. And now Winthrop University might feel like they are on the cusp of being able to end that drought for themselves here in the NACL. As just a quick pick on the Stray, I don't know if he thought that Supernova was going to be arriving faster to the play, or just not estimating correctly how much damage output was going to come out of Winthrop University. But once again, another potential death that could have been avoided is given over to Winthrop University, and they are just steamrolling ahead. Yet, surprisingly enough, this is what I really wanted to say. With all these kills, 11-3, you would think that the gold lead would be more massive. Somehow it's still only 2,000, so I guess, you know, credit to Supernova for at least staying relatively farmed up and, you know, catching a majority of waves as possible. But this gold deficit is going to start ballooning more and more as Winthrop University, against the Euro composition, are outsplit pushing them on the map.
And I mean, for Supernova now, I mean, this is where, you know, having no engage can be kind of hard. Because it's not like they've been able to force any plays on their terms this game, Rafa. Like, we haven't really just seen Supernova respond. And again, like, if they were to make plays on their own terms, like, it's going to take a sleep from Keel, which we have seen him be proactive a couple times on the sleep, right? But, like, the guaranteed engage really isn't there for this team. It kind of is just a wait and let's see what Winthrop does and see if we can neutralize it.
Yeah.
And go from there, which, again, like, when you're playing in a do or die game just to have control over your own fate to try and avoid relegation, it doesn't feel great to not even have control over really this game with the lack of engage tools.
Going for a sleep onto Sword, who is able to just disengage with the Shuriken backflip. Asilo is too far away, and I think rightfully so, not going to be committing the flash for a Scatter the Weak stun. Is Shogo in danger? Nope, he's slippery on the Ezreal. Still had flash and barrier. Wilson just pressuring him and stopping the recall coming out. Meanwhile, now the rest of Winthrop University, with the knowledge that Keel was on the top side, just shifting on over to the bottom side of the map with at least Stray. Oh, that's a flash gone out of Shogo. That's going to be nice for Winthrop University as Sword has teleported into the mid lane. Keel farming up some of the bot camps will be able to at least help with the defense of the turret, since Supernova are able to clear the minion wave. We got Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes time, and Winthrop University is contently scaling on up.
No team really looking at Otacon yet. It's the only monster objective we have at the moment. No, I mean, that's where, again, that like Lulu twist at the end comes in. I think fits this Winthrop comp so nicely, is that not only do you really help neutralize the Syndra, but you really help with the scaling on your marksman, is, again, Stray just cannot be on this wave and goes down.
And Supernova get anything on the cross map? Not really. I mean, maybe they could have burned Otacon, but didn't seem like they were set up in position to do so. So Winthrop University are able to at least continue getting free picks on the side lanes without any real punishment as they shift their resources over into the mid lane. Supernova to defend. Good Scatter the Weak stun on a mobility. Instantly, the answer is the McHale's from only 35. So now Winthrop University are going to have to operate without that at their side.
I feel like there just have been a few moments where Supernova, like, trying to play out the 3 lanes, just haven't waited for Winthrop to show their hand or show their cards before showing on all 3 lanes. I mean, this is another one, like, if Syla burns an E here, there's a real look or opportunity for Sword. I think Syla going to be, again, burned E, and okay, that E misses. Fortunate for Syla, because if that hits, then isn't a real threat of going down or losing his flash again.
Nice. Well, Syla can thank his lucky stars that neither of the crucial skill shots connected there for another pick on the side lane. We'll get a chance to base and picks up the Shadow Flame. This is a very potent, very lethal Syndra build. You know, thankfully, none of that. I mean, I don't think Syndra was ever building like Rod of Ages, Riftmaker during, you know, all the AP.
I hope to God no.
Thank goodness. I don't know. I've seen so many mages that I'm like, you're not building Rod of Ages Riftmaker, right? And yet they do, and I'm just like, this is so.
Gonna you, Ari.
Yep. Cringe. Anyway,
I was never sold. Your win rates aren't good.
But at least Asila, anytime that Wilson is in threat and does not have the Lamb's Respite, could try and just one-shot this guy. You are hoping that you have a point-and-click delete button on the side of Supernova that can at least take out one of these squishies. Denethor finds the base. Oh, Sword has such a good flank position here. They still know that Shogo doesn't have flash, so as soon as the Arcane Shift is extended, that Ezreal is a sitting duck. As Sword and Denethor just trying to pressure them out of the river. Keel is at least vamping off of the dragon, and you know what? For their credit, Supernova are handling themselves pretty darn well. Yeah. They've taken a lot more health off of Winthrop University, and they've muscled their way into the dragon.
That was a split engage coming out from Winthrop. The pinch is good, but they didn't pull the trigger fast enough on Rhino or Shogo to have a connect, and the Bramwall ended up being good disengage. So Winthrop split on their engage, and Supernova able to absorb and punish.
And Stray is going to return to the bottom lane, farming up a Storm. He has not completed what I imagine should be a Spear of Shojin with this Tunneler and Pickaxe and Ruby Crystal. Winthrop University have not truly aggroed the Otacon. That's fake. Asila is going to answer Sword. Perfect Execution is down for the time being, which means that Wilson is forced to at least hover and ensure that his mid laner is not caught out here or forced to burn a preemptive flash. Supernova maintaining the pressure here, and like we said before, despite the enormous amount of kills that Winthrop University have picked up for themselves and the 5 grubs that they got, Dragons have now been even up for Supernova. The gold lead has never climbed above 2,000 in the past 10-15 minutes. Supernova, obviously a lot of things were not ideal, but they have kept themselves relatively even to Winthrop University.
That was a really big fight, just to even up the Dragon score and like not have a fight get out of hand. Because again, I think the 5v5 a little bit easier to execute here for Winthrop. But props Supernova did a nice job absorbing a split engage, turned that into a dragon, and that's where some of the other frustrations come about Supernova's mishaps, because this team does have some like really good moments at times, and they have some strong individual players. Like, we've seen what Keel can do at this level. I don't think it's been his best split, but we know Keel's a good player. We know that Shogo is a good player and has been waiting a long time to actually play at this level. So that's why it's so frustrating just kind of to see this team, who I've said in their own words, beat themselves. And frankly, I have to agree, when you're making a lot of your mistakes on the enemy side of the map, like, are those plays necessary? And that kind of has been the story of Supernova so far, as the sideways just might go down.
He flashes away. Second cast of the Perfect Execution, forced to use as an escape tool. A Sword could not finish the job, but at least burn the Flash Summoner spell off of Asila.
Yeah, that's something they can look to punish. So not all bad, but Winthrop will have to start to reset and catch these waves. As of course, a failed play on the side of Winthrop means that Stray, who is on the side lane, gets to benefit. And with that Hole Breaker, this Yorick's starting to get a little bit bigger.
Oh, I was wrong. Not Shojin. Hole Breaker. Okay, nice.
Yeah, it should be Shojin next. Or Cleaver. He's going up against a lot of armor. I wouldn't blame him on the Cleaver.
Sorry, gang. I'm not familiar with the Yorick core build. That's my bad.
No,
but you know what?
I'm with you. I think it should have been Shojin second. That item's OP.
All right, we'll see now with the second item spike how much Stray can get done by trying to isolate Denethor. Both of these top laners will not be joining the fight anytime soon, as he's popped the Maiden and is forcing Denethor. No TP from Denethor, so even if he gets out of this lane alive... Oh, the arrow connects onto the Asylum! Remember, he doesn't have Flash! That's an easy pick! And Winthrop University now guarantee themselves the numbers advantage to burn down this Otacon, unless Keel can find a miracle here. Sword using both casts of the Perfect Execution. Lilting Lullaby, is it going to look for it? The smite comes out and is secured by Wilson, but Supernova have forced them off the flowers. Here comes a TP from Stray. He wants to join in the fight and guarantee the numbers advantage. The York is going big as the shovel dunks on the top of Winthrop's heads. Wilson forced the flash away, but the ghouls, they're doing a one number. The swirling seed. Wilson is forced to pop the lens respite, but they got to run away out of the engage rate. Supernova are going straight to the cosmos off of that fight.
A big bounce back for Supernova, and a fight that Winthrop should have taken, as we called it out earlier. Denethor was TP-less, so going for that elongated play, Rafa, you were always going to be down numbers. Supernova were able to, despite losing Asila, they played out the back half of that fight well enough where they got Winthrop in a scenario where they were chasing them. Akali already burned everything to pick up the first kill, and Supernova take the Otacon, take the Baron, and take control of this game.
What did I say, Matt? Series between Winthrop University and Supernova always deliver on the cinema. It always feels like it can be back and forth when it comes to late game moments like this. And, you know, for all of game one, Winthrop University have been far more disciplined. They were very clean in their setup, being able to punish a lot of mistakes that Supernova were making. They were punishing a lot of mistakes that Supernova were making in this game too. But one fight is all it takes to reverse that momentum completely. And now Supernova, for the first time in this game, they have a gold lead, and it's a pretty sizable one, 3,000 over Winthrop University, as now they have the Baron buff on their side, using Stray with the maiden, pushing up the mid lane.
First time in this series, and frankly, it's starting to make good use of his York too, does find himself ahead. Stray really winning heavily in these trades now against Denethor, as Winthrop going to focus down the maiden.
Winthrop University are in trouble here. Only 35, forced to use the McHale's for himself because he was about to get put for a dirt nap here. Supernova.
Sword on the flank.
Now looking. Shogo, no flash. Asila, no flash either. Both of the targets are good targets for Sword, but can't get through the front line as it's going through Rhino with the shield. And they are able to play this one out beautifully. Keel is ramped up on the Lilia. Can just go super Mach 5-7 and just run down the remaining members of Winthrop University. Double kill for Stray on the Yorick. It's not how I imagined it or how we imagined this York would be participating in this game, but he's got a massive item advantage now, and he is dunking Winthrop Eagles left, right, and center with that shovel.
It feels like Supernova is scaled up, and these really good engages from Winthrop have kind of gone to the wayside in the last couple of fights. We, you know, saw Sword attempt the angle there, but a lot of damage was taken as Winthrop were trying to reach that Akali and join the fight. And it was damage that, again, the range of the Syndra, the Ezreal, and then this Lilia's ability to ramp up. Lilia has been dealt with the last couple fights. That's been killing as Wilson can't even get the R down.
Even if it's not level 1, you still got to respect walking into a bush with a Braum there. Super easy to connect that passive. And now, Winthrop University's jungler down for another 35 seconds. What else can Supernova get done on the map here?
We kind of had questions about scaling and how Lulu would impact this as well against the Lilia. Again, if Lilia isn't dealt with in these fights, feels like Lilia is the one kind of determining a lot of this game. So I think eyes on to Keel as we move forward. This is a 3v5.
Okay, big engage. They know that Keel was mid lane, so this was the time to strike onto Supernova. Stray goes down, and Winthrop University trying to show that they are not going down in this series without a fight. Denethor able to pick out Rhino. Shogo still pumping damage with the Mystic Shots. True Shot Barrage as he flies in forward with the Arcane Shift. Sword popping. The stasis from that Seekers guarantees that he is able to survive. Shogo hunting for another one. Denethor just one Mystic Shot away, but they cannot lock him down. He's got the fancy feet on the Cassante. And Winthrop University are able to defend the remnants of their base.
I think taking the 3v4 topside for Supernova was a little ambitious, but still, back half of that Baron. Look at that scoreboard, Rafa. It's now a 6K gold lead for Supernova. As again, a series that has been fully in control. Winthrop, Supernova, they win one big fight around that Otacon and really flip this series on its head. It's now a 3-level advantage for Keel on the Lilia. As he is really going to be, for me, the vocal point of the next few fights, because they don't deal with that Lilia, don't get her out of the fight. Ability for Keel to ramp through it is going to be pretty deadly.
Yeah, and even though we talked about in terms of team fighting compositions, we favored Winthrop University for the most part. That kind of all goes to the wayside when gold is, you know, coming into the factors here. Because now you have this Lilia that is 3 items, all with the Haunting guys built. You have Riftmaker, Leandries, and Bloodletter's Curse. This is not only a Lilia that shreds you, deals a lot of damage over time, sustains through it all, and just has a huge HP pool.
Yeah, I mean, again, the scaling, like, for me, this game, I thought Lulu would have kind of balanced the scales in terms of the scaling, but it feels like the Lilia is still kind of the menace in this game, as Supernova has scaled up pretty nicely. Of course, they are up in gold now. Still a lot of value from some of these champs, and now a lot of value in terms of finding Shogo. Oh, mobility. He tried to guess.
Could have been close. Would have been a nice attempt from Winthrop University, since it looked like Rhino was out of range to cast the McHale's had Shogo been caught by that arrow. But now Winthrop University have to give up ground here because Keel as you called it, a menace. Just gonna immediately force the cleanse from the McHales by the Lilting Low by Rhino. Just flashes over the wall, looking for only 35 and just making sure that they've guaranteed the numbers advantage for the future fights. As Sword is gone, no Akali to threaten the backline. Shogun and Asila can now walk up a lot more safely.
And these turrets that have been missing, the Lilia Ezreal, have been kind of the ones determining the terrain of these fights. And a great engage from Rhino is...
Denethor in trouble.
Oh
He's just popped. No front line now for the side of Winthrop University. Wild Growth still available, but has to be used to protect Wilson or mobility in this 3v5 siege. And only 35 is going to be the target. Shogo pops in. No chance for the Wild Growth to be used at all. Supernova rise to the occasion. Find one fight, and they never looked back since. We're going to game 3.
I mean, found one fight. It looks like Winthrop, like some of the buttons too in the back half, just not really connecting for them. As Supernova, they win the Otacon, they take the Baron, they don't look back from there. And again, backs up against the wall, Rafa. It talks so much about how Winthrop, they played a lot of recent matchups where they've had their backs up against the wall, been in must-win games. That hasn't been the case for the Supernova Ole Miss squad, but that was the game that we really feel like, again, this is a must-win series for the relegation standings of each of these teams. They want to control their own fate. The fact that Supernova able to dig deep, find that game, and a game where I really felt like they were going to go down, a really big win for them.
I told you, Matt.
It's just
Supernova, Winthrop University. These are the CeeLo bangers that I live for. I love it. I hope the chat is loving it. You know, maybe if you're a Winthrop University fan, this is a lot more painful, and you know, for that, I feel for you. Definitely could have been their series to win right then and there, but you know what? Now we're going to find out who's going to be triumphant when we come right after this break. It's going to be game 3 on your screen.
Those are obviously the funnest times, just like playing like remember like season 6, I think it was, like dynamic queue and you're like 5 stacking with your friends, or being able to duo back then and playing, like, definitely the old times were more fun. But for competitive, the most fun I had was probably this last couple months of 2024 with my AoE team. That was a really like good mix of like friends and like actually being good at the game, like business, like being a good team. And that's probably second. I think the AoE second. I think the most fun was 2023 Winthrop. We went like the last couple months of that year. We went on like, we won every single thing we were in, it felt like. And it was also like we were good friends out of the game, so it was just a really good time. After seeing the schedule and seeing, I mean, all the stuff that's happened, I think it would be really disappointing for me to not be like at least top 3. I mean, that's like minimum to me. Obviously, like for me, like literally, like in my head, like when I wake up, I think, well, we can be number 1, but like top 3 minimum is how I feel. I'll save some of the trash talking for future interviews. I'll definitely be up on the interview a lot this split, I'm expecting. I think like shout out to my teammates, shout out to all the fans, thanks for watching. Shout out to all the casters, everybody that does everything to get this league going. Yeah, hope you guys support us.
And welcome back. We are getting ready for our final game of the series, final game of the day, because this is our last series of the day. And yep, game 3, baby, banger status. Supernova able to find one crucial fight on the top side with the Otacon, TP straight in, and that shovel got a lot work done in bearing Winthrop University's graves. As now, Supernova have a chance to come back in this series, but I still want to say overall in the series, Winthrop University have been playing fundamentally the better game, and if they need some time to recompose themselves, just remind themselves of that fact.
Again, I mean, it was kind of a surprising win for Supernova. I feel like they had scaling aspects, but it really was just a get slammed for 20 minutes and get both your solo laners at 0-5 status into the team power spike. When the scaling kicked in, they really took over in the back half. Bit of a surprising and I would say a game that caught me off guard a couple times, Rafa, but ended up being a big win for SN as they keep their relegation hopes of at least having their own control over their destiny, of their ability to stay in NACL for the summer split, a split where you actually get to play for that LTA North spot. We'll see what happens in this game 3.
True. And for anyone that is familiar with the C-LOL space, this has just been a classic Ole Miss versus Winthrop University banger. I mean, somehow, some way, we have arrived to going the distance all the same. And at the very least, even though that we were not necessarily the most impressed with how the Yorick was, being played on Supernova's side, they made it work in the end. And now,
power spike.
We don't even have to talk about, Yorick for the final game of the series. But this does really open up the conversation of what champion playstyles and what archetypes for compositions are going to be left on the table here.
And for me, when it comes to game 3, is I always look at bot lane, because I feel like the engaged support pool gets narrowed up a lot by game 3, as well as the AD pool. So
yeah,
I know that we kind of started our series there with the Shogo versus Mobility matchup. It's been a big one if you've been a CLOL fan for many years. And we'll see if Shogo can father Mobility the way that he likes to think that he does traditionally, which I will say. Shogo definitely been one of the stronger ADs we've had in collegiate, of course, winning 2 collegiate championships with University of St. Thomas in his history. But we'll see if Mobility can fight back today, as he is also a CLOL champ, I believe, or with Winthrop. Wait, doing math on that. I'm remembering Chucky's winning, but I think that was with Shogo, so I messed that one up. Anyway. Oh, preview! Oh, wonder what's getting first picked here.
Oh,
we went through. Really?
Hey guys, spoiler alert. Do we reveal it to the chat that was tabbed off another screen?
I mean, I don't know if chat saw that or not.
Oh,
there may or may not be a Gwen that is in our first game.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a spoiler just for us on the caster side. Well, we won't even pretend to be smart, guys. We'll let you know what we saw once we get into the draft phase. We'll keep the surprise at least till that point. But
I will say it hasn't been there's no CLOL victory from Mobility. I was indeed trolling with that one. That's what I'm doing homework on. I'm like, oh god, I just said something that was wrong. It was indeed wrong. So
good job,
doing our best over here.
You know what? That's why I don't even try to reference some of those stuff, because I look to you. I go, all right, Matt. Well, you were
your faith was misplaced.
Right? Nice, man. You know what? We're coming down to the end of the long stretch here for our broadcast today, and week as well. This is your second overall day of the week casting NACL.
No, it's my first. It was Beat for 2 days. We swapped days. Me and Beat behind the scenes.
That's
fun fact. Now you guys can learn. That's I know BDB had an obligation that he had to attend to today, so definitely get treated to a pretty big series. Which again, as we get into this draft, a lot of stakes behind this singular game here, Rafa. As Supernova just won their third map of the split, need to win their fourth. They want to notch another series win, which would help push them out of that relegation conversation. A win here for Winthrop would put them out of the relegation conversation entirely and actually get them into a playoff conversation.
Yep.
So a very big match here for both teams.
Flying through the ban phase right now, as Cubby has already alluded that the Gwen will be getting through the ban phase and will be locked in first for Winthrop. But we're going to keep in the cards. We know exactly what Supernova gets on 1 and 2. And, maybe I'm not going to even try to allude to it.
I don't mind this gambit that we're going to see, because what Supernova is going to do is, like right now on your screen, you're going to see Rumble, Skarner, and Ambassa taken away. That really sets up for a Gwen first pick, as two of the more common answers into Gwen has actually been the Rumble and the Ambassa itself. So with both those taken away, yes, you do give away a Gwen and a lot of power on the top side of Denethor, but you are trading that for a Shogo Varus. So it's not like they didn't get a big power pick for themselves in return. But at this point, Denethor Gwen, it's quite scary, and there are a lot of top laners you cannot take into that Gwen. So I think you're looking at probably a Jax, but I think after a lot of the Gwen changes, that Jax matchup is a lot less favorable for Jax now.
Yeah. In fact, ever since the Gwen changes first came in, after lane swaps are no longer a thing, we slowly realized across the world that Gwen became, oh, she's a good counter pick again, to then, oh, she just might be the best blind pick now in the game, other than when she's Rumble is available. Yeah, Gwen.
Do we see the Fury?
Yes.
Yep. There it is. Yep. Okay. Well, I mean, again, the Fury and Vi were on the board, so I'm expecting to see a Vi for Wilson. Try and attack that poke Varus is what we expect at the moment, with the Fury packing a lot of damage, and we'll see if it ends up being that Jax on 3. I will say with the Gwen slam, then Supernova taking 2 rolls. I will say they got 2 power picks for 1, so this is something you can do on red side. I don't mind this gambit they're taking. It just sets up to have a really strong top lane pick, but again, Varus really high priority, and this is the Fury in this league for NACL. And the Fury is sitting at 13-3. That's an 81% win rate. It has been very dominant, but you are going to have to play that into a Vi Talia combo to round out that top side for Winthrop. So a lot of power showing in this game 3.
And I will say,
there it is. We were talking about this
being
earlier.
Locked in. Yes. We have seen this exact same mid lane matchup in the NECC. So this really does feel like we
took this in NACL, actually. And I know Asyla's a rookie mid, but Asyla is a very big Lissandra player from solo queues. So definitely one of Asyla's better champions coming in as a rook. And a good pairing with the Fury. I mean, same idea as the Rise, right? Just lock down a single target and let the mid-jungle duo go to work. So, again, Supernova. We'll see if Shogo's going for poker on hit. The only reason I say that is because it is Shogo, and he does like to play his on-hit stuff. But, again, we're dropping more picks for the Gwen. And I'm curious, like, do we have any more bans thrown out just to protect the Gwen? Like, is it even worth taking Renekton off the board at this point? I feel like that's one of the few picks that can actually deal with Gwen that's left. But also, is it worth banning that, or do you want to take away one of these big supports that could be used for Engage? It's like Nautilus is still on the board. That's a pretty high priority pick to have in this game.
Yeah, I was about to say, the amount of Engage supports that are being banned by Supernova are really, limiting the possibility for both Only 35 as well as Rhino. And if Supernova don't get an Engage support for themselves, then you are forcing Stray to be frontline duty, which against the Gwen, that's just a free farm fest for the Gwen to just scale on up. So I imagine the Supernova want to offload the tank burden over to Rhino and let Stray pick something at least that he can survive and also try and scale up alongside the Gwen with. I think that's fake. I think,
We're talking scaling now, Rafa. We're talking scaling.
Okay.
All right. Well, Vladimir, you don't really get to play the first 20 minutes of the game. You can be pretty dominant later on if you get going, but is one of the few matchups into Gwen. I mean, we have seen like Zeus and some of the elite top laners at the highest level taking this, where it feels like they can pick up their farm and outscale as this game goes on. Will be a real challenge to see, though, if Supernova can match that on Stray, who, again, got quite behind in that last game on the carry York before we really felt his impact in the game.
And I like this gambit that Winthrop are contemplating. They were basically trying to figure if they locked in the Karma, they would have been daring Supernova to say, yeah, pick a, a ranged support.
Not pick Blitz,
so, yeah, and therefore, we win the laning phase. Otherwise, you have no tank for your side of the fight. But the fact that Winthrop University also did not have a tank, I think it's pretty smart just to make sure that you have guaranteed engage. And wow, what Tom Kench!
I like the Toad.
That's awesome. That's legitimately awesome.
This actually could be an on-hit Varus now, where if you have like on-hit Varus, Nefiri, Vlad, I will say we're not questioning any of the damage that could come out from Supernova. The setup is going to be a little bit harder, though. I think that connecting these engages, it's got to be on Asila and Shogo to find these picks. And you look at that and the scaling of the Supernova comp, which is, I mean, it's very real, right? If this game goes late, you got Vladimir. It could be a really good setup for Supernova. But Winthrop's comp, look at what Talia has. I mean, it's a Vi, Jhin, Nautilus for setup. A big opportunity for Sword to be big with some of these flicks and some positive interactions for the Unraveled Earth to at least hold the line against the Vladimir Rafa. I think that the mid game for Winthrop, it's a lot easier for me to see how they can execute upon this and should be very strong.
I will say though, Matt, just think about how Winthrop University won to force engages in the first place.
You're talking Tom Alt?
Yeah, well, so check this out. You have point and click abilities, which normally are very reliable in a variety of situations. You have to deal with Vladpool, which can dodge a point and click ability. You have Nefiri W, which dodges a point and click ability. You have Lissandra ulti to dodge a point and click ability. And then for the one target that would normally be, okay, we're just gonna dive Shogo on the Varus, you now have a Tom Kench ulti to bail you out. So they have pretty much an answer for every single champion against the very binary engage that Winthrop University are going to go for.
That is true. I think that they're like the single target between the Naught and the Vi, the ability for Tom to answer that. I mean, I'm glad that we're seeing Tom Kench. I know that we're really whittling down the support pool, but I think this is one of the scenarios where TK is a really strong pick.
Yeah.
It's just that, again, you can kind of split up where you use these tools and still try and connect with one, as, of course, TK can only save one. So we'll see if that ends up being the case for Winthrop. Also, do want to highlight that we do have Shogo on the lethal tempo Varus, so he will be on hit. Again, I think this really feeds into the scaling for Supernova. I don't question Supernova and their strength if this game goes forward and they find a 5v5, but I think it's going to be tough to find the right range, the ability to out-interact Winthrop with just what they can bring with this Jhin especially. The ability to like find setups and outrange Supernova with the Jhin is very real for Winthrop.
Shogo and Rhino, a little bit of a death rush, not going to actually go for a committed all-in, just making sure that they can get some decent poke onto mobility. No barrier setup, going for the cleanse instead because, yeah, point and click, Lissandra ultimate, you can cleanse out of that and will definitely be very, very useful. You can also cleanse something like a Tongue Lash onto a full 3 stacks marked champion as well, so valuable usage here can be gained. Shogun Rhino trying to combat for that level 2 all-in, but only 35, and mobility going to find it first, flashing immediately right on top of Rhino. The Ignite is ticking down, and this Toad is under fire, literally burning, but he's got the pots ticking. And Winthrop University at least takes solace in burning 2 summoner spells off the Toad.
Yeah, I think a cookie and a potion going to help Rhino survive the onslaught of the level 2 being ticked by Winthrop first. We'll say both junglers are working their way up towards the top lane, where again, Vlad, you're just kind of playing to live here, Rafa. Whereas the Gwen, with some help, might be able to play to not just survive, but also thrive.
Oh, an early proactive engage from Keel, flashing forward on now the flashless sword. And now this Talia can be revisited the next time Asila wants to go in for a setup.
A great pit stop there by Keel. Again, the Sandra brings a ton of gank assist. And as you called out, Rafa, getting that flash down early, easy revisit. As you can see, Asila on this was Sandra, always have the ability to proactively engage onto the Talia. We'll see if the Wiss, again, a lot of good interactions in this matchup against Talia. You can match the push. You can, your E doesn't get affected by the Unraveled Earth. And then you have that ultimate that you can use to either lock down Talia or save yourself from a potential flick combo. So again, a matchup that we haven't seen quite as much of because Lysandra, a lot of players don't think that she's strong enough to be picked, but Asyla, always being that Wisp player, going to continue to play this pick. And frankly, I do think that this is a good matchup. So I really like seeing Lysandra in this scenario paired up with the Nefiri and into the Talia. I think it's the right game for it.
Yeah. Winthrop University still have the overall edge when it comes to one item spikes in the mid game. It's going to come down to them to see how much they can accelerate it. Stray is super low on HP, which is why Wilson is trying to hover and see if he could at least pressure for a dive. But the fact that Keel was here to protect it ensures that Stray on the Vladimir will be able to soak up this wave. Did go for the flash ignite.
Oh,
no
Keel's gonna be a real
TP.
pest.
Oh, Keel is just going to pop over the wall, force Denethor. Remember, he does not have a flash summoner spell. Is this just a clean kill from Keel? Just one more auto attack. Gonna dodge a turret shot.
Wow.
And yeah, that's just super easy for the Nefiri to get done.
That is really, really big from Keel. Stray doesn't have access to TP. I think they got that wave all the way in. So important that when Vlad is TP-less, you get a good reset as well. So a really good start here for Supernova. Off of 2 plays off the back of this Nefiri that has been such a big pick in NACL. Sword hits it though, and that's a solo kill.
Asyla did not want to burn the flash so that he can maintain it for a future setup. Meanwhile, Shogo under fire. Yeah, that's a good dive from the side of Winthrop University. Being able to isolate him. Looks like Rhino was chunked out and could not stay behind to ensure that Shogo was safe.
That's big. I mean, Shogo missing a pretty significant wave with that. So we have answers on both bot and top side of the Rift before we have the monster objectives spawning. So Keel can deny the Raptors as we see the buy taking a reset. We'll see where each of our teams set their sights on when it comes to this first objective.
Supernova have to.
I would go for grubs.
Yeah.
Or I would go for the sneak. I honestly don't think they're strong enough to fight either. As only Asyla for me is really the member that's going to be strong enough to fight right now. Shogo's behind. The Lethality Jhin actually to go really hard this game because outside of Tom Kench, I mean, you're not going to have resistances built for a while here on Supernova. So I think a lot of mileage is going to get picked up out of this Collector Jhin. And just don't think that you are able to challenge down bot with Shogo down a bit. So I'm honestly curious what Supernova gets out of these objective spawns. I think that, like, even losing a dragon and a 2-for-1 grub split isn't terrible. I think a split of the objectives is probably the best that Supernova can hope for, as I really have them weaker at this point of the game, just given the draft that we have.
Yeah, Supernova don't necessarily have the most apt split pushers on their side, right? I mean, they obviously would like to be in side lane so that they can make fast rotations and just look for a quick play collapse, but Denethor really is the one solo laner this game that if he gets his hands on a turret with grubs on his side will just erase turrets like they are paper mache.
It's gonna be grubs for Drake. I think this is fine for Supernova. As we'll say that conditions mid, Asyla making sure they're decent. Has been winning the push as one grub gonna be picked off, and now Fury actually gonna look to dip down. Maybe gonna contest this dragon, really?
There's potential for looking on Sword with a play since the flash timer was still off cooldown. That's exactly what they're looking for. But Keel does not have level 6, so cannot close the distance since Hound's Pursuit is not available. And with only 35 in mobility shifting on over from bot side where they have the first push, that guarantees this dragon being taken. And all of this balancing from the side of Winthrop University being able to jockey safely back and forth is just due to the fact that there was a ward on that grubs. But wait a minute, Asyla, having saved the flash, looks for the play mid lane, but Sword will survive.
Really big that Sword's able to live that as Keel burned his flash to try and connect. Of course, they did get Sword's flash as well, but at least Talia can survive and TP back. Asyla now going to be down conditions, and taking these 2 grubs could be a little bit scary because, yeah, there we go. Asyla going to be forced to flash by Wilson. He doesn't have access to TP. Will walk back in as he knows the flick is down for Talia, but now with able to claw his way out. Wilson has 6. That should be the other 2 grubs going over.
Good sidestep by Rhino. Doesn't get hit by the dredge line, but still under pressure with the ignite. At least has the gray skin.
Full tempo.
Mobility super low. Below 300 HP, almost 200. Now Curtain Call gonna look for the Toad once again, and yeah, that's just super easy. Well done. Set up by only 35.
Honestly, a couple of oopsies coming out here from each of our teams, as we'll say Keel going to clean up those grubs way later. So is okay in the end here for Supernova. But again, that bot lane play going the way of Mobility and only 35 is Mobility. Good call from him. The step back, farm the creeps, get the XP to ding 6. And Rhino goes down without burning that flash after he gets caught by the dredge line. Bit of an oops. But again, keeps this game close. And Rafa, what you were pitching for our fans at home, a likely back and forth close series among these teams who, of course, have some history with meeting in CLOL. The head-to-head score this year, 9-8. I got to say, in this game 3, it feels like we're getting exactly that.
It's the perfect way to put a cap on the end of Week 6 in our spring split of the NACL. Sword still does not have flash for another few minutes here. So Supernova just trying to pay a visit and get some guaranteed damage onto Sword's HP bar. He does have teleport, so if he is chunked super low, he'll have a chance to be able to get back to the map. But maybe Supernova could try and leverage a tempo play with the TP advantage on their side, but it wasn't necessarily gained from the hover from Rhino in the mid lane. Now,
I like that, really... a rubber from Hino.
Yeah. Jesus.
I like that. A Rhino hover is just a rubber, not a rover.
You know what? Thank you for bailing out my just word fumble.
I got you.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
I don't want to think about that one at all.
This is the synergy that we need on the casting booth. Anyway, Winthrop University. Thanks, Matt. I'll try not to roast you in flex games as much on the cast as a result. Yeah, I think that's the least I can.
That's fine.
I do want to steer this conversation over to Denethor while we have some time before objectives come up, because he's just been, farming contently up a storm, and it has been, one of the things that we're going to have to keep in mind, because that is a legitimate win condition that Winthrop University can always play to. I don't know how the Vladimir 1v1 matches Gwen in the side lane necessarily. I know that Vladimir will be a massive threat once he gets 2-3 items and can just dive bomb the backline like it's no tomorrow, but in terms of side lane pressure, I've never seen the Gwen.
He's fine. Like Gwen can't. Vlad just wins, and the longer the game goes, the better it gets for Vlad.
All right.
He can't win now. I'm not sure what item breakpoint he starts to win at, but you can even see right now Denethor can't move him. That said, Stray just burned the pool, so this might be the angle that Wilson looks with Denethor.
Yes, I mean Stray is hovering towards Keel, who is waiting in the shadows, and Wilson is trying to not be the first one to make a move, so that they have the jump with the cease and desist. As Wilson, the fact that Denethor is able to at least, the fact that Wilson is just here to ensure that Denethor can farm up this wave safely. Now there's no window to really go for it. I mean, I don't know what you're hoping to get out. Stray's pool will be back up by now.
Yeah, they have both tools here though, but I think both teams aware, as Keel kind of calling the bluff here.
They didn't see Keel. And now Wilson goes in, he misses the Q flash, cease and desist, but then he goes into the pool, but now their Sword, they gotta buy time as the Silas coming in with a TP. Keel's in trouble, Flash W runs him up, Stray falls to Sword, but Keel is too low to continue the fight. Maybe Wilson knew exactly what he was doing. Winthrop University are just able to brute force the advantage and prevail.
I mean, that 3v3, I'm honestly curious to get a second look, because it felt like a Silo got value, but he just connected late. Winthrop, they were there first. There you have the stronger champions at the moment, especially with his Vlad still scaling up, and now this Lissandra. Okay.
A Silo will at least guarantee a 1-for-1 trade.
It's not bad. At least we got Gwen off the map. Good play from Asila, but overall, the wins are still going over.
Only 35, setting up something on Shogo. That was Def Charge expended. Mobility still has Curtain Call, but Rhino should be able to absorb any of those bullets.
I don't know if the dredge line was off cooldown or not, but maybe it was just waiting to throw it to see if he could catch Shogo. Of course, I think if the dredge line connects there, he just gets the ult out of Rhino, who was able to hold on to it. But still, that top lane gold, it's a 2k gold advantage for Winthrop. I do want to say, I think it's important that they're up early. I favor this comp for Supernova as this game goes on. I know that they aren't as tanky as you might like, but their scaling is really sound, and I think it's going to be harder and harder as this game goes on for Winthrop to connect with their plays off of the Vyar and the Nautilus R. So do think it's important that Winthrop has a lead now and is staying on schedule. I want to see them continue to execute this one cleanly, and also Supernova doesn't get too far ahead of themselves and leans on their scaling appropriately. I think that so far they've done a decent job.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, when we talked about Winthrop University, their timers, their big spikes, it was at this moment, right? One item spikes, powerful mid-game composition, being able to force picks with the Vi ultimate and just trying to collapse super fast with the Taliyah. The fact that they were able to roam and knowing that Supernova, or at least finding out that they were setting up a bait. Now Stray is in trouble. No pool. Yeah, that's an easy dive for the side of Winthrop University. Going to be able to make a repeat visit on that. No sums available for the Vladimir either, as he is trying to scale on up and he is getting decelerated.
They're going to play this out top to the best of their abilities, because meanwhile, Supernova, they did take that Dragon bot and are currently zoning mobility and only 35 off the wave. So we do have a Taliyah dipping down to maybe try and stop this. Keel's going for the cutoff, though. Will be enough soft power, though, to get Winthrop that wave. So I think a nice little back and forth there from our teams, but that kill on the Vladimir rings true in the top lane. Likely going to bring first brick to Winthrop on this wave, too. We'll see if he gets it before the plates fall. Does get it before the plates fall. Max value. And top jungle being taken away. I guess it's just a traded jungle right now. Supernova has control of bot wave. Winthrop has control of top wave, or top side. But still, a good sequence coming out from Winthrop.
An overall 3,000 gold advantage for the side of Winthrop University, almost pushing 4,000. A majority of that is really due to mobility being accelerated on this Jhin with their successful 2v2s they've had against Shogo and Rhino. Even though Denethor, you know, got caught by Keel over the wall and was chased under the tower, he's been able to rebound thanks to the help of Wilson and Sword. Not only bailing him out, but also just constantly hovering him, making sure that he's getting resources for himself through turret plates and as many farm waves as possible. And of course now, Sword and Wilson, relatively strong in their own right, because even though early game, there was a couple things that Keel and Asylum are able to do to pressure the Taliyah, they've rebounded with far more impactful mid-game plays.
And this is, again, the state of the game where I think that the next 10 minutes, Supernova just need to survive on the Rift. Like, if they lose stuff or it is losing, it's okay. They just cannot lose too much.
They have a lot of members here. Are Supernova going to bait themselves into forcing this fight? The flash comes out at only 35, and there's the Weaver's wall that cuts off their escape route. Rhino tries to flash over the wall, and now Asylum's got to block all these curtain call bullets, and somehow Supernova support does manage to survive. Keel and Shogo still thinking about maybe forcing a fight here. Keel cannot escape. He already popped the call of the pack, I believe, but there is no chance for Rhino to get in range with the Devour and bail out his jungler. And now this dive looks very promising for the side of Winthrop University. Asylum, no frozen tomb. He is gone first. Shogo trying to flash forward, but they are losing steam and they're losing gas. Supernova trying to fight through the very bitter end, but it's Winthrop University who sail and soar over them.
Again, for me, with that sequence, like, this is the time of the game where Supernova, their comp, they can't win. Their champions need time to scale, need time to get to that 2-3 plus item mark where their comp can, again, I think, come back and fight Winthrop. When you take plays like this, when you're so heavily down, like, not just in tools, but in terms of positioning on the map, Rafa, you're only, like, accelerating your own demise. And I feel like this has been a common trend with Supernova, one that we're definitely seeing in this game.
Not being patient and waiting for a later point in the game where you feel like you will be a lot more favorable in fighting those fights. Supernova just frankly making it easier for Winthrop University to just continue accelerating this lead for themselves. What was 3,000 now has climbed up to 7,000 for Winthrop University. This is such a impactful gold lead. Keel's gonna maybe think about stealing this Rift Herald. It is secured by Wilson, and he's gonna be forced to flash over the wall because they are just running out of time. So Rhino not even gonna get a chance to use the Devour. They're continuing to engage, and now Rhino is just left for the dogs, and Winthrop University, they're going to continue scaling on up, and they are getting closer and closer to being able to close out this series, Matt, as Wilson is going to find a fist connecting with the back of Keel's head, and the Rift Herald is going to charge into this top tier too.
Nice hook from only 35 is the current call.
Stray under pressure. Good Weaver's wall, cutting off the escape route of this Vladimir, forced to use the pole. Gets a decent amount of healing back and is able to at least flash away and dodge the dredge line. Uh-oh! Only 35 was caught under the tower. Good chain of corruptions by Shogo, at least able to find one back. But Asylum is still pushing on the bot side of the map. Will not join the fight, just trying to get as much gold back for the side of Supernova.
Oh, TP coming in from a silo though. Supernova might look to continue this play.
Okay, trying to look for mobility. He has cleanse. He has flash.
I mean, I hate that play. You're 10 seconds away from Dragon.
Oh, no,
could have actually looked for Dragon.
Winthrop University set up another trap, and knowing that the jungler for Supernova was isolated and far away from the rest of the collapsing members, they can take that pick for free.
I think the play there for Supernova wasn't to go for that TP and chase. It was just cut them off to the Dragon. You had Winthrop stuck on the top side of the map. By TPing above them, Asaiwa not only opens up the path to Dragon, but they couldn't protect Keel as they went for the pinch. They lose out on Keel. They're going to lose out on the Dragon. That gold lead continues to accelerate for Winthrop.
Third Dragon of the game going over to Winthrop University's way. 13 to 4 kills on the Rift here. Still a 7,000 gold advantage overall for the Eagles, but Supernova are in dire straits. That's why you see the pity prizes. Denethor now getting dove by 3 under tower. Who is syncing up the turret shots? It's Asila right now. They already used the frozen tube, and oh no! Supernova can't even pull off the 1v3 dive. Denethor is just making them look silly. Keel now under fire as the dredge line will clip Stray. He's got a pull, but can they continue the dive? Looks for the Q, goes a little wide. Stray getting a lot of health back, will survive for now. But Winthrop University very content with how things panned out on the top side.
Still, a pity prize turret is taken, but yeah, again, trying to dive Denethor. I mean, this is a grasp Camille. There's overgrowth in that kit, and that was enough to make sure that the Gwen was able to survive and thrive in that dive scenario. As Shogo, the last member that Supernova wanted to fall, did take a tumble. And the back half of the play looks like Winthrop going to clean up this inner turret. His sword put the finishing touches on this one. Should be enough to get through. Okay, not going to greet it. Instead, going to respect the tempo. Otacon spawning, but again, this gold lead for Supernova just keeps on kind of slipping away from them, and we still feel like, at least I feel like Rafa, that they're trying to do a little bit too much with where their comp is at for the time. They're leaning back, catching waves, and slowly losing. It's okay for Supernova with the draft they have. It feels like them trying to force is just, again, quickening the pace of Winthrop hitting their mid-game hard. It's really accentuating that.
Yeah. Very similar to the story we saw in Game 1, where Supernova were trying to put their hands kind of in all different plays at once and just not either committing to the one guaranteed play that will give them some gold back and just trying to outplay Winthrop University. Feels a little disrespectful, but also Winthrop University just being able to take these reactions that Supernova are giving them and outplaying them in the long run. Stray does not have flash, and the cease and desist ensures that the Vladimir will go down. Rhino now getting locked up. Not going to be under threat anytime soon. But this tier 2 turret will fall to the hands of mobility, and the gold lead continues on surging for Winthrop University.
Silo Keel is going to try and answer with an inner of their own, but it's still going to be a 2-for-1 trade, as pity prize is not going to be enough to catch that one in. Only 35 is currently dancing in that mid inner turret, as the rest of his team is taking the Otacon, which should be grabbed pretty securely. Again, Supernova going to find a little bit of a trade, but that gold lead continues to grow in favor of Winthrop. And they're going to add some experience, the likes of that too, as it was the flower spawn. That's one rose behind, Rafa. They're honoring the Otacon.
Wow. Taking a glance at levels across the rift here, I was curious who was the highest level, and it is Denethor. I imagine being able to benefit off of the 1v3 dive and still coming out on top, not dropping a death there. Oh, yeah.
Sword just, he just dinged 15. That's 2 levels over a silo. That is significant. So, but double leads across the board here for Winthrop. As you can look just left to right. Every single member of Winthrop is up levels, and that's a lot of hitting gold. You don't see on the scoreboard. Each level worth about, I think it's like 800 to 1,000 golden stats, somewhere in there. I believe like the average is like 880. So, again, when you have 2 levels up top, 2 levels up mid, 2 levels up jungle, 2 levels up support, that is a lot more gold and a lot more of a lead that Winthrop is hiding that you don't see on the scoreboard.
And that's why we see the pity prizes come out in the first place. Supernova are in dire straits. They need it.
I love the fact you continue to remember that more than me, even if it was, I think it was our invention once the bounties came out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We named that as soon as it was, and I think, you know, no matter what happens in the end, Cubby, that is our one contribution to the League of Legends. Anyway, Weaver's Wall. is going to cut off the engage route from Supernova. They're still trying to force it, but onto only 35 of all targets. I mean, I guess you just got to go for whoever is in range, but Supernova not going to find anyone as the Frozen Tomb was used to no effect.
Yeah, and that inhibitor turret just continues to shred at the scissors of Denethor as Rhino. Yeah, pretty tough for the Toad to find Gwen. As that's not going to be available. Now Sword might find Shogo.
Oh, no! Rhino is able to bail out Shogo from certain death, but he is blinking down on the Ignite. Don't tell me this curtain call will find it. Oh, he just barely escapes the range of that last bullet. Shogo still has Flash and Barry available. Rhino was able to survive using his own 2 summoner spells. But now Keel trying to defend this turret, pops the call of the pack. Will at least dodge some damage for now. Asyla looking for the re-engage. Only 35 gonna get knocked up, but there's a good flick by Sword. And Shogo's now firing through the front line. They've at least eliminated one, but Shogo under fire. Flashes backwards. The rest of Winthrop University still trying to determine if they want to chase or if they want to retreat. They're trying to kite back. Mobility, one more bullet in the chamber, but he already ran out, and Shogo's able to survive. Mobility now walking back up, finds a deadly flourish, playing off the strength of Sword. Supernova, a back and forth fight between these two teams while down a lot of gold. As Stray gets clipped by the seismic shove, and Sword will still remain tall as the largest member on the team.
Oh, it was a nice fight for Stray, actually, until he got picked off on the back half. As that flick from Sword continues to be a giant part of this game, Rafa, on the Talia. But hey, a good look for Supernova. Again, a lot of tools were used there by Winthrop to that were absorbed, like with how low Shogo went. He was able to reset off base, and then Supernova got a fight where those tools were down for Winthrop. So really advantageous fight for them to take. They managed to keep it pretty close to even, but the lead for Winthrop still kind of shines true in the end. Do think it's significant, though. A lot of flashes were burned by Supernova and Winthrop, but when you have the lockdown tools that Winthrop has, a flashless game, for me, very much advantages them. So I think between that, the Drake pickup, this Baron contest for me, it's going to be really difficult for Supernova, given that the only member that has a flash up is Keel.
The only solace that Supernova can take is that some of their carries have just hit 2.5 items. They're getting stronger as fast as possible, but Denethor is just going to open up the engage, knowing that Shogo is going to be the target this time around. Cease and desist onto the Tomcat. Shogo will thank his support for giving his life to survive. They trade it onto Wilson. Now Keel looming forward with the engage. Weaver's Wall is going to cut off the front line from the back line. Keel forced to flash away. Shogo finds one on only 35, but it's traded as Mobility finds a bullet into Stray's back. Keel is able to dodge the deadly flourish, and Supernova still withstanding this rift.
I mean, again, it's a 2-for-2 with Winthrop, for me, overcommitting tools into the Tahm Kench, and you can start to see it's been a tough game for Stray again, but with time, being the friend of Vladimir, he's started to get more and more useful in this game, Rafa. And Winthrop Mobility, they didn't have enough HP in their health bars to try and stick around for the Baron. So that fight just kind of a trade of gold, and frankly, the gold going over to Supernova, I mean, they're finding shutdowns. They're starting to close that experience gap, too, as Shogo's now an even level with Mobility. A couple of these things are a pretty big deal, and can start to add up for the scaling that, for us, really favors Supernova. So, again, showing some grit in this game.
Rhino might be in trouble, though. No flash available, trying to take up as much as possible. Good use of the Abyssal Dive after all the CC had been expended, so he's able to get himself safely out of danger.
Smite was used by Keel. They saw the Smite used. That might be enough for Baron.
Maybe. Supernova gonna still be in range. Only 35, trying to mark Keel for now. He knows that he does not have flash. Dive right into only 35, looking for Asyla, but he pops the Frozen Tomb. Now Winthrop University have to join the fight so that only 35 doesn't die for nothing. Rhino about to go down to Wilson on the other side, but they've lost Asyla. Shogo under fire, no flash. Denethor looking for the last snip. The curtain call is gonna go over to Keel as he looks for one more bullet. Keel's able to dodge it for now, but Wilson puts one more fist into the back of Keel's head, and that's it. Winthrop University are able to prevail. They're able to show that the NECC results do not matter because it's the NACL stage and it's a whole different ball game. Winthrop University will defeat Supernova.
big win for Winthrop University, as that pushes them to 3-4 in our standings, takes them out of that relegation conversation, and puts them into that playoff picture, as managing to find that 2-1 against that Supernova Ole Miss squad that has been really competitive with them throughout the entire year. You called it out. It's a different league. We have Fearless Draft today, and Winthrop managed to put together a better 3 games, really, against this Ole Miss squad. And frankly, I mean, you think about it, outside of the last like 5-10 minutes of that game too, it really felt like Winthrop was the team in control of this series. So for me, at the end of the day, a deserved win for them is, again, really big win to take them out of that relegation conversation, secure their spot in NACL for the summer, where you do get to play for that LTA North slot. And for these collegiate guys, gives them some plans over the summer as well.
A huge sigh of relief is alleviated off the shoulders of Winthrop University now that they don't have to worry about having to play in a relegation scenario for the upcoming OQs.
That pressure, man, goes right on over to Supernova, sadly. Because they're really feeling the brunt of it now.
Yep. And now Supernova, it just ensures that this series that, you know, is expected to win has to be a must win for them next week. And, you know, might have to just rise to the occasion against Luminosity Gaming, even though it is definitely not what we expect to be the outcome, as we take a look back at all the highlights from this final game. And as you said, Cubby, it was, for the most part, pretty back and forth, but then Supernova fell into the same trap that we saw in game 1, where they were trying to do too much, not making gracious sacrifices so that they could get to the part of the game where they might have been able to be competing much better with Winthrop University. And Winthrop University just look at these situations and go, okay, well, this is our time now to press the gas forward and ensure that we are playing on our spikes and being confident that we should be the strongest team on the Rift at this point in the game. And overall, fundamentally, Winthrop University just played a better series.
And shout out to Winthrop's bot lane too. Gave away that Varus in the draft, right, to secure this Gwen, and ended up, I think, finding the 2v2 win. In the back half, of course, did have some help from some teammates, but outplayed Rhino and Shogo there. As that's a big one for Winthrop. And again, this Winthrop squad, like, a lot of people, they had this team in the bottom 3 going into the season, myself included, with AMI and Pulse. I think they've done a lot to distance themselves from those two teams as they sit 3-4 in the standings. And again, have earned their way into the playoff picture. And I think a lot of the adversity that Winthrop has faced, honestly, excited to ask them about it, as we are going to get an interview with them. But this is a team that has been playing in nothing but do-or-die matches for the last few weeks, dropping into lower bracket of CLL early, competing in NACE, you know, finding Maryville in the finals too, dropping 1-2, but managing to take a game off that team, something that none of our NACL teams have been able to do. And find themselves a really high-pressure match, high-pressure scenario here, Rafa, and again, prove valiant.
Winthrop University just showing that in certain scenarios, maybe when it comes to, you know, other tournaments, the results don't swing their way. But when it's on the NACL stage, they rise to the occasion, are able to overcome any doubts that might have been withheld in this series. And much deserved. Winthrop University, as you said before, going to guarantee that they will continue playing in the NACL as we go into the summer split a few months from now. And for Winthrop University, I think a big win like this should give them confidence in their, not just on for NACL, but also, you know, they can take this win and just hopefully reflect it in their CLL ventures. As you talked about before, I know this is outside the realm of NACL, but I still think it is definitely important to talk about for
big tournament.
Overall, Winthrop University, big tournament. They are in the lower bracket right now, but, you know, if they're able to pull off a big win like this, where, you know, track record showed that they were not the favorites, that it was, you know, Ole Miss that had, you know, the win series score up above them, well, they were able to disprove that. So now that should be a big morale victory for them to have the confidence going forward in their CLL lower bracket run.
I know that I believe their match, I don't know where the bracket sits at the moment, I have to look, but I know that they were going to face the loser of the St. Clair Fisher series, which will be a pretty banger lower bracket matchup very early on in the tournament over there. But again, Winthrop, no matter where we see them on the Rift, continue to take positive steps forward in terms of proving that they are a more and more competitive team. A stack that has been together as a core for a while now, Rafa, and continue to show that they have I feel like individuals that have really stepped up this split compared to last split. And again, keep in mind that this is a team that's looking to be competitive in everywhere they go. The fact that they are a collegiate team here in NACL that have dodged out on relegation, I think that's a really big win for this team. And again, looking on the other side of the rift, that is a collegiate partnership, right, with Ole Miss, who are in the conversation for relegation. So Winthrop, very happy to be on the side of that, which they are, which is looking at hopefully playoffs.
I have just pulled up the current CLO bracket according to Liquipedia. Apparently, it is Winthrop going up against Northwood as a 3-0'd St. Clair after St. Clair dropped to Fisher College in the upper bracket. So, but the Winthrop-Northwood series has yet to be played. We're basically in lower bracket round 5, which that sounds like a mouthful. I guess that's basically, we're down to the last top 8 teams in the tournament, because you have Maryville and Fisher College top side, Ole Miss Western on the other side of that top bracket, and then the lower bracket is Winthrop Northwood, and the other side St. Thomas, UHSP, U Tactics. Oh, I'm saying that wrong. I know it's the team that has James. I respect everything that's going into this, Rafa. I think that's where I'm doing my best to represent the CLOL scene, and at least give a voice, because that has been a very fun tournament to catch on the side amongst our busy schedules here. I'll hopefully be coach rooming it tomorrow, so it should be some fun times. But again, we're waiting for an interview, which I believe we have. As Rafa, we're going to welcome Sword to the stream after what was a pretty nice series from him. Some heavy lifting and helping ensure that Winthrop finds the win against that Supernova Ole Miss squad and secures their spot outside of relegation. And Sword, congrats on that 2-1 victory, man. I gotta say, one of the stories we've really had for your team of late, obviously, outside of just the NACL picture, you guys had an early drop to the lower bracket in CLOL. You managed to have a really good showing at NACE, but what's it been like for you guys this past couple of weeks? Because it feels like no team in all of North American League of Legends is playing more League than you guys, and it's all been high-stake matches.
Yeah, I feel that too. We've been playing like scrims every day, and then we have NACL and an ECC LAN last week, and also CLO 2 series every week.
Yeah.
And this is also finals week, so it's been like stressful, but yeah, we'll get it done though.
I love the determination and just, how much you guys are being able to juggle on your plate. I mean, I think that's just the
crazy schedule.
Yeah, and a crazy appreciation for any of our players in the NACL who are also juggling, collegiate responsibilities, not just, for your team, but also, school duties and making sure you're keeping those grades up and you're working towards an education, right? I can't imagine. Another more fun question for you. Last time I got to cast you were playing a marvelous game of Zed. When do we see the return of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, brother?
Oh, I've been wanting to play that champ, but every time I suggest it just I don't think the team likes it. I don't think the team likes it. I haven't lost with it though.
You hard carried with that champion the last time we saw it. It was so clean. I think you need to do a little protesting. You need to do a little protesting. It's like, Coach.
I think I'm just locking in next time.
Yeah, there you go. See that? Listen, you guys have already guaranteed your way into Summer Split. Might as well just like, Coach, I'm sorry, I'm not playing Talia this game. I'm locking in Zed, and you're gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let's go.
Sword, I gotta say, I know that this match, something very unique happened to start things off. I just want to give you an opportunity. Obviously, really sad to hear that a member of the Winthrop family passed away in Millie. What was your experience like, with like what Millie brought to the table as a part of the team, and then also, what's it been like for all of you guys, struggling through this tragic loss together?
But yeah, it's like really sad news. I think she's like really nice. She always like hang out with us and talk to us. Even when we're like busy, she still try to like help and interact with like content and stuff. For us as a league team, she's like closer to Overwatch and Valorant team, so we don't know much what happened. But when we heard the news, we were like pretty devastated.
It was a very really cool to see both you guys kind of band together and honor Millie on the Rift like that. Obviously, when I was a student, I lost a peer in 6th grade. It's really tough to know or to struggle through that. So definitely have all you guys and Millie's families, at least in our thoughts as a broadcast and going forward. But Sword, I don't want to end on, a super sad note. I do want to give you the floor before we say goodbye. Any thank yous or shout outs you like to give, or anything else you want to add to the broadcast before we let you enjoy your weekend and prep for finals?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for you guys for casting, and my family for watching, and my teammates and coaches. And thank you for the people watching us. Yeah, I know there's not many people, but like, appreciate everyone that's watching us,
Always appreciate hearing the appreciation from the players, and Sword, definitely appreciate you and the gameplay that we've been seeing on the Rift from you lately. So you guys have looked good and have been a big part of all this do or die matchups that you have coming up, including CCG this weekend. I know that you guys go up against St. Clair. Best of luck for that, and hopefully we get to talk to you again next week with some more NACL wins. Get to talk about maybe some of the CCG wins you guys continue to pick up. So good luck this weekend, Sword, with your hectic schedule.
Thank you.
That's crazy. He's like, we try and like do our best to keep track of what's going on. He's naming tournaments like we aren't even aware of, stuff like they're playing in, the amount of best ofs they have, and then scrims on top of that, and finals. Shout out to everyone over there at Winthrop University who making it look like they don't have all that chaos going on behind the scenes when they hit the Rift with some good gameplay with Xenoblade.
Yeah, I mean, it was a struggle for me to balance classes back when I was in college, and I didn't have, pro league teams or semi-pro league teams to balance out multiple tournaments. I think I would have crumbled under the pressure of just having one. I think my grades would have just right then and there, and the fact that he and the rest of Winthrop University, as well as many of our collegiate students, are doing it with as much grace as they can. That's just super admirable. And
my college teams were never actually good enough to make it to the point where you had games plus finals.
Damn.
Hey, non-scholarship school, we took one game off Maryville 2 years in a row. All right, that's all we can hope for. Take a Plat 2 player and get him to beat Maryville by the 6 months. That's my proof as a coach. If you don't think that's something, then, well, I'll encourage you to go do the same. Anyway, MVP of the series, getting back onto this collegiate matchup, we have...
MVP! Who is it? Mobility. It is Mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, the paternity test results are in. Shogo, I fear you are not Mobility's father. Mobility dunked on him this series.
Yeah, again, that game 3, I think giving away Varus, finding the Jhin at a good angle, using that Jhin not lane to actually find the 2v2 win against Shogo and Rhino. Allotted bot lane, and rightfully so, that we have in CCG and NACL, as these guys found the win. And Mobility and Winthrop, again, a team that has been playing together for a while. I think that they have continued to find ways where they've proven as individuals that they have found ways to level up. This isn't a team that has stagnated as a group of 5 or as singular individuals. I think Sword's been playing a lot better this split compared to what we've seen in past splits. I think that we've seen Denethor, continue to impress and adding champions to the pool, and Mobility continuing to step up. I know behind the scenes too, takes a lot more power and onus behind his own play. Definitely been a big focus for him of late. I'm thinking back to when I saw him in the Saito Combine before he went to Korea as well, doing everything he can to level up, and good to see that shine of the Rift today.
Yeah, his growth and development has been super surprising. Obviously we always have, some players that, come up through tier 3 and we get super excited about, and we're always like, okay, when are they going to get a chance to play in NACL? And, to be quite frank, Mobility was someone that we had never heard of. So when he got a chance to play on EG Academy, we're like, okay, who's this guy? And then the expectations were not there. And now I feel bad for not, giving him the respect and not being familiar with his game like that, because he's put in the work, he's grinded out, and now he's a very respectable carry in his own right, and has been kind of doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Winthrop University when the chips are down. But now we got a chance to address the end of this series and address the end of the broadcast, as it is the conclusion of both of our series today. We'll get a chance to check in with the standings as they are right now at the end of week 6. And you should see that Winthrop University, with this win, will at least be avoiding the potential of being in relegation. That is never going to happen now for the rest of the many possible outcomes that could happen. Are Winthrop University guaranteed into playoffs? Not necessarily. There's still a chance for Blue Otter and or Apex Mission Impossible to sneak on in there. Whereas for Supernova, it is dire straits. Every series counts. Every game counts.
Big thing for Supernova, if they can manage to beat Pulse, right, where we would expect them to win, that would put them not just at 2 series wins, which is tied with Apex Mission Impossible, but they would be 1 game score win ahead. Now, but between the two, Supernova does own the tiebreaker So a lot of pressure on AMI. They only have one series left against Blue Otter to find wins there. Meanwhile, the playoff race, which I think is worth bringing up too, Rafa, you can see that Blue Otter behind in series score wins compared to Winthrop, but they are tied in map wins. So another series win for Blue Otter would put them ahead of Winthrop as game score is the first tiebreaker. The second one is head-to-head if it is a head-to-head tie, which importantly, Winthrop did 2-0 Blue Otter in week 1 of NACL. So the couple of different races to track here is, of course, we are approaching our final week of the regular season.
Yeah. Blue Otter are essentially hoping that they win the series against Apex Mission Impossible, and then that Winthrop University don't pull any funny business and find an upset over either Dark Zero or Near Airport. And even getting 1-game wins off of both of them, I think would give them at least the game score to still match up against Blue Otter overall, which then head-to-head... Oh, actually, wait. You said Blue Otter has the head-to-head against Winthrop University, right? Or with...
No, Winthrop 2-0'd them week 1. So
oh, okay. So there you go. So
Blue
Winthrop
Otter
University
need to win a series.
Yeah, Blue Otter need to win the series at the very least, and hope that Winthrop University don't win any of their series or win 2 games collectively. Wow, exciting stuff.
It is going to be fun last week. We also have a bonus day next week, so we will be back not on Wednesday at the same time, but on Tuesday at the same time, which is worth noting as we're going to fire up our schedule for next week. Also features a super week here on the NACL broadcast. As again, that is May 6th on Tuesday and Friday. You will be seeing all of us from the broadcast on the broadcast itself, because we have not 2 but 3 matches to wrap up our week. And 3 matches, a couple matches that could matter in there. When talking about these playoff races, is a couple of the teams we mentioned, Winthrop and Supernova do play on that final day. Definitely teams to look out for in terms of those relegation races and playoff race itself.
The best part, Matt, is they're up against the Titans of NACL right now, involving Dark Zero and Luminosity Gaming on the other side of these David Goliath matchups for Winthrop University and Supernova, who are very much clamoring for different races at this point. One to get into playoffs and one just to survive. So, things are finally coming to a close, and it means very exciting implications are on the line. Stakes continue to rise and now be doubled down with the results that we get today. But of course, this brings us to a close for the broadcast as well as week 6. So wanting to shout out pretty much everyone that has supported NACL, including our co-streamers who have brought more eyes and viewership as well across to all their fans and the viewers that we normally wouldn't have been able to bring in. Also, shout out our social team, which, if you want to continue the conversation there, hashtag NACL on pretty much every single platform that you could think of, at NACL on every single platform, except for Twitter. That's at WatchNACL. And other than that, Cubby, any last thoughts before we close out the show?
No, shout out to our team behind the scenes for doing everything for 3 days straight. It's been a pleasure to join you for this day, Rafa. Congrats to our teams that won on the week. And if you guys want to tune into some more League of Legends on the weekend, definitely try and check out the C-Ball matches that we've really been teasing, as you'll see a couple of the NACL teams that we have featured in that tournament, which will be going on the next 2 days, and will be some good Tier 2 League of Legends to accompany your Tier 1 League of Legends that we, of course, have on the weekend. So
that's right.
Will be a fun one.
A continuation of the ever-expanding story of Tier 2 League of Legends, as it's always been a super fun one to watch in NA, and never disappoints to entertain. So, as always, stay healthy, stay safe. See you all next week. 35 seconds. AMI trying to set up a trap here. Breezy is the target. Immediately pops. The unbreakable bullet time is countered by Pocus's shield. And now the damage really comes down to Aljun, but he is really struggling to find an angle. Fate sealed right onto the back. Does find Baz. That's the flash spell gone. Now Baz is on the back foot, and the rest of CCG have done enough to force...
Improve on that. Frankly, they only have 1 series left this split against Blue Otter, which again can be very important for the promotion relegation standing. But after return of this game is Ray. It's out of the depth charge.
Time to find out if CCG are able to finish the game here and now. Right now, AMI trying to hold as strong as they can, but Baz is under fire. Crimson trying to flash on forward. Dardoff with the wall slam right into the turret. Yeah, that's the Corky gone, and Fine Mini is out of mana. Gonna have to take a quick trip back to the fountain, while the rest of CCG are just laying waste to the base and yet to have dropped a single member here. Crimson gonna finish off the recall as Array forced to flash away as the satchel charge was about to send him into Kingdom Come, but AMI holding the ground respectively. However, Teleport's going to come back in for Crimson and Aljun, and this should be it for CCG. Respectable performance from AMI in game 1 and business as usual in game 2. CCG will sweep the series. Early, gonna be reset on the reduced cooldown for now, and I think Winthrop are just gonna be able to secure this one. Yeah, that was burned so fast. And now Winthrop, they're fighting a 5-on-5. Well, wait a minute, a slam into the wall, and Denethor gets him chunked out thanks to the culling, but now it's Stray who has the hold of the front line, and he is popped by the side of Winthrop University, and they have yet to...
Lilia isn't dealt with in these fights. Feels like Lilia is the one kind of determining a lot of this game. So I think eyes on NACL as we move forward. This is a 3v5.
Okay, big engage. They know that Keel was mid lane, so this was the time to strike onto Supernova. Stray goes down, and Winthrop University trying to show that they are not going down in this series without a fight. Denethor able to pick out Rhino. Shogo still pumping damage with the Mystic Shots. True Shot Barrage as he flies in forward with the Arcane Shift. Dive right into only 35, looking for a Silo, but he pops the Frozen Tomb. Now Winthrop University have to join the fight, so that only 35 doesn't die for nothing. Rhino about to go down to Wilson on the other side, but they've lost the Silo. Shogo under fire, no flash. Denethor looking for the last snip. The curtain call is gonna go over to Keel as he looks for one more bullet. Keel's able to dodge it for now, but Wilson puts one more fist into the back of Keel's head, and that's it. Winthrop University are able to prevail. They're able to show that the NECC results do not matter because it's the NACL stage and it's a whole different ball game. Winthrop University will defeat Supernova.